down here at Norwood Oval. My name is Tony Neal and I'm joined by Jad Gosson. First of all, welcome Jad.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Absolutely crazy, big day, 3 massive games. We'll get into all of that in a second.
Well, it is grand final day, of course, for the Adelaide Football League. We've loved it all year long, and today it is the decider. What are the first couple of games? We've got 3 games we're live streaming and commentating, Jad. Our first 2?
Yeah, so first one is Prince Alfred versus Sacred Heart Old Collegians.
That's it.
We're us 2 are doing that one, so that's going to be very exciting.
That's in C1.
C1, that's right. And the next one is Glenunga versus Goodwood Saints, so another big final. That's in the B grade.
And of course, stand by, folks, because the one we've all been waiting for, Glenunga versus Prince Alfred on the beautiful Norwood Oval down here, bathed in sunshine, 24 beautiful degrees. We'll be changing the commentary team throughout the day. You'll have Phil Hurden, TJ, Adam Jeffries along with you as well. We'd like to thank our sponsors as well. Very important, Sports Interactive, 9 News, Dartfish, of course, the Big Beanie, Moseley Bar and Grill, Best on Ground, Filming Footy, Roll the Dice. Who else have we got there, Jad?
Yeah, so we got Sportal, Banner Crew, Archies, Programs to Fit, Buddy Bet, and of course Farmers Leap.
That's it, folks. Fair dinkum. Hang around. You cannot miss it. Live streamed and commentated all 3 games. Who will be the premiers for 2023? Welcome to the Adelaide Football League C1 Grand Final down here at beautiful Norwood Oval. We are about to go to the National Anthem. The teams are on the ground. Prince Alfred versus Sacred Heart. My name is Tony Neal. Joining me is Jad Gosson. And Jad, the toss has been held already?
Yeah, it was a good toss, and it went the way of Prince Alfred on the right of the screen. So yeah, we'll just cut to the National Anthem when they're ready now.
All right, we might just stand up and we'll come back after the National Anthem with our little bit of pre-game. All is in readiness. Have a look at that. What a sight. Grand final day.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join with the players, coaches and umpires? We stand with the Australian National Anthem.
And welcome back. The crowd roars in unison. It is a grand final. It doesn't matter about what division it is. It is a grand final, as we said. And of course, Jad, we'll have a quick look because Prince Alfred went through the season undefeated, 118, lost none. Sacred Heart 115 and lost 3. What have you got on both teams as they're just in their final preparations?
Yeah, of course, they didn't lose all games, so perfect record going the way of Prince Alfred in the C1 division. And yeah, well, they versed each other in the final series, and it was of course Prince Alfred winning that one by 49 points. But they versed each other 3 times this season, so they definitely know each other's game styles and how each team will match up on each other. And you never know once the grand final comes and the nerves kick in, and sometimes the favourites get a bit complacent, even if it is a grand final. And Yeah, Sacred Heart won't roll over easy.
We've seen it happen, Jad, in many leagues where a team can go through undefeated and then lose the big one. But, well, they've got a fair bit to prove, I think, Prince Alfred now. And look, you look at a couple of players there. Will Delwood, of course, an A-grade premiership player. We look at going down Ben O'Donoghue as well, a great country player, played at a couple of, went out to a league club. Fantastic player, so I'll be keeping an eye on a couple of them. And Sacred Heart, well, probably got some a lot of young lads coming through as well. It's a fantastic platform for the first out of school lads. You look at them, there's a lot of young faces. They're all young to me these days. And, you know, names synonymous around football circles in Adelaide, Chig Whitten. So young Joe, we wish him all the best out there, number 19. And he's lining up on Joshua Fidel. And, well, Jad, this is what we wait for all year for, the grand final. You may have the first call, sir, as we are about to get underway.
Beautiful weather here today. Norwood Oval, grand final action. The two ruck go at it. And straight away another stoppage, so a repeat throw here, right in the middle of the ground. You often see the first 5-10 minutes of a grand final a bit cagey, no one wanting to concede the first goal, so we'll see if that happens here, but the tackling so far has been strong, and another stoppage straight away.
We'll talk about that nerves and adrenaline. You know, a lot of these players might not have slept so good last night, and you get that nerves and adrenaline. But your first 10 minutes, what happens after that? You've got to play 100 minutes of football. So we see Will Hugo in there having a go. We see Joshua Fidel. See the wings have come in already from both sides. A lot of congestion. There's a little bit going on, about 50 metres off the ball as well. A little bit of pulling and pushing with players, and that's the nerves. Norwood Oval, of course, how good is it for the Adelaide Footy League to be coming out and for C grade and the D1 reserves to be playing on Norwood Oval? Not a bit of mud in sight. Absolutely fantastic. First kick of the day, Josh Fidel, and just hacked off the ground there by Isaac Mantoven. They're forward. They're not quite inside 50. That's an overhand punch by Max Burford, the vice-captain. Trying to get out there. Jack Ramage. I think of Rampage Jackson, the UFC fighter, when I saw that name. So good on him. I'll tell you what, he's a fair size, big Luke Sims in ruck as well.
The ruckman tapped it down, but to the opposition, so now they go backwards a little bit. The ball just dribbling forward and now towards the boundary line. Can anyone stop it? Nearly keeps it in, but just over the line by Fidel. And again, a bit of afters, just getting stuck into each other a bit. Both teams wanting to get off to their physical best and just put their presence on the other opposition.
Of course, the last touch rule, but in this case, it was dribbled over the line, so we do get the throw in.
Throw in now, calling in. Looking for the clearance, but again, wrapped up quickly. So yeah, like we said, a bit of congestion early as the teams feel each other out.
We're 2 minutes in. I reckon we're about number 8 or 9 ball up already. Gee, there's a clever tap back by the big ruckman, Luke Sims. I'll tell you, it looks like he's been around a bit. No team has been inside 50, and this is Tegan Barco, I reckon, with the ball in hand. He points down the wing here at Norwood. Nice kick too. Well, the pack forms in front. Prince Alfred, Chig Whitten now. That handball, which is a forward handball. Adam Floriani now kicks out. Oh, nice lead. Couldn't quite take it, Bryn Carmody. 1, 2, 3. They're out the back here, or are they? Welcome to C-grade football. George Choims gets that ball out. The ball just a little bit fumbled there, but they've come inside. That's a good setup here. Max Burford. That's a long kick inside 50, right down to the forward line, and great defending by the Sacred Heart player. He's got to go and do his own work. Delwood comes in, playing up forward nowadays at Prince's, but probably too far out for him as well. And the ball's dribbled outside 50. We'll get another ball up.
The ball up now coming right on the 50-metre line. They're going to have to get used to these stoppages. Direction. Big clearance now into the forward line. Who's there? Set up nicely behind the ball with Sacred Heart. 3-on-1. But well done by the Prince Alfred player just to punch it towards the boundary line. And he gets the stoppage. So in a 3-on-1 situation was Thomas Brinsley there just doing those unselfish acts, just winning those 1%ers for the club. And now they'll get another opportunity inside their own forward line to see what they can do with this one.
So comes in Delwood over the top, punches it right into the corridor. Oh, Sacred Heart player just bursting through. Chig Whitten now, just a little kick on the left. So he's gone down a fair way back as a midfielder, and this is number 35, Archie Allen. So he's looking for the lead. He goes on the left. I'll tell you what, there are some pretty handy footballers, with all due respect. There's a grab. There is a grab. That looks like, well, it looks like the playing coach, Thomas Brinsley. Well, I hope he's listened to his own instructions, Jad, because he is the playing coach, and I can tell you it's not easy being a playing coach, and he's up against, well, Tim Griffith, who is on the sidelines for Sacred Heart. So Brinsley dead in front here. Son just across his left shoulder. One was in. There's the first one on the board, and I can tell you what, there's a fairly large crowd here today as well, because they've got their A grade in as well, Jad. So great support, and there he is, lining up.
Quickly about Thomas Brinsley, he's obviously the player coach as mentioned, but 31 goals for the season, as well as 10 goals in 3 games versus Sacred Heart. So he definitely knows how to get the scoreboard against this opposition. Already got one early.
Of course, look at that magnificent shot. Look at all the support down there. The day is brought to you by Filming Footy, Dartfish, Archie's Thongs. Nice clearance here. Princes go forward. Odell just too tall there, just like volleyball there. Gets it across to Fidel. He kicks out to the far side. Brinsley again. Nice take. Oh, the player running by there has to get on his right foot. He's done it. Isaac Mantoven, and I'll tell you what, that was a great goal, Jad. They manufactured that coming forward. Got it across. They all knew what was happening.
Yeah, very nicely done. And there was one or two players made that attacking run. They kicked it towards that direction, but then when they didn't get it, he was there to sweep up, and a very nice snap goal.
Well done. That's a great shot there, and we thank our producers and our cameramen down on the ground as well as up here. As just as I say that, we get the brick wall. But so there's a little bit going on. They've got the clearances each time out here, and I'll tell you what, Luke Sims is a fair size, but going in, see both rucks clash there, and that's big Nick Blanche as well. And it's scrappy at times, but Princes just seem to be winning the clearances here, Jad, as Adam Floriani gives that ball back. They need to get it down and probably get a goal too, Sacred Heart, to settle the nerves. Just as I say that, there's a smother. Players dive in. Have a look at that congestion. There'd be 12, 15 players around that ball. The wingers on the far side have come in. The half-forward flanks have come up. And I can tell you there's 4 players doing a lot of jostling down the forward line for Princes.
Yeah, exactly. They've matched up one-on-one in the forward line and the defence. No spare men at the moment. But so far, Prince Alfred gets caught there. And I was about to say they've been winning the midfield, but not on that occasion. They've got someone drifting back now to get a spare in defence, just floating around. So they go wide now, just towards the wing. Nicely taken by Cardi. Looking up the field now, what options he has. Kicks it straight to a pack of players, but most Prince Alfred there, but taken nicely was Boyle there. And he chips it round into the 50. Could have taken the mark, but just didn't. Now it's Varco with the snap. But right on the last line of defence, nicely set up was the defender there, and just takes that mark and saving a goal.
So it comes out now. This is number 35 here, Archie Allen. Down back. They haven't had to do much work just yet down back. So that ball comes along the half-back flank. The 2 rucks collide. Player just puts it to his team advantage. Varco's swallowed up there, and he has been caught holding the ball. I don't know that he had a lot of opportunity, but our umpires out there, Dale Clark and Tom Keatley, doing a great job. And, well, they go forward again. Princes, that's a nice kick, I'll tell you what, along the flank, although...
Oh, no. Down the full.
It was on the full, yeah. Good call, Jad, you can see that. So, Sacred Heart will line up again.
Sacred Heart now down the line, looking for a bit of a mark here, but big pack again forms. Trying to run out that contest and caught. I think he was caught a bit high there, so he gets the free kick. He did well to try and burst through a few tackles and gets the free kick for that. Into the 50 now. Who can mark it? The defence took the front of the pack there, but no mark. Play on. Good tackle there, nearly holding the ball, maybe just got to foot to it, said the ump, so continue. The ball still alive, so no stoppage. now a big pack forms and everyone gets involved jumping on, and it will now be a stoppage in the Sacred Heart forward. So hope they make the most of this one.
8 minutes in, and I'll tell you what will happen is that it's very warm out there, and we may see fatigue already. Not 8 minutes into the first quarter, but during the game, because, as I said, very warm. It's going to be 24, and, you know, winter sport, and all of a sudden now we're on the most beautiful day in the football season here, grand final day, and weather-wise, we can see Caden Webber just off the pack there. He runs in, round the corner. That's a fair kick too. That's a great effort. Oh, nice. Yeah, it is a mark down there. Two Prince Alfred players collide. That kick coming from Mitchell Boyd. Umpire just calling that ball back. Luckily, because it went to fresh air.
Yeah, he won't mind doing that one again.
And magnificent to see it up on the scoreboard as well. For these players, they can see themselves. There it is in the background, the scoreboard up here at Norwood, and they're watching themselves on the scoreboard as well. As we see 2 straight goals, 12 plays, no score yet. Sacred Heart, well, they've been forward a few times. They just can't convert as that ball comes out. It's up, it's down. Here's an opportunity again. A lot of players around this ball. Umpire says too high, and that was the furthest umpire.
Yep.
Has called that. And, well, they load up again off the halfback flank, Jad.
Looking down the field, they have a few players one-on-one and making a few runs for them. Decides to just chip it left to Max Burford, the vice-captain. Still looking up and scanning the area, looking for someone. Nothing on, so just bombs it down the wing, down the line. Nearly taken a big mark, just fumbled as he fell across the line. So no mark, and it'll be a stoppage there. Good effort there by Will Dalwood.
You can see what he was trying to do, but he just couldn't control that last bit as it went over the boundary line.
Did everything right, just the last second just could not control it, and fell over the boundary line. So the boundary forward now goes to a big pack again forming. So a lot of players just in that same area of the pitch, congested in that corner. Secondary ruck now, Dangerfield up.
Gee, it is almost like a wet day game, isn't it? The amount of ball ups that we're getting. Young Oscar Waterhouse there, 71 here, Charlie Dangerfield. Oh, out it comes. Gee, bursting through Max Burford. I'll tell you what, they've gone out that other side again. Brinsley crashes over the top of the pack, and Sacred Heart aren't out of trouble here because Hugo Liddams gets that ball around. Which way is it going to bounce? Brinsley's after it and just gives up on it as it wanders through there for a point. So Prince Alfred, what they do when they get it down there, they do look dangerous in the forward line. Here they go again. That's forward line pressure personified there. They're the sort of acts that will help you win a grand final. I tell you what, just not giving up on that ball. Wandering in there, Thomas Yates for Sacred Heart. There he is, couldn't quite take the ball. Yates goes, here he is, Yates now. Can he extract the ball? Gets the handball out, that'll do. 1 metre here is called time and space when you're on the ball, but I'll tell you what, the way Prince Alfred are tackling, they are hungry, and there is the reward. So the player in the orange boots, number 8, that's Ryan Tromans. I like this, Chad. He sort of looks inside a little bit as if to say, nah, that's congested, I'm going to have a shot. Get
Why
my
not?
name up on the big stage. You wouldn't pass it, mate. Fair dinkum. So Tromans now wanders in. No one in the front of the square. They're all sort of at the back. That's a nice looking kick here on Norwood over. Look at that drift back. That is a fantastic goal by Ryan Tromans. And that is why he didn't look. He had a quick look inside the centre. No intention at all of passing it. And, well, why wouldn't you? He's kicked the goal on Norwood Oval on grand final day in the C1 Adelaide Football League. And Prince Alfred surge ahead now. 3 goals, 1, 19 to Sacred Heart, no score. We are almost 13 minutes in, and Prince Alfred's forward line is looking strong, I'd suggest, Jad.
Yeah, very nice goal there. Tromans, he got 2 goals last time they played, so already got 1. 21 goals for the season.
All players for both teams respectively behind the ball on that bounce. There was no matchups.
Yeah, good spot. They were just letting themselves free to try and do an attacking kind of move, but in the end Prince Alfred find the ball on the wing and now go long down the line to Dalwood. Nicely taken, spins around immediately looking for the lead. Very nicely played there, good chemistry. Knew his teammate was going to make that lead. Almost didn't even look up, just turned around and hit it straight to his player coach in Brinsley. He already has 1 goal, and Yeah, like I mentioned, he's got 10 goals against this team, or 11 now if you include this game. So going for his second for the game.
I tell you what, that's as good as football as you'll see at any level. And Burford's having a very good day out there. He set that up from back on the wing.
He's going to have to kick it from about 40. Bit of an angle as well. Looks confident though.
He likes it.
Nicely kicked. Umpire doesn't move at all. And another goal going the way of Prince Alfred. 2 goals for Brinsley, but more importantly for his team, the 4th on the board. 4 goals, 1, 25 plays, 0 score so far, 14 minutes played.
Sacred Heart player just limping off already here, so that's not good signs for them if they end up 1 down. Looks like he could have done an ankle. Just trying to see, number 18 now it was, so that's Jack Sutton just limping off already in the grand final. We're only 14 and a half minutes in, so I hope that young lad's all right. So the Rucks, this time they've got a different setup. There's one free at the back, and they get it to him. That's our goal kicker from earlier. I reckon that was Tromans. It's forward again, too. They lead to the ball well. He's got a good leg on him, Josh Fidel, and they go out that far side, and that's a nice grab taken out there. I reckon this is Ben O'Donoghue. Just, he's not going to pass it off either. He's going back. Look, he hasn't turned around.
He hasn't even looked.
Goals yet. He's just sucking in the big ones. So number 18, Ben O'Donoghue. Fantastic lad. Had a lot to do with Ben over the years. Fantastic family as well as he lines up. Distinguished A-grade player. Just trots in a little bit sideways with it. He'd know Norwood over quite well. Look at that kick. Straight through the high diddle. So he's on the board as well. Well done to Ben O'Donoghue. And they have their 5th. And they're scoring freely. What a great opening quarter for Prince Alfred. You know, as I said, 16 minutes in, you lay there at night thinking about it, playing the game in your head. How's my game going to go? Geez, I hope we don't drop the 1 game for the season. And, well, they've started out, opened up with 5 goals, 1 in Sacred Heart. Well, they come in with winning form. Interestingly, Sacred Heart. You see that player behind the ball here as well for Prince Alfred. Sacred Heart won by 15 points last week. Over Goodwood Saints, but of course lost that second final by 49 points, so they are up against it. Just looking at the free man, there's a free man right behind the umpire for Sacred Heart. They probably tap backwards again here. Now he comes to him. They do tap backwards, but they're hold of it this time. So that was Tromans, and the player ran across instead of looking at the ball. He actually ran across to the player.
Yeah, that was good. They tapped it in his direction thinking he would be free, but the defending midfield, I guess you could say, just marked him up. But now they get free. Running down the wing, looking for Darwood. Nicely taken.
I reckon he miskicked that.
He turns around quickly again, and there's someone he likes in the pocket, and taken nicely. It was going towards the pocket, but right in front of goal, to be honest, about 20, 25 metres out. He had pressure, and he had players coming the other direction. He had to use his courage and took that.
Burford again.
Yeah,
got that
good.
ball out. But Delwood, he miskicked at Burford, and Delwood, that's the value of being in front. I often say as a backman, you'll never make that metre up. Then Delwood kicks to the fat side this time.
Exactly, yeah. And Burford really going for those Archie thongs. He's one of the best players so far. And now Edward Collison now kicks it nicely. Looked like he was heading towards the behind or hit the post, but sneaked in for his first, and another one on the board for Prince Alfred.
Well, we can see the windsock directly across from where we are positioned here, right on the wing, and it's as limp as anything over there, unless Sheedy's been out here and tied it down. We can also see the crowd just starting to fill into this ground. It'll build throughout the day. There'll be thousands here. And if you can't make it, there's the crowd there. If you can't make it down, by all means, enjoy the stream. Brought to you by Filming Footy. Sports Interactive as that ball goes up. So they keep changing how they're setting up in the middle. The left-handed tap. This time the ruckman from the opposition gets it. Playing in front, the Sacred Heart player. They just can't get onto it here. Floriani around the corner, but it's only to space. It's only to grass. Oh, it's stolen
nice
there.
ball.
Extracted it. And the umpire's called that a throw. Oh, player free in the middle. There's a player at the back here wandering down as well. Ethan Iam. And the umpire just holds it up. So number 20, Ethan Iam, is still on his own at the back of this pack. He actually brings himself into the congestion now, so this is going to be a shot on goal.
Also, the ruckman pushed up a little bit into the forward line.
Good spot, Jad. Come forward now. So it does go to the back of the pack there. Oh, backwards. The tackling pressure by Prince Alfred has been outstanding, and I don't know that they're going to let one in.
Bit going on now. Bit of a scuffle. The umpire just gets the ball up. That's the best thing to do. Let the footy do the talking, and that's exactly what happens. The pack just the bit of a scuffle just stopped when the ball's in play, isn't it?
So a lot of players around the ball. In the Sacred Heart ruckman, you see Luke Sims is back about 30 metres, kick off the ball.
Yeah, he'll be there in case of a quick clearance from Prince Alfred. Nicely tackling now by Sacred Heart, just keeping the ball in, locking it in their 50, trying to get some space for a kick. Another stoppage now, so they won't mind this as long as they can get something from it.
So they've set the wall up back here, Sacred Heart, which means Princes have got more players down there around the ball, and there it is, the clear tap. This is why Sims came back, but he can't get right back, so 3 on 1. Norwood.
Yeah.
That is a great mark. Quality there. Nice little kick in. Geez, I'll tell you what, he put the player under pressure. He's got a glide by there. Can't get it out. Just coming through there, Mitchell Boyd. He's covered a fair bit of ground too, Mitchell Boyd. I've liked his game. Geez, they've got a free here. Free man there, which is Boyd in front. Gee, it's a good tap over the back, though. Oh, that's courage in the grand final right in front of us here. Players just taken out there from the feet. And a lot of ball ups, but it is still a good quality game. And you see Delwood, I tell you what, he's playing a great game out there. Look at the rucks. They go at it. It becomes a battle there where they try and soccer it. We might see another one. Little ball out. Geez, they've done well there, I tell you what. 43, Daniel Mosey. Now it comes across, and that's a good mark. Taken down back. Prince Alfred, he's looking at the lead comes from Hamish Porter, but he comes this side, right in front of our commentary position. Up they fly. Unable to take it.
Huge fly.
Yeah. Nice work there as they go forward towards Donahue. Working hard on the ground. Oh, extracts the ball out, gets around on the left boot. Sacred Heart now. 1-2, gives to a player standing still. That could be dangerous, but they are out. Chigwidden releases in the middle of the ground.
Onto the wing now. This is better by Sacred Heart, moving the ball fast.
25.
25, yeah, so...
A bit like circle work, though, wasn't it? Quick movement from here, and then it went around that far side, and now Sacred Heart load up.
Yeah, they used their pace, and they just found that space on the wing, so that's better from them. That suits them more. You can tell they feel natural doing it, and even that kick there, just finding their teammate. He's going to need another kick, though, for a goal-scoring shot. Into the big pack now, over the top of everyone, racing towards the goal, but it's been touched off a few hands, and it is a behind. So the first goal, the first score going the way of Sacred Heart, it is a behind, so 0-1 for them. But a little bit better there, nice free-flowing movement, found a few marks across the wing, which is always handy, and they'll want more of that to try and get on the scoreboard. Big fly again by Dalwood. Given as a mark, he's probably been one of the best players, even though he hasn't got a goal yet, and he is their top goal scorer. There's the first break, so it will be 6-1, 37 playing 0-1-1 at the quarter time. Lead going the way of Prince Alfred. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with the second quarter on Filming Footy soon.
Folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable, so basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support. Welcome back, folks. Beautiful Norwood Oval there, and well, we're up in the stands, and magnificent day here. Prince Alfred have come out of the blocks. They've kicked 6 goals, 137 to Sacred Heart, 1 solitary point. So Sacred Heart will be looking for the improvement. Better players on the day so far. We've got for Prince Alfred, Joshua Fidel, Will Delwood, Thomas Brinsley. Well, he's playing a great game as the coach, and Max Burford has lit them up in the middle as we see Coach Tim Griffith there urging on Sacred Heart, and all the players attentive there, and they'd want to be because they're 6 goals behind. But well, anything can happen in a grand final. Music blaring down here. Better players for Sacred Heart. Jad, have you seen any?
Yeah, I've not mind Mitchell Boyd. We mentioned him, as well as a few others like Varco's been good. He took that really big fly, just couldn't take it, and yeah, a few others have been up and about. They just need to get more of the ball, and we saw what they could do with when they got that behind, even though it was only a behind. Really nice free-flowing movement, and if they could do more of that, there's no reason why they can't put some scoreboard pressure and just try and worry Prince Alfred, because so far they haven't had too much to worry about. And
we talk about that in finals. You know, you want to win a game, and to break that down, you've got to win a quarter, but to win a quarter, you've got to win just the moments. And
exactly.
If they can put enough winning moments together, they'll get a bit of impetus on the scoreboard, and they might be able to push up a little bit. Folks, stand by, because at half-time we have one of the hugest announcements in local footy that you're ever likely to hear across Australia. We're talking about our media truck. Almost $500,000 has been spent on this media truck. It's got a scoreboard on the side, it's got a broadcast position on top, and a built-in studio as well for the inclement weather days. It is unbelievable. We've few of us have been lucky enough to travel across to Western Australia and see this truck, and it's coming to South Australia. There'll be sponsorship opportunities like you would not believe. We can roll up at any ground, have the game live streamed, as you can see on the scoreboard here today at Norwood, at your ground. Put all your sponsors on it, get it all covered, and away you go. There we are up on the scoreboard now. So just fantastic. And well, Jad, all in readiness for the second quarter. I'm interested in the matchups in the middle. They have gone and matched up this time. And you're Jad Gosson for the start of the second quarter.
yeah, the two ruckmen go at it again. They've been the main two ruckmen all day so far, and that tap just into space, but well done by Sacred Heart, just finding that kick away, but not to anyone in particular, just up and looping ball. And now Prince Alfred pounce on that one. Going forward there in their own respect. Varco's there using his pace, trying to get the ball, but the bounce does not favour him. Well done by Mantoven there to keep the ball, but now Sacred Heart find their handballing rhythm and running down the wing. We saw them do this a few times, and it suits them. A big tackle, crunching tackle, and it will be a stoppage now. Right on the wing, stop that running movement that I was just talking about.
That was Luke Stewart who got it across to Joe Chigwidden. So if they can get going, Joe, of course, playing at Sacred Heart as well, and I reckon he's played the odd game down at Glenelg in the 18. So, as we said, it's a great grounding for, and there he is, well done, young man. It's a great grounding for some of these lads that are still young students, still at school and coming in and playing a bit of football, and he breaks away, and that's a nice kick right inside 50. Oh, 2-on-1. Stolen out the back. Where's the umpire going to play it? That was a surprise, wasn't it, Jad?
A little bit, yeah, but nicely done.
Is it Bryn Carmody, I reckon, number 15, by the looks of it?
Yep.
I think that's the one. So Carmody, gee, I'll tell you what, he's gone back to order a pie and a sausage roll out of the hut over the other side. He's gone back that far. The man on the mark, the distance from the man on the mark to the goals is closer than the man coming in to have the kick, and it's probably 30 metres from goal. So here he comes, 2,564 steps. But it was all worth it because he has his first on the board, and most importantly, the first for Sacred Heart. And, well, as I said, Chigwidden's great work there on that far side. He got that first kick. We saw it bombed up in the air, but he went back in and around that pack, and then he trotted forward, and I like what he did there, and he took that big absorbing tackle, gets the ball forward, and, well, that's what happens. They get a nice first goal on the board, as we see. Player, well, that's Varco there. No, that's, Alex Buzov getting a rub down. Oh, a little bit going on in the middle there, you can see. Jack Ramage. Maybe is Rampage Jackson. Look at him, he's given a bit. Now's the time to be tough, my friend. when that ball's there to be won. And, well, Thomas Yates, ball in hand.
They look now towards the wing. Again, it's a 3-on-1 situation, and the kick not very good, just way too wide. And it goes out, luckily, for a last possession rule. So, yeah, the kick just not finding anyone rolling over, and Prince Alfred now will get their own ball to go forward in their own respect.
Delwood up forward here again. He puts the hands up. Look at them, 3-4 they come. It's on the ground, anyone's ball. Prince Alfred have been good here. One player goes in, the other one's extract off. He is caught. Interestingly, he got a boot to it. That was called a drop kick back in the day, but they come out with it, Sacred Heart gliding by. Look at the jets on him. Young Eli Cady doesn't get used. So they come in, Max Underwood. Oh, that's a nice kick going back. And a good grab over the top. And, well, I might have found... Is this number 11, Patrick Goodwin? It is. There's our Colt player for the day. Socks up, Jad. There's not too many players with their socks up. Oh, there is. Actually, the opposition ruckman. So it might be a C-grade fashion as Patrick Goodwin comes in and, well, they've straightened up a bit, haven't they, in the second quarter?
Yeah, they look good, and that kick over the top by Underwood was very nice. Very patient kick right to the spot.
Comes in. No worries at all. And very excited crowd all around us. I reckon a lot of the boarders, might have been the senior team, whatever, came through. There was about 30 or 40 just came through a moment ago. So the Sacred Heart crowd is up and about as well. We can see to our left and right, stand is filling up very quickly. And very happy day for all the fans down here.
Very nicely done there, you're right. And yeah, that kick by Underwood was very nice. He had players all around. He could have handballed too, but he used the patience, found that kick over the top, and nicely done to get the second goal of the game for them. And now again, they win it out the middle, Sacred Heart. They're on a bit of a hot form. They've got to make the most of this. The kick dropped. The ball now racing towards the boundary line, but nicely taken. Used the strength and butted up nicely. But the handball to no one in particular. And now they're going forward, Sacred Heart. Again, outnumbered in the forward line. Nearly getting the win, but not quite on that occasion. And nice body work there. Bit of a push, but Lidhams does well. It's advantage now into the 50 from one end of the ground to the other. Shakes off his opponent and takes the mark right in front of goal, about 15, 20 metres out.
Just quick movement, wasn't it, from the back line to the forward line. Jadden O'Donoghue, just that, very long kick to Thomas Brinsley again. He's going to line up for his third and he's going to milk this for as long as you like. We are just over 5 minutes in and Brinsley it is.
Yeah, Brinsley, like I mentioned, their player coach and one of their top goal kickers. He's looking for his third of the day. The umpire had a lot of work to do, more than we expected, and he actually missed that one. So one he'll definitely want to take back and try again. But
does he drag himself off?
Yeah, he might have to.
Good talking to and then go back out again, Jad, you know. And,
he might have to give himself a rest for that one. Yeah, that was very unusual. He kicked a lot of the harder ones earlier in the day, and then that one he missed. But
wow.
Big punch over the back. And
a little bit there too, the fiery redhead. That is George Cox. He gave a little bit on the way through. And, well, Max Underwood just in and around. Now, Underwood's on his own here if he can get to it. Gee, short throw in. Oh, geez, I tell you what, they are physical, Prince Alfred. And that player went down was Thomas Yates. Copped that on the shoulder. Gee, they're not quite out. I was going to say they're out here, but they're not because that's a kick to congestion. Just not one free possession there as that ball's dribbled about 30 metres more so across, and he's still holding his shoulder there, young Thomas Yates. Might have got a stinger. Player just pulling himself back out, but they've got one, so they have got a spare back each team here behind the ball, trying to work their way through. Now Prince Alfred, that's a high kick. Here is the spare, he's going to fly. Doesn't quite get there. Delwood been brought to ground. Chopping of the arm, says the umpire. So Delwood now will line up for his shot on goal. Will, looking very fit out there.
Their top goal scorer, Darwood, 47 goals for the season.
And he too has his socks up, so I think we've started something here. Another Colt player. Umpire just say coming around a bit. Well, we're right behind this, so he's lined him up with the point post on the far side, but the player on the mark's actually across a little bit. So Delwood trots in. That's a better kick. Gee, he gets plenty of it.
Oh, hit the post.
So there's no breeze according to the windsock. It might be just a zephyr, but they appear to just pull it left a little bit there, Prince Alfred. So we get to have a look at Sacred Heart's kick in. They came out here last time. Norwood set up here. So you've got to try something different, I reckon.
Yeah, they're looking now down the line. Not too many options. So again, just bombs it towards the boundary line. Nice fly over the back. Beautifully taken, to be honest. Very, very nice mark, that one. Probably one of the marks of the day. And he'll now look down the line, see if anyone's free. If not, he's going to go long again. It worked for them on that occasion. He does just that. From the back, just couldn't get his hands to it to mark it. And now they're spreading. Oh, big collision between two teammates there, clashing heads a little bit there. Both are still down. Very unfortunate for teammates to bump into each other like that.
You can hear that. You can hear that from up here, just that sound. And yeah, players down on their hands.
They were both going full speed, yeah.
No blood, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, it looks like they're okay to stay out there. We'll keep our eye on that. But the play resumes now. Through the middle of the ground. Spinning out of trouble, but the handball only as far as Burford to Darwood. Darwood off his knees, handballs it. And now the through ball, the chipping kick into the forward line. Finds his teammate who runs onto it and kicks a goal. That was Ryan Tromans with his second, and a very nice kick into space, but knew his teammate had the leg speed to get onto that and kick the goal.
It's interesting what you said there, Jad, because they had the full forward charging out. You'll see here charging out, and also the player running towards the ball. So he was then allowed to run through, which what we're taught as young kids at football training. The player heading the right way takes the ball and continues on, and they did that well. And Tromans, as you said, has his second on the board as well. So they've just straightened themselves up a little bit here, Prince Alfred. First goal for the quarter, 7-3-45, plays 2-1-13, so 32 points in front. Sacred Heart trying hard, but they're 9 minutes into the quarter. They can't quite. A couple of these handballs are missed, and then that kick just out the grass. So I think the skills of Prince Alfred are a little bit more superior as Archie Allen's going to load up. And this is what I'm talking about. So uses the ball well. Ben O'Donoghue, as we said, a very experienced head. He's got that long kick. That'll clear the on ball as Delwood's at the back, but it goes over the top of them. They could be out again here. Oh, not able to get it out. Trying hard as Tromans. This way, that way, Riley Boyle, the player mentioned, who's had a good game. This is better by Sacred Heart. Used the ball. Our player went up one-handed. Well smothered on the handball, so a little bit of goes this way, that way. Players gliding by. They come through the middle now, Sacred Heart, and then diagonally across. Two players free. It hits grass again, and that's the skill areas we were talking about. We understand It is C-grade football, but kicks like that just have to hit, so it turns the ball over, and Archie Allen again.
Yeah, they had two players there free, and it just went over the top of both of them. So gave away possession a little bit unnecessarily, but down the line again, Darwood's there, just couldn't take the mark. Oh, and a big bump right in front of us, showing the
Harvey Bernardi.
This big bump. You heard it from here again. So been a physical game for sure, and fair play to all the players keeping it all out there, and nice physical game. Sacred Heart now win another stoppage, another clearance, but sitting back there again is the intercept mark.
He's done this a couple times. It might be, it is George Cox.
George Cox again, yeah. He's been doing that a few times. We saw him do that big punch earlier in the quarter, and just reads the ball well behind the play. The kick now straight through the middle of the ground.
Ooh.
Just couldn't take the mark, but they play on. Spins around the corner, one-on-one. Varco with that punch over the top. And now running through, go backwards to go forwards. Spins around nicely and gets past his opponent, is O'Donoghue again. Quick 1-2, and a big wrap up there. Charlie Dangerfield trying to get through two players and obviously couldn't, so will be holding the ball and now goes wider. Bit of a contest here. Needs some clean hands, and he does. Kicks it forward now.
Well done.
Nicely taken, and good teamwork there. For everyone involved have been good, and Varco now running into the forward line. Tricky kick, just wide. So yeah, a lot of good play there. Carmody was involved, as well as a few other familiar names, and they really did well to get that shot on goal. Probably should have finished Varco, but if they keep doing that, they'll go a long way to coming back into this match.
Well, it went so quickly, wasn't it? And it was a good passage of play. Here's the big kick coming into the pack. Oh, at the back, can't take it. And no mark there. playing on. Quickly, George Cox into the middle. Quick turnover, and Sacred Heart through Ethan Ime. Sorry, that is Riley Boyle again. Nice kick into the danger area, so it's just a hack kick out. It's going to come back up against Delwood. Delwood too big in front. Gee, he goes inside into the corridor. That's a great kick, and it's in a good set of hands with Tromans. Oh, left and right. Now he goes long. 2-on-1. That kick has to hit, and it does. And they've got the ball now with O'Donoghue. He just turns quickly, gets the kick in. It's over the back. It's bouncing and just trickles through for a point. You can see them just setting that up. Prince Alfred opening up in front of us. Good set of hands. A couple of players there just feeling that a little bit. And good transition from one end to the other by both. As you said, Luke Sims just come back on. So that's the first rest I reckon the Rucks have had for the game.
Yeah, that's right. And the transition play's been good. And when they hit their targets, both teams look very dangerous. They just, I would say Prince Alfred is doing it a little bit more often now, but no reason why that can't change. So long down the line, Darwood's there again, so he really pushes hard up and down the ground, even though he's their top goal scorer. He's got a lot of marks in that wing area. That kick towards a corridor now, just a little bit risky because he doesn't take the mark, but they butter up nicely and do find that uncontested mark just to calm things down, but spins around and plays on quickly. He doesn't like to hold it for too long, does Darwood, and the kick to dangerous area now. Finding it a bit of room in the forward line is Lidmus, but wrapped up nicely and holding the ball. He was almost free for a free goal there, but wrapped up good.
Interesting. That was Delwood and Tromans again involved in that play. They've just undone their forward line entries a little bit this quarter, so they'll still get the free kick here. But they were running to where we saw that goal. They get the spare player running through or the forward, but now it's this bomb sort of thing, which is giving Sacred Heart a go at it. Having said that, there's almost a mark for Princes, as Sacred Heart can't quite get it out. Brinsley now gives a handball back to a player in space. That's a quick kick around the corner. That's gone high and just across the face of goal. So they are under pressure this quarter, Prince Alfred. They've only kicked the one. Sacred Heart have kicked two. And I think Sacred Heart's defence has been good. And Prince Alfred just not quite getting that forward entry right this quarter, where the last quarter we saw him kick to the fat side, kick to the spare players.
Yeah, a bit of mix of both going on this quarter, and still a stoppage though in their forward line, so still dangerous from this area. He kicks it around with his left.
Tromans again.
Going through, but nicely marked on the line. Last line of defence just placed himself
a bit like Tony Green last night, Jed.
Yeah, that's
Quite
it.
Get it done, and this is Caden Webber. They're squeezed up against the boundary, so Princes have done this well to keep Sacred Heart. And I often say you go to the boundary, you're going to give yourself the boundary. Sometimes you have no option. Sacred Heart under pressure there. And that was Lachlan Burt on the bottom of that pack. They just seem to be a little bit hungrier, Princes. They're hunting that ball really well. Can't get over the top of Sims here, but puts it back into traffic. Tackle to the ground again. We get another ball up, which was kind of in vogue in the first quarter. Not as much. I can tell you very quickly, look at that was... Might have been Alex Buzov that went off. No, sorry, it was Jack Sutton who went off earlier, and I called. He has got his calf taped up, but he's back on the ground, so that's good to see. Actually, it's Buzzcoff there that's got the tape. So all players fresh. Oh, well, Delwood just pushing Sims a bit there. Sims acting it up. Oh, got it.
Oh.
Having to come through. Runs into the ruckman. Wow. Play on is the call. Good old one-on-one battle. You can see 3-on-2. And the 3 win out through Hamish Porter as Alex Buzzov was running into an open goal there if they could have got the ball across. So a throw in right in front of the beautiful Norwood Function Centre there. Big crowd filing in for the day.
The ball now coming in. Stoppage in their forward line. The kick snapped around but smothered. Still alive. If they could find some room to get a kick away, they could find a score, but wrapped up nicely. And again, the tackling from Prince Alfred's been very, very good. And it'll be a stoppage in the forward line. So if they can get a clearance here or find a little bit of room for a snap, will be crucial. The ruckman comes, sprints to the pack. He was off the ball, but he decided to join in. And now Prince Alfred find their way out, but nicely set up behind the ball. But nice physicality. It was Edward Collison He probably looked like he was going to turn it over there, but he did well to push off his opponent fairly and get that intercept mark. Now they're going forward. Darwood does well to keep the ball alive. A bit of a tap to space where his teammate can run on. Another big physical contest, bumping and really physical play just to get the team and get the ball in your direction. And running through the middle of the ground there was Shorts.
I'll tell you,
and big tackle.
Mountain of work. Oh, it's still on, sorry.
Still on here, so they're just going forward again. So the whistle put away a little bit now for a second, and it will be a mark behind play.
Yeah, young Chigwin there, he's in the middle of the ground now. If they can hit him up, the ball's going to go past him. But he's done a mountain of work. He was just down the forward pocket. Next thing he popped up in the middle of the ground there, and he, just on the back of that pack here, probably going to come through, maybe not. Spun around there, and the umpires, well, they are consistent, but that's not holding the ball according to the umpire. Well adjudicated. A lot of players milling around the ball. Oh, just swats to no one. Both ruckmen really hit that ball in one there. They almost caught it between both their hands, one each. So it's right in the middle of the ground. You can see them all here. You can see off the back there Sutton. So he's just wandering in. He probably doesn't need to. Here he is here. If he'd have stayed there, he would have got that ball. Or just slipping was O'Donoghue. He's taken back.
The two number 18s.
Yeah, so Sutton it was who drifted off that pack and then he walked into it, which he didn't need. Once again, the wingers have all come in. That's why you see the numbers. Players dropping back here. They can't quite get it out, Princes. Oh, yet another ball up here, Jad. We're 19 minutes into the quarter. 7-5, 47 plays, 2-2-14 on a huge day for the Adelaide Footy League. 33 points in favour of Prince Alfred.
A bit of fatigue, I think, setting in late in this quarter. So 19 minutes played, as you said, and they're not used to playing in the heat. We've had a very cold winter, but now on the forward line, one-on-one. Free kick going the way of Brinsley, so they didn't need any more help, but they get the free kick here.
That nice kick in by Fidel, wasn't it? That big, long left foot kick.
Very nicely done,
They put it to the one-on-ones, and they backed themselves, Prince Alfred. And, well, why wouldn't you? Brinsley, he does look a little bit fatigued, doesn't he? But he's got the... Normally he drops the ball on the ground. There you go. Wipes the hands. Got all the mannerisms. Yeah.
Brinsley, one of their most dangerous players, so they just trusted him and kicked it in his direction, got the free kick. Going in for his third, we saw him miss that easy one earlier, but this one is a nicer angle maybe for the right foot. Again, just drifts wide, so 2 goals, 2 going the way of Brinsley himself. But we saw another score going the way of Prince Alfred, and that was nice movement there. And this is nice from Sacred Heart. Cardi now. He's... They've done well because sometimes they hold off that kick in a little bit too long and nowhere to go to. So that was fastly done, and now running through the middle and getting that kick over the top of all the defenders is sitting there. The attacking player trying to get the ball free is Buzov. He spins around now. Done well to collect it. Snaps it round. The bounce just does not favour him, and sometimes that's just what happens. The bounce, you got to get a bit of luck with that one, and just went from behind.
I think he knew he was done for pace, so he stopped the ball, and everyone else ran past it there, and he had time to go back, pick it up, and go around the corner with the shot, and just didn't quite get the bounce he wanted. We haven't seen too many kick-ins from Prince Alfred, so interesting. They'll give you that first one short, long down the line. That was a big leap. What's the umpire called here? It is going to be a 3. So 2:27, 27 there. That was Henry Sperling, the captain, gets it in. Interesting position here, Jack Ramage. He just pops that up. We need the flyer. Well, the fist just goes up, and number 31 is Simon Potts, just pops that across. And they'll get another kick in here. So 2 goals, 3 for the quarter, Sacred Heart. They started this quarter well, Jad. They first 6 or 8 minutes, they had the 2 goals.
First 2 goals, yep.
Yeah, and then they just haven't been able to capitalise on it, but they've held Princes up, so they'll go into half-time with a little bit of belief as that up goes the big fella there. Can't take it, so it comes there quickly, Ethan Iron. Oh, umpire's called something. Here's an opportunity. Just about go back and have the shot on goal here, I'd suggest. Mitchell.
Oh.
There you go, because the siren is imminent.
Not the longest quarter, only 22 minutes.
No, that's what they are, mate. Welcome to Seagull.
Oh, sorry.
So he will line up now. Mitchell Boyd had a good game so far. This will lift them. It's a fair way up, but we saw a goal kicked from this end probably similar spot earlier in the day. Magnificent Norwood Oval. Trots in. Swings around. That's a fair kick, but it's that flat punt. So unfortunately offline, you can hear the groans of the crowd. And we have the score 7 goals 6, 48 to 2 goals 5, 17. 31-point lead to Prince Alfred. And we will take a short break. Folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support. Amazing, folks. We're here with Dave McLaurin from Omnibus, and Dave, I'm just blown away, mate, by this outstanding facility that we're standing atop of now. Do we call it a truck, a trailer?
Well, I call it a mobile commentary truck. But look, it's been a great project. We've worked with John Douglas at Dartfish, and to get it to this stage, it was his brainchild. But obviously at Omnibus we have our own CAD drawings, our own intellectual property that we use, and we build buses off the ground, and you know, we're happy to get involved in this project. It's quite exciting, and being football people ourselves, we're really happy to get involved with him.
So we've come in and had a bit of a look downstairs and upstairs, and a lot of the features of this, but more so for the communities out there. We get out there and this top just pops up.
Yeah, look, we're standing in the upper commentary position. We're 4 metres off the ground. We've got an LED screen on the driver's side of the vehicle. What that'll do is display the score, but also give interactive replays during the game. But also down below we've got an interview room for post-game with the coaches and stuff like that. John basically said, look, I need ease of use. So we automated everything, and but the awning Yeah, which will be really good because, because the prevailing winds will come through, but protect you from the elements. So,
tell us about the truck itself. It's got dual cab, so we can get around to a lot of places in it. The comfort's there, like you said, meetings. But this is unique to Omnibus. This is the first of its kind, we say in Australia, but pretty much in the world, isn't it?
So look, John came to us with a drawing on a pie bag.
That's right.
Then we quickly converted it to our CAD drawing system. This project's been going on now for 6 months. Look, we're excited about doing it, obviously with our bus building program and all of our 4x4s that we do, certainly keeping us busy.
Dave, when we get this up and rolling out the door, you're going to come around to a few of the communities with us?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind actually. I've always been a budding commentator myself, but I certainly, with that footy background, I really enjoy the game, and so do the company owners. The Gillum family were high in footy in WA, and they are right behind this project, so which is fantastic.
Well, Dave, we can't thank you enough, mate. We've come in here today. We've all dressed in the orange fluoros, and you've taken us pretty much through every vehicle you've got here and into the front. We've been in one side of the cabin, out the other. We've been up and down and around, and you're so transparent with everything. And that's I think the beauty of anyone doing business with a company is the transparency and the communication, ongoing communication. So do we need to adjust this, make the height a bit higher, a bit lower, whatever? And you guys are up to it. Anything that's been changed along the way, you say, let's have a look at that. We reckon we can draw that up and change it. And mate, as we said, something as simple as a fully automated lid, as opposed to getting here and having to wind it all up. And then the legs, of course, the strut. So we go into the infrastructure a little bit. So there's a lot of that sort of stuff that you guys are certainly up for. Dave, we can't thank you enough, certainly from Omnibus, and look out for filming Footy and Dartfish. We'll be out there shortly. Thanks for joining.
Oh, look, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank to John Douglas, because without his brainchild, we wouldn't be standing here right now.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Nine News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support. Welcome back, folks, to magnificent Norwood Oval down here in Adelaide, and I can tell you that is loud music. Wow, sorry about that. We're just having a few technical difficulties, and well, the magnificent music was through our earphones there, and I hope you can hear us out there. 7-6-48 plays 2 goals, 5-17. They tried to come back a little bit there, but it was 36 points Prince Alfred's way at quarter time, and it's now 31 points. Folks, we've been talking about the trailer. Well, it's the truck over there in Western Australia being constructed, and it's going to come across to... It's going to come across, of course, to South Australia, go all around Australia with that. You saw the big screen on the side of it through Sportal. That will be absolutely magnificent. The pop top's going to go up. We're going to be able to sit on top, Jad, in shade. It's got an awning, and be able to call the games perfectly from a great vantage point. Our cameraman will be up there. If he does if he behaves himself, we'll let him up. But it is magnificent. I've seen it under construction. We've got a little studio inside as well, and just so exciting for metropolitan, regional, local level football across Australia to have this innovation coming out. There's nothing like it. The other good thing with Sportal scoreboards, of course, folks, is that you can play movies, you can play films, anything on YouTube, pretty much hook your computer up to it. You can put anything up. You can do training programs. All your training at sport, we can pull up on a Tuesday night, and the coach can put up the playlist from Dartfish on there. So fantastic innovation there. Of course, our sponsors today, Filming Footy and Sports Interactive, fantastic. Our scoreboard is brought to us by Sportal. Best on ground gets the Dartfish beanie and thongs in the senior game. The Bianco Mark of the Week wins a $100 voucher. And of course, ORTC are on board for our goal of the week, and they get the $50 voucher. Some of our other ones, the Adelaide Footy League, Buddy Bet, Farmers Leap Winery, down there at Pathway, giving away the Coach of the Year award and Coach of the Week. And Roll the Dice, well, that's going to be announced this week on Between the Posts. It is, Jad, the Player of the Year, mind you, and they will win a share in a racehorse that has been, I've told, been doing track work as well. And so Roll the Dice has been fantastic. We're also going to announce our Division 1 Team of the Year and Coach of the Year this week on Between the Posts. So plenty to look forward to. Jad, tell us about the game so far. Prince Alfred versus Sacred Heart. Huge crowd here now, building up, and a very entertaining game of football at times. Yeah,
you're right. The atmosphere is definitely building. It's very loud, and the fans are all into it. And why not? We've got a good game on our hands. Obviously, Prince Alfred raced to that 36-point lead at quarter time, but we talked about Sacred Heart needing to win the moments, and they won that quarter. So bringing the lead down back to 31, and just big game, big quarter, big half coming up, and the premiership quarter they call it, the third quarter. So we'll see what they can do. And Sacred Heart, when they get their running game and their speed going, they've looked really good. So we'll see if they can do more of that and really capitalise and hit the scoreboard more often, because their kicking has been probably needs a little bit of improvement. There's no reason they can't do that in the second half. And yeah, very exciting game coming up.
Well, here we are, folks. You're with Jad Gosson for the first bounce of the third quarter.
The ball goes up here, and the crowd just silences slightly just as they anticipate what's going to happen. And
just as the game started, the same, Jad, the throw up again, second throw up in a row.
Exactly, yep. And now the two ruckmen are actually different than the main two. So we've got Underwood helping out in the ruck, as well as a few others from, I didn't catch the number there, but yeah, it's two different ruckmen there, and they'll get the free kick. Sacred Heart going their way. Kicks it to a lead, but the ball just hangs in the air a little bit too long. The defence can run around and intercept that one. Going forward now, but Sacred Heart are set up nicely behind the ball, and another big tackle. We've seen that as definitely a part of their game, Prince Alfred, the big tackling there, and that's what causes the turnover. Running along now, trying to get into the 50.
They're a pretty complete C-grade team, aren't they? Because they've got a running game, but gee, their tackling's been very forceful as well.
That kick now into the forward line, and nicely taken. The lead up was nice, and the kick was inch perfect, just to right where the player wanted it.
And the other thing we've seen is they've done that over and over, where that kick to the what we call the fat side or to the space, and they understand each other. You touched on it earlier, Jad. The chemistry has been fantastic. There he is. Brinsley puts the ball on the ground again. Only 22-minute quarters. He does the lace up that he's had the whole of half time to do up. So I think that's just a little bit of time wasting, a bit of me time.
Bit of his a little bit of his technique. I think it just gets his mindset right, and he's got 2 goals, but also missed 2 others. So we'll see how this kick goes. This time he just pops it up, doesn't overhit it or anything, and just gets the ball through the goals, which is the main action and main job for him. And he does get his 3rd for the game and the 1st for this quarter. So as you can see on the replay now, just calmly went straight in. Didn't overhit it. I think earlier he was just hitting it a bit too hard and missing. But that time just softly taps it over, and the goalkeeper was happy with that one. The goal umpire was happy with that one.
Just nursed it through there, and the Prince Alfred team there probably ordering the premiership T-shirt at the moment, that bloke. So, no, we don't get too far ahead, but it's in the middle again. You can see the spare at the back. O'Donoghue, they can't get it to him, so it's a handball out into the wing, out to the space. Players battling for it. Can't quite extract it. I'll tell you who's been good is Ryan Troman's in there, Joshua Fidel, number 1. Will Delwood's just a mountain up forward for them, and he's getting a lot of attention. He's just pushing back into his opponent, and then he gets that 1 metre lead. So now it does come out to O'Donoghue out the back, and he's got a good kick. It heads in the way of Delwood. He can't quite get there, but he takes the handball. That nice kick, you see it, out to space again. Troman's around, quick handball through. Here he goes, takes it. So, that came from Brinsley with the handball. Troman's running through. Delwood again, I don't know how many times today we've called it. I talked about Delwood, as that ball was coming in, as we see, quick handball across, Troman's just wanders in, and Brinsley again helping out. Very good by the coach. He could take himself off and tell himself how well he did there.
He celebrated before the goal even happened.
Yeah, they're pretty happy about it. But I just see here in the ball up, they've got a player free, both teams, behind the ball. But unfortunately for Sacred Heart, they can't get it. Probably both ruckmen will hit the same way to the left of screen here. You'll see them go up. Well, that was interesting. He tapped to the other side, comes out through Fidel there on the right, but this time Delwood again. There he is. Oh, just pulls the player to the ground as well. Nice little shepherd out, protected the ball space there. Well done by Mantoven. Around the corner, Troman's this time is climbed all over. Sacred Heart under a little bit of pressure, and they do just force that through for the point to Prince Alfred, and they get to load up now. They get the ball. I'm always interested in the fullback. Played a lot there myself. Don't just give the ball up in a 50-50. It's like a mark or free kick to yourself. So he's looking around, surveying the area, as you'd expect. C-grade footy, not a lot of movement. So he's going to have to run it out. It will be 2 kicks back for Princes from here if they get the ball. Big pack forms, and that's a nice mark out the back to Henry Sperling, the captain.
Yeah, very nice mark. It's definitely tricky with the kick-ins these days. They set up so nicely behind the ball, but that kick, not good enough. It bounces before, and he really puts his own teammate under pressure there. A bit going on now. Doesn't want to give away the 25. He has reversed it, so it will be a free kick now going the way of Prince Alfred. So I'm not sure if it was reversed or not, but Fidel does get the ball now, and they'll go inside 50 with this kick. Left foot floats and hangs in the air a bit, and right in the spot is Darwood. No pressure, no one helping him. He's one of the most dangerous players in the air, and just took an easy mark right in the goal square.
Like you said, it floated in, and he floated in.
Yeah.
No one near him there as the ball came in.
They're too worried about getting physical with him, I think, and he'll run in, and he'll kick another goal going the way of Prince Alfred. And funnily enough, even though he's their top goal scorer, 47 goals this season, his first for the day. So he's really just pushed up the ground and helped out and got a few assists, but that's his first personally.
Yeah, he's had a couple of goes at him, but well done by Delwood. But he's a big target, and I often talk about that as a team. You get that ball into the forward line, you may as well finish it off. You know, coaches talk about play the ball in our forward half, and I always say it. You can get it in there 15 times and it comes out 14 times. Doesn't help anyone. You've got to get it in and kick the goal. So that's what's happened there. And, well, kicked away a little bit here this quarter, 3 goals already, and we're 6 minutes in. Big ruckman goes up, getting his own way. Wings have come in again, both sides, so you'll see a lot of congestion. Once again, another ball up. O'Donoghue at the back of the pack, and you're just pointing out to a few players as there's the, well, Jad, I can tell you that's the 1108 from wherever it's come from. That's coming into land at Adelaide Airport. Players free to the right here. Gee, goes the big swap with the left hand. There's O'Donoghue. He's there for a reason out the back. Gets that ball on the boot, but it's a rush kick, so Barco charging after this ball. Gee, good pace too by the young player, Daniel Mosey. I will say this, I was talking to one of the parents down there at Sacred Heart. There are a lot of young lads from the school coming through and playing in this game up against the wiser, experienced heads of the Prince Alfred. They've probably got a few young ones as well, but Sacred Heart got a lot of young players. So great grounding, senior football. You know, you're 17, 18 years of old. You're playing in a grand final on Norwood Oval. So the experience itself, to the Prince's ruckman's having a very good quarter. Nick Blanche. Now, Chick Whitten puts the Jets on, gets on the left boot. He's going to have to chase it himself. Here's a collision, not there. In, out. Player brought the ground. They just can't get their own way. And Patrick Goodwin is manhandled to the ground. And O'Donoghue just giving a bit out and then picks him up.
You mentioned about the young players, and they're versing men in this division, so they'll be good experience for them and really set them forward good for their footy career going forward.
Player bumped out of it there, and the umpire has called high off. Chick Whitten was running past there as well, and he's gone into that forward line. And this is Patrick Goodwin, who's had a couple of good possessions with the socks up again, Jad. There he is. Gee, how do you reckon he'll go? He's on 50.
Yeah, well, he already has a goal today, so definitely knows how to find those big sticks. So he looks confident, didn't even scan or look for anyone else. Goes for it now. Big kick just to the goal square, won't make the distance. Big fly, big pack forming over the top and snapped around is the small forward Austin Quinn. Very nicely done. Read the play well as that crash, the pack crashed, and just collected it nicely and finished off the work. You see now on the replay, people coming from everywhere. No one could take a clean mark, and nice hands just to snap around and kick his first for the day.
That's the perfect front and centre too that we're taught. And he just held off when everyone got attracted to the ball. He held off as the Roger Woodcock end getting a bit of a workout down there. That's great footage. The bar down there, and well, into the frothies, and great day ahead of us with football. There's a little bit of jostling in the middle of the ground there. Up it goes. Number 71 there, Charlie Dangerfield. So they haven't lost anything really. It's Sacred Heart. Player just bundled to the ground there. It's play on. Can they get out of your Prince's player having to run backwards there, Ryan Schwartz.
On the ball.
And he gets caught. Oh, doesn't like the attention either. Be careful, son. You'll give away the 25 there. Oh, player's gone down in back play. Chick Whitten. Could we see a yellow card? Umpire says, come back with me, son. This is 25 metres. Riley Boyle goes back. No one on the mark. Comes in a sausage roll, and Riley Boyle celebrates on his own. Number 15 there, Brian Carmody, just comes in. And, well, that was undisciplined play. And can they get under the skin of Prince Alfred? Is that a tactic? Because no one wants to give anything, Jad. That's the thing in a game like this, and pride and everything goes on the line, and they get a bit antsy about it. And, well, Sacred Heart have kicked the 2 goals, 1 for the quarter, up against 3 goals, 1. We're still only 10 minutes in. Of course, our next match coming up, Glenunga versus Goodwood Saints. Don't go anywhere. And then the big one, Glenunga versus Prince Alfred. Can Glenunga win the premiership this year? They've come from Div 5 a few years back, and they're looking to go all the way. And Prince Alfred, well, they've been in a few grand finals, and they want to get the big win this year. Ball in the middle, and they're well on their way in the C grade early up. Thanks to our producer, Hugo, our cameraman, Rowett, James Moody down there on the third camera doing a great job. And you're going to be with Phil Herden for the next game and the stream team in the main game as that ball comes around. Joshua Fidel now heads forward. Delwood can't. Hasn't got the Jets here. Doesn't need to, because coming out is the coach. That is Brinsley. Gee, I tell you what, he kicked that though. I know they've gone wide at times, but kicked that really wide and got himself in a bit of trouble here, Hugo Liddams. just tied up. And umpire, I thought, called a throw in. They're off now. They're out the other side. That ball's hit the ground. That's put the player in trouble. Cannot get out of it. Delwood's done a mountain of work. Varco with the one hand. Wasn't that a great scoop? Vacuums up. Those skill errors we talked about. Player taken high. He's done the shoulder, I reckon. A little bit going on in back play. Maybe got one in the comic cuts. That's the guts. And he's actually not going to get the free. Fidel.
Yeah, the player worse off gives away the free. So
for Fidelity's with the ball. That's an interesting one. And yeah, good old Sacred Heart player. He's just walking off the ground, so he's outside the boundary now. So I'm not sure. Well, because he came off with the trainer, he may be able to get back on.
yeah,
Fidel just surveying the area. There's a little bit going on here. And, well, we've seen it before. Left footer too, so it's on the right side for a left footer. Geez, he opens it up too. That's a high kick. That's a great kick. But look at him go to the crowd too, Fidel. Oh, he goes over to the bar and he says, have a look at that, boys. That's what I'm about. He's got his first goal on the board, Fidel, and they've kicked 4 for the quarter already, Jad, and we're still only 12 and a half minutes in.
yeah, very good goal, very nicely taken, and he was very happy with it. And why not? What a kick! You can see the celebration there, loving it, and yeah, very, very nicely done, and just pushes them a little bit more closer to that premiership that they've been looking for. And undefeated all season, as we mentioned, they're playing confident and playing like a team that's unbeatable at the moment. They're really enjoying their footy out there and well on their way to a premiership here in the C1 division.
Well, you play 18 games through the season and maybe a few more if you're lucky in the finals.
That's it.
But you only get one grand final day, and well, why wouldn't you go over and celebrate when you're that far up on the scoreboard? And Sacred Heart now coming out. Across the ground there by Varco, so they haven't gone forward, they've gone wide. Chigwin now doing a mountain of work with the running and rewarded with the kick, but look at the congestion ahead of him. All the on-ballers have got down here as well, and Prince Alfred get back. Good grab there by Daniel Mosey.
Mosey now looking up the field. Nothing on, so he goes forward. Darwood's there, but nicely done to just push into the front of the pack and take that one. Was the Sacred Heart player. Goes wide now to Cardi. He goes even wider, but the player there, number 17, done it very well there to stop the ball getting too far away from them in terms of defending, and kept the ball for a stoppage now. Throw in right on the wing, right on the middle of the ground, in front of many of the fans here out to see this beautiful weather for footy, and the tap down from the ruckman, just getting that clearance through Trubans. And now Harry Collison, the captain. Darwood's there again. We know how dangerous he is in the air, and that's wide. Beautifully taken. Just stuck his hands up and has those really long arms. Taken the mark and now going back to try and kick his second.
Well, we were given the team sheets, and we haven't got a 17 for Prince Alfred, but he's out there. Oh, Delwood wide.
And the full, that's unusual from him. And yeah, stoppage going the way of Sacred Heart will now get the free kick from that on the full. They go round now looking for something to kick to, but again, just to a pack. Darwood pushed back, trying to get that interception. Cox is there, as well as Fidel, who just goes round and will be a stoppage. Not far from that bar where Fidel did his big celebration earlier. Over the top now, looking for a bit of space just to try and get a kick away, but it will be stoppage wrapped up very nicely there. See what Prince Alfred could do here if they can find some space to get the ball forward. Still very congested, probably a repeat stoppage here. It will be. The two ruckmen now trying to jostle and get some space. Darwood actually gone into the ruck, and they do find a nice hit out over the top of everyone, but again wrapped up. Holding the ball, says the umpire. Just sat on it, so now here's the captain, Collison, to have a kick. Kicks, big fly there by Brinsley, no mark taken, and it will be another stoppage. So we've had about 3-4 stoppages in a row, but now it is deep inside the forward 50.
It's a towering fly. He jumped up and he came down sort of over the top of the player. Dangerous position here, right in the forward pocket, Norwood Oval. Oh, players taken out of it there. The two ruckmen. Delwood has given away the free to Luke Sims. So Sims, he was almost off there, stop-start. This time, comes very close to the man on the mark. That's a high kick right on the boundary here in front of the huge crowd. Once again, 22 minutes straight, no stoppages. And throw in, half forward line. Prince is loading up again. The space is there on that fat side. You'd reckon Sacred Heart would get a spare and put him out in that area, because Delwood is on that probably about 10 metres out from the goal square, and it looks like Brinsley in the goal square. So if that ball comes in and the spare is standing in front of Delwood, I'd get the spare out where the umpire is, because that's where they're going to take the ball if they can get it. Let's just see what unfolds here in front of us. And the player I was looking for was George Choims. It was 47, not 17, so that was where the mistake came in. Anyway, umpire throws it in. A little bit of a wrestle. Chigwin in front, can't quite. Prince Alfred can't quite. Player taken high, and this will release. Now they run. The Sacred Heart players. Players have gone inside though. Dangerous position there. They're going to need to come down. One lead comes short, and he goes that way, and that is Adam Floriani. Oh, and just over the line in front of, once again, I keep saying it, but that huge crowd here. You can see the Norwood Function Centre there, but up behind us here in the grandstand, massive crowd building. Umpire throwing this in. The three forwards are in a line. Chigwin now just around the corner, can't quite. This is where they could load up here, Prince, as they get it out. There's a runner going by. Chigwin again extracts the ball, having a very good game, gets it across to Cardi. Now they run this way, that way. Austin Quinn outside again, so they've gone diagonally across the ground to open this up, and a nice lead there. Bryn Carmody, they're going to come inside 50.
Carmody looking inside 50. A few people making a run for him, but no real options. Just bangs it forward, nearly taking the mark there, but nice play just to follow up with a tackle. Few clean handballs and fast handballs there by Prince Alfred, just finding their way out of defence. Smothered there by Carmody, who pushed up and gets that ball there. Wants to play on, but it will be a free kick. A throw going the way of Prince Alfred. So a little bit of luck there with getting out of trouble. They were ready to snap it towards goal, so now they'll get out of trouble with this kick. And there's Darwood again pushing really high up the ground for one of the tallest players and their top goal kicker of the season. Finding his way almost on half-back line with that, the way he pushes up to try and affect the ball and take a mark.
Got to find out what his secret is, gee. Like you said, he's pushed a long way up the ground and he jogs back and he'll push into his opponent and try and get front position here. They've got the one spare back here. Sacred Heart is in front of those players. Just for the people watching, the tactics out here are interesting. They've got the spare. He's now gone back. He's next to Delwood, but he's probably 10 metres off. Now their spare comes into this pack. Gee, he looks a bit proppy though. So Prince Alfred have got their way here. They've got one-on-one back in their forward line. And the spare, I reckon that's...
number 18.
Yeah, 18, is it? Yeah, Jack Sutton. I thought he looked a bit proppier earlier in the day, and that was him that came in, so he didn't need to. Long kick in. Up goes the one hand. Oh, tearing into goal and can't quite, still in play. And you can hear the groans of the crowd here as Sacred Heart. That was very quick transition finally off of that pack. So, Prince is allowed to get it out down the middle of the ground. It's the next kick. He's got to play a free this side. Doesn't use him, which was Porter. So they go long. Geez, Delwood's come up a long way again with O'Donoghue. Watch these two get it out. There's O'Donoghue. Delwood will get the free. He'll either give a handball. Donoghue not quite up yet, so Delwood just pops it in. Now, the interesting bit is this next kick is where he normally is. So Brinsley comes down the ground. That's a great lead as well. They're inside 50 again, Jad. And, Brinsley knew what was happening there. He could see now Delwood, you're going to see, there he goes, just glides past the big Spider-Man. Look, he's going to just jog down to the goal square. And so Brinsley doesn't take the mark. He can probably turn around and get a mark here if you wanted, big Delwood, but he's He's just concentrating 1 foot in front of the other, I reckon, to get down there. We're 21 minutes into the quarter. Going for a late goal here, Princes, and this will be their 5th if they get it. They're just lining up. 18 scoring shots to 10. Geez, he didn't mind it off the boot, but just offline there. That's their second point. They've kicked 4-2 for the quarter to 2-2. So once again, commanding lead, not long to go in the quarter. And, well, Sacred Heart, we're looking for that siren. I reckon it's 44 points, so they've opened it up from 31 to 44, kicking an extra 2 goals this quarter.
They call it the Premiership quarter, and
Correct.
They put their authority on this one and really stamped their oppressive lead. As the time will click down here to the third quarter time, and yeah, they've been impressive, Prince Alfred. There's the siren there, and 3-quarter time is upon us. So I'll have a quick chat and refresh a little bit. It is a hot day, like we said. A drinks break, I'd say, and come back after these ads for the last quarter.
Folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back to this special day of 3 grand finals, all streamed live to you on Filming Footy, and thanks to Sportal and all our sponsors. We have 3 quarters down in the C1 grand final. Prince Alfred well ahead, 74 to 30, and 2 more games coming up on this wonderful day and wonderful live stream. So coming up at 2:15, we got Glenunga at 2:15, match 2. 12:15, sorry. Glenunga versus Goodwood Saints in the B grade. So yeah, that one at 12:15. And of course, coming up after that is the big one, the Div 1 grand final, 2:30 p.m. Glenunga again versus Prince Alfred. Been a very good season all around for the Adelaide Footy League, and all comes to a close today. We've got grand finals here and a lot of other grand final streams for all the different divisions on our YouTube page. So check them all out. Flick between them if you want to see the scores. And yeah, Tony, this game has been interesting. Prince Alfred been well on top, I'd say. We saw some glimpses from Sacred Heart, but as the fourth quarter is about to start, we're just going to see a Prince Alfred Premiership, I believe.
Well, you're just right in a huddle there too. Look at the crowd out on the ground as well. The umpires are there. You can see the players, but you can see all the fans in the background. Just great to come down to Norwood. I don't know which team's below us because we can see Glenunga to the right and Goodwood Saints to the left, but fair income, it's taken me back to the nightclub days. They got In Excess roaring with Don't Change. I've stood up and had a bit of a jiggle, but the music coming out from down in the rooms is just sensational as we get set for this big last quarter. And well, Prince Alfred here on their way our sponsors, of course, Sports Interactive, 9 News, Dartfish, Moseley Bar and Kitchen, Filming Footy, Roll the Dice, Sportal, Banner Crew, Archie's, Programs to Fit, Buddy Bet and Farmers Leap. And you touched on it, Jad. What a sensational day for the Adelaide Footy League. Every division from 1 to 6 is live streamed. You can flick over between the different games. You're doing the big game down at St Mary's. I'm over at Campbelltown, Division 4. I've got Lockleys and CBC. Who have you got at Division 6?
I've got Marion versus Green Acres.
Oh, that'll be a belter as well. As all in readiness, you're with Jad Gosson for the first ball up of the last quarter.
We see the two ruckmen at it. They've switched ruckmen a lot. I've seen maybe 3 or 4 different pairings in there, especially when it goes around the ground and forward half and defensive stoppages. So we'll get another repeat stoppage. I think every quarter started with 2 or 3 stoppages in a row straight out the middle. And at the moment, it looks like that could happen again with a bit of congestion forming. The umpire finds a free kick, I believe. Yep, going the way of Prince Alfred early. Harvey Bernardi. Haven't called him too much, but he gets the kick now into the 50. Nicely set up is Sacred Heart. A lot of them back there, but the ball's still alive, bobbling around, so he's still in a dangerous position. Jumps on top of it, but it will be a stoppage. So a ball up about 20, 30 metres out from the Prince Alfred goal.
Dangerous position, 1 minute in, so 21 minutes to go. And, well, will they be premiership players? Prince Alfred certainly looks that way as that ball comes out. Oh, Sacred Heart player just going to walk that through and force behind, which gives them the ball. This looks like Kai Kenyon just bringing that ball in. Goes long out towards the back flank there, but they're able to get it back in. Oh, he's put the Jets on here, Mantoven. Clever vision, and one of the better players on the day, Ryan Tromans, who's kicked 3, and he's right in front of the magnificent scoreboard. You can see it up there. Thanks to Sportal bringing us a sponsorship for the scoreboard there. That is a magnificent view of the scoreboard down here at Norwood Oval. And, well, lining up here is Tromans. Well, he's going to check side. Geez, he gets it on the pointy bit. Yeah, a bit too pointy for mine. And, well, kicked another point. So they kicked 6 goals, 1 in the first quarter. Really opened it up. They only kicked the 1 goal, 4 in the second. 1 goal, 5 it was. Then they kicked 4 goals too. So either way, they've had 7 scoring shots. They've had 6. They've had 6 in the last quarter, and they've had 2 already in this quarter. So commanding lead. Oh, up high. Bryn Carmody couldn't quite bring it back in now. And well done, Kai Kenyon.
Yeah, you mentioned that first quarter, coming off to a 6-goal lead to nothing in the first quarter of a grand final is always the way that you want to. It's almost like a dream start, and from there they just built on it and held that lead pretty much the whole game. And yeah, they've been set up nicely in defence and getting goals when needed too. So we'll see what they can do in this last quarter just to seal that victory. And then good tackling there and holding the ball.
Fidel just dropping it, and well done by Eli Cardi. He's had a pretty good game.
Yeah, Cardi's been good, and he's been one of their best players all season. Over the top to Carmody, but does not find anyone and falls down nicely to Ramage, but couldn't do anything with it. He just fumbled a little bit and it goes over the line.
They're as physical as you'd like, Prince Alfred as well. They're almost the complete team in this C-grade division. They've won every game, but you can see why they're good in the air. They've got, Delwood up forward and also Brinsley up forward. But here it's the physicality as well. They don't mind the bumping, but also their tackling, Jad, has been very good. We've seen that because of the amount of ball-ups we've had, but also the free kicks have gone the way of Prince Alfred on the back of their strong tackling.
That's it, yeah. They've been very physical, but in a fair way, and really asserted their pressure and their physicality early, and since then really held it well. Good to see. I love one of my favourite things about local footy is because we got other games coming up. We have a mix of supporters, so some Goodwood fans there in the stands.
Yeah, fantastic.
And they're waiting for the B grade grand final coming up.
And just in background here, Princes have got 3 players spare now. Sacred Heart drop back, but they, I often talk about this. So many. You can see this again. There'll be another ball up. Why are there so many players around the ball? The wingers are in there. The half forward flankers are in there. When you practice at training, you practice for 4 on ballers. Your ruck rover, your rover and your centreman, maybe. And that's all. And when the 5th and 6th come in, what are they going to do? If you haven't practiced for that, and they're fifth in line. Are they actually going to get that ball? They're just taking up a space that they don't need to. And as a coach, I used to allow, I'd rather have a 4-on-5, even if we were the under-numbered team, because I know the opposition haven't prepared for it with your flankers and wingers coming in unnecessarily. They think they're going to save the game. Anyway, that's my rant of the day. Back to Peter Bruckner on that left foot. That's a high kick, 2-on-1. Bit better positional now. Mitchell Boyd's had a very good game, but he's had to kick that under pressure around. That's just going to bounce fortuitously. One, they didn't stick the tackle. Around it goes, and Bryn Carmody with his second. He's a good, strong player up there as well. I haven't minded a few of his things today, and a good finish for young Bryn Carmody, and the hill's starting to fill up as well over there with, looks like Goodwood people. Probably the men's and women's teams will come down today. Fantastic to see. Nice goal around the corner, 5 minutes in. Beautiful day here, bathed in sunshine. We're heading for 24 beautiful degrees down here. And have a look at that for a shot. Welcome to the Adelaide Football League. I don't think there's a better league across Australia for the amount of teams that we support. 7 divisions in the men's, 6 in the women's. And to be able to bring you a day like today, live streaming through Filming Footy and Dartfish. Have a look at that for a view. Does not get any better.
Yeah, very nice weather, as you mentioned. A nice atmosphere building. A lot of fans spending their Saturday wisely, I'd say, coming down to some local footy. And so the ball back in the middle now, and they're just trying to get a bit of space. But again, another stoppage. Also, no clouds in the sky, not one cloud. So beautiful weather.
We've only had the 11:08 flying in, so there should be another one soon. I'll get a bit excited about the planes coming through.
Bit of a plane spotter.
Yeah. Look at this on the ground. Oh, the big fella does the bullocky work there. That was Nick Blanche, the ruckman.
Another physical tackle there. It was I thought it was a bit rough, but the umpire said, no, it's fine. And yeah, the tackling has been fair but strong and really put their physical presence on the game.
So Max Underwood there, he's the more athletic of the two. Stand back and try and jump over the top. You're not gonna beat him physically, Nick Blanche, but you might be able to jump over the top.
Yeah, Underwood, I think he was pushing up in the forward line for some of the match, so he's probably filling in a bit of ruckman, probably because of that agility he has. They go forward now through Darwood. Again, pushed up the field a lot. Couldn't take the mark, but butters up nicely. Spins around and snaps it. Few players there taking the lead. Couldn't take the mark, and now out of defence. They'll try and take it. Sacred Heart just finding that player on the wing, and the chipped kick gets a mark and just slows the game just a tiny bit just to stop the momentum.
They're wide, Jad. You know, I keep saying you open up the boundary line, you go wide. So they get a possession, come just inside the 50 now. A lot of players around this, and there's no one really for Sacred Heart forward of this ball. There's a one-on-one battle, but no one free, and there's 4. Now the player comes free, Carmody. There's 4 Prince Alfred players. So even if they get a hack kick forward, they weren't going to go anywhere there. Here it is. So they're going backwards to go forward, but it's going to be rushed, if at all. Players diving in. And, well, we talked about Prince Alfred also hunting the ball. They have done so. They hunt it very well and they get after it. Just when you think you've got it and you're going to take off with it, there's a purple jumper there and you just can't get away. Someone behind the ruckman, please. As that throw comes in, that's the reason why. And number 47 there, George Choims, just came in at the last moment to stand Adam Floriani. Sometimes you can sneak away with a free coming over the top of the pack occasionally. Big pack forms.
Yeah, still a lot of congestion. Most of the players in that corner of the ground, and it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere soon. There's been a few stoppages in a row. Prince Alfred won't mind this. Obviously, they've got the lead, and with the clock ticking, they won't mind just holding up and wasting as much time as they can till the siren goes and they can confirm what it looks like to be a premiership for them. The kick now does get rushed, and it is Varco at the back of the pack. Does well just to go, again, backwards to go forwards. They go long now down the line. Carmody's there as well. He's done well most of the game to be very dangerous in that forward sense, but wrapped up quickly.
Quick, yes. You're right, Jed. How quick was that tackle by Josh Hall there? Not giving anything away. You don't get an easy kick. It's a grand final. There's a free kick here, finally, and that is Underwood. So the ruckman, as I said, it's a very different battle because one's a big physical guy and the other one's an athlete who can probably stand back and jump. He's not going to out-body.
Yeah, we saw
Well,
Luke Sims in the ruck earlier. He's
yeah.
probably more that physical type. But Underwood has been, for the last half of the game.
So here he is. Max Underwood. Can he finish strongly? It's close, the man on the mark, so he's had to kick it very high and a touch offline. And they have 1 goal, 1 on the board. Well, interestingly, Prince Alfred only the 2 points. We're 9.5 minutes in. Final quarter, grand final, C1. Who'd have thought you'd be playing on Norwood Oval on a beautiful day like this? 76 plays 36, 40 points the difference. They've led by 36, 31 and 44. And just under a little bit of pressure there, Princes, but look at that. Nice little kick, Chimes. They get it back and give it up very quickly. Oh, around the corner, that was quick. Oh, that was... could have been worse than what it looked there. Floriani, quick kick to Patrick Goodwin. Umpire says, come around, please. The players pointing at the goals and say, no, I'm going there. Umpire backs off. They've done a very good job today. Dale Clark and Tom Keatley, a boundary. Charlie Loeffler and Tyler Rouston. And Mark Chandler and Marge Rashid in goals as this kick just goes across the face. Goal umpire comes across, not used maximally there, just 1 point. So 1 flag being utilised. As the kick comes in, over the top. Here's an opportunity. Chigwin, go back.
He's been
Line up now. Yeah, 35 out. Good running all day, the young lad. Young Joe, making his way through the ranks. As he holds that ball high, it drifts back, and that's a nice goal. That is a sausage roll. Young Joe Chigwin. Well done, the family just down to our right. Very happy about that one.
Been in the best players 6 of the 10 times this season. So when he does play, he often is the best player for them. And as well as getting 2 goals last week in that preliminary final. So definitely knows how to push forward and get those goals.
That was a good stat too, Jad, because he'd only played the 10 games, and of the 10, 6. Goodwin, of course, 14 games, 7. Ben O'Donoghue for Princes, 13 games and 5. And Ryan Tromans today, once again, 12 games, 5 times in the best. Delwood, of course, the leading goal scorer. Then Buzzov, who we have hardly seen today, he played 17 games, kicked 46, so number 14. Well, it just hasn't been down there. That's a great grab, though. Caden Webber, and 25. Well, not quite sure. Has he paid that the mark, has he?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll sit with that. Simon Potts was the man in front. Kick comes down the wing. Big punch in there. It's out now. Prince's 37 there. Hugo Lidhams. Just a high ball, 2-on-1. Courage needed.
Nice one.
And that is a great grab.
Got sandwiched.
Well done, young man. Gets up, goes back. He's going to have a premiership medal at the end of the day, and that's why the courage here in Tromans. Well, he might be a little bit too far out this time. That was a very strong grab. As Tromans now. And that was Harry Collison who took that grab. He fancies himself. Gets onto it, but it's going to drop short. Look out for Delwood as he gets the big jukes up. Don't tell me around the corner.
Touched.
I tell you what, I don't know whether it was touched as it came out of the kick out of the hands as well. So
sure,
they'll load up again here. Sacred Heart, 13 minutes in.
Yeah, some party time now, trying those party tricks. And 13.5 minutes played in this final quarter. They've been solid again and just doing the fundamentals right. We haven't had we've had just goals gone the way of Sacred Heart, but they've not given up, and even with the scoreboard obviously being what it is, they're still trying hard and finding the big sticks when they can. Sims back now in the ruck, so we've seen the ruck change a few times for Sacred Heart. The ball into the forward line now. Darwood's there again. Good under his by picking up off the ground for the tall fella.
Yeah, below the knees. Good.
They've done well now just to keep the ball, but that kick not quite the best. Over the top of everyone, finding Max Burford. 1-2, and now the finish. Nicely by Edward Collison for his second, and just good teamwork again. They're helping each other out, finding that better room.
Let's just have a look, see if we can pick up the number here, Jed.
Nice finish.
Pretty happy about it. Collison, was it?
I believe it was, yeah, Edward Collison, number 57, with his second. So
yeah, big crowd. We keep talking about it, but have a look at it. It's building and building as that ball goes up in the middle. They're over the top again. Different ruckman again, but they haven't lost anything. Big Charlie Dangerfield. Now, he does jump. Now, here's the irony. He's the big, tall athletic that'd be like the Underwood, but he's up against Luke Sims, who's the big blocky player, a la Nick Blanche. So a complete swap around of the rucks. And look at, Sims is just hunting. He's going over there to Charlie Dangerfield. He's trying to protect that spot. So Dangerfield's going to have to jump over the top. Just does a little punch forward. Bobbling around in there, trying to extract it out. Oscar Waterhouse. See the bench there. They're not really that excited just yet. A little bit of work going on.
still got
Max
the magnets
Underwood
there.
just warming up there. And, gee, that player was held as he got hold of the ball. And it's almost the crocodile death roll there. Round and round and round. This could not get away. Big Sims comes in. No wingers. They're all in around this ball. Everyone wants to get a touch. It's going to come around on the left foot. Well, that's a left foot screw. It's going to bounce out this way if not taken. So well done, Varco. He's got a bit of toe, and Delwood caught him there. So the old boy's got a bit in the legs. Ethan Eam. Look at the runners here, but look at the congestion. So the midfielders been quite impressed with this. They certainly haven't fatigued as the game's worn on, and the amount of players, both teams very fit for C-grade. This is a very high standard of C-grade football, as good as you'd like to see, just as a spectacle as football, Jad. Very impressed.
Yeah, no, it's been very good, and you see the skills from both teams, and you can tell they've been working on it, and it filters through the Bs and the As. You can tell because they were strong this year, both of them making finals. So really, two big clubs here and pushing for that C-grade title, and looks to go the way of Prince Alfred today. But both teams are, very good quality football.
A little bit going on there, and I tell you what, the music is roaring. I'm going to head down after this game. The music's roaring downstairs. Tell you what, you don't want to play the game before you get out there. You don't want to overdo it, because it's what happens when the siren goes and the whistle goes and you're inside the white line. Preparation important, yes, but you don't want to get over-roused mentally, because that can affect performance in a negative fashion. As that ball just bobbling around, Prince just dropped that ball down, that player. Yep, umpire saw it. Big Sims is looking for the ball there. Umpire has retrieved the ball back, but Sims is going to get the kick with the socks up. Another one. And resplendent, the light blue with the couple of dark blue bandings on it.
You like the socks up, don't you?
Well, I used to like reading that, all the team colours when you were young, and see the colour of the socks and the shorts and so on. But Big Sims gets his opportunity in front of goal. Oh, he just run out to the right there, so he's hooked it left. Anyone's ball in the square. Prince is just a punch. Couple of punches. And throw in. Forward pocket, Norwood Oval. The West End sign up there. Very good sponsors, the Adelaide Footy League.
Big Goodwood fans building there, look at that.
Well, you got Goodwood there, and you got Glenunga just to the left of them. Got their banner out as well. So they're in early. So I tell you what, both teams on the mound at Norwood Oval. Boy, oh boy. Glenunga Footy Club, they've got their whole
old marquees.
Marquee in their banner there. Because the banner crew do a great job for the Adelaide Football League and many of the clubs, and that's what you can get. You can get a marquee. There you go. You can see it in the background. That's what the banner crew can do for you. Put your club name on it, put your club logos, and very personalised. Is that ball out towards Sacred Heart? Here, a lot of players in this front half of the ground, so congestion. Here's a fly! There it is. That is Austin Quinn taking a contender for our Bianco mark of the week. Have a look at this. There he goes. Oh, sensational by young Austin. Well, now he's got to go back and kick it, Chad.
Yeah, now
as my heart rate comes down. Well, kick it he did. Just not through the big sticks. And there's another towering mark, but it wasn't as good as young Austin.
It was a free kick.
Yeah.
He tried to copy him and got pushed in the back.
Doesn't work that way. Look at the camera's on Austin. The game's on. We're still watching the young lad. Just get it into him again. Here we go. Come on, set it up again. Ooh, where's Austin? Get it to Austin. He's been waiting all day for this.
New favourite player.
Yeah, well, he's calling for it too. Oh, it's gone wide to centre forward. Oh, there's a nice grabber. They're all doing it now. Simon Potts and a one take. Oh, look at the chase on here. Oh, I'll tell you what, young Austin Quinn there, he's had a great couple of seconds. 10-second burst. Well, they come square now, come back to the game here, and Harry Collison, it is 20 and a half minutes in, 1.5 minutes to go. Grand final, they'll be premiership players for life, Jad.
That's it, and just out there celebrating now, players on, going for goal. And Simon Potts done exactly that, knew where the goals were, got the mark, play on, and as the players come around to celebrate, that might be the last goal of the game. He's quite a tall guy, but he knew exactly what to do and just used that pace that he had just to get that little bit of room, even though it wasn't that fast.
We took that grab just down there at centre half back a moment ago.
Yes, good point.
And then got down the ground, so well done to Simon Potts. There they are, look at them on. There's nothing better. It's grand final. Your toes are on the white line. Look at them all here, all smiles, all ready to celebrate. They're going to be premiership players and a premiership club. First one for the day. Will they get a second one? That is the big question.
They won the premiership last season as well, so back-to-back for the C1s here for Prince Alfred.
Will Hugo getting it forward. We're not far off the siren now. 30 seconds to go. Prince Alfred, this way, that way. Sacred Heart, laid up. No good complaining, Isaac Mantoven, because the umpire will not change his mind. Sacred Heart now, just a little chip kick. Floriani's tried well all day.
They're
a
all
little bit of
lined up to
indecision. 28 here is, Peter Bruckner. Go forward. Oh, he's going to go back. Oh, he's got hold of the screwy. Don't tell me. It's going to bounce. Well, that's not going to happen. So there is our first winning premiership team for the year. 13-11-89. Congratulations to Prince Alfred over Sacred Heart. 6 goals, 8-44. Let's just soak it up for a moment. Let them have their moment, and we'll come back with our goal scorers and better players.
Nine News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities.
Numbers out. Welcome back, folks. Well, fantastic grand final. Prince Alfred, huge winners there. They led by 36 quarter time, 31 at half time, 44 at 3/4 time. And they run out winners, 45 points, 2 goals 3 to 2 goals 2 in the last quarter. So pretty much a comprehensive win for the first 3 quarters of this game. Well, probably the first and the third quarter, I'd suggest. So they kicked the 1 goal 5 in the second, and 2 goals 4 Sacred Heart kicked in that second. So 2 out of the 4 quarters really outstanding. This will be interesting, Jad, as we see also Glenunga and Goodwood are out on the ground for the B grade very early, just doing their laps. Always exciting. There's a lot of people that come out on the ground milling around. And Fabian Muller there just getting ready. He's got the Premiership Cup. They've got the medals. James Moody, our cameraman, getting them organised. Look at the congratulations, shaking of hands. Let's just go through our better players and goal scorers here, and just jump in when you want, Jad, because I reckon Joshua Fidel played a great game. Ryan Troman's very good with his 3 goals. Will Delwood, will he get the best on? Ben O'Donoghue at times. Thomas Brinsley, will he get the best on? Playing up forward with his 3 goals. Max Burford, very good game. Edward Collison at times. So there was a lot there, weren't there? And they all played a part.
Yeah, they all played a part, and they had good chemistry around the grounds, which really pushed them forward. Especially in that first quarter, they just seemed on like a different wavelength than Sacred Heart and pushed them forward. So
Sacred Heart, I thought Floriani was good at times. Caden Webber, second half. Eli Cardi was a good runner, really good. Would come across. Barco at times. He probably early in the game was very good. Bryn Carmody tried to give a bit of muscle out there and kicked his 2 goals. I think Chigwidden would probably have to be their best, I'd say. Him along with Boyd. That was the other one. Mitchell Boyd, that was. And then it comes down, and Luke Sims battled hard all day in the ruck, but just, I think, the dominant Nick Blanche, that's the other good one for Prince Alfred. Our goal scorers, Jad, who have we got?
Yeah, so we've got for Sacred Heart, we'll start with them. They got Austin Quinn got 1, and also a very nice mark we saw. Patrick Goodwin 1, Carmody with 2, Chigwigan 1, and Riley Boyer with the other.
And then for Prince Alfred?
And for Prince Alfred, Fidel got 1, Mantoven 1, Troman got 3, Darwood, even though he's their top goal scorer, only got 1, but his hard work pushing up the field, he might be the best on ground. We'll see what they say. Donahue with 1, Brinsley, the player coach, with the 3, Potts 1 right late at the end, and Edward Collison popped up for a few, so that was 2 for him.
And we look at that game, a little bit of a flashback, and talk about their forward entries. That first quarter really opened it up. They kicked the 6 goals, 1 for the quarter. Just absolutely sensational. Just trying to get the players over now. That opened it up, and they had that tendency to kick to the fat side, and they pretty much had 2 players. They had either the forward came out to the fat side, or the runner coming from the middle of the ground, half forward flank area, would run into that area, and they really constructed it well. But to their credit, Sacred Heart just held them up a little bit in that second quarter. They got the wheels going again in the third quarter, Prince Alfred, to really get that forward line structure going well. They kicked 4 goals too. As we'll just go across to our presentation.
Tom Brinsley, just to present our Best on Ground award there today.
Surely. Anyway, Brinsley. Probably Delwood, I'd suggest. Burford had a ripper. Here we go. Will Hugo, there you go.
He's been in their best players 5 games in the 9 he's played. Didn't call him too much today, but he must have worked hard and was seen as the best player, so congrats to him. Holding the baby as he gets the award, why not?
Congratulations, Will. So first of all, I'd like to invite up from the Sacred Heart Football Club, the coach, Tim Griffin, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks firstly to the league and the umpires today for putting on a good show. To PAC, congratulations. You guys have been the benchmark all year, and an undefeated season is something to be really proud of, and you boys and your club can be really proud of your efforts, so well done. To my boys and the Shock community, firstly I'd like to thank our club leaders, sponsors, supporters, playing group, coaching group, everyone. It's been an incredible team effort this year across all grades. Something we can be really proud of coming up to Div 1 again. I think we can, in reflection, be proud of our efforts. To my boys, battled manfully today. It wasn't our day, but I think in retrospect, again, we can look back and be really proud of our year. So congratulations, PAC, and thanks everyone.
And I'd like to invite up from Prince Alfred Old Collegians, the winning coach, Tom Brinsley, to say a few words.
Thank you. Look, obviously, firstly to Sacred Heart, coming up to Div 1 in your first season and having such an impact across not just the C grade but all of the grades is something you should be really proud of. And to be fair, we were a little bit nervous about today. You guys are a little bit younger, a little bit faster, and we made a big emphasis on making sure we beat you in the middle, because otherwise we were going to be in trouble. So a team to look out for in the future. Should be really proud of your year, and congratulations. To the league, to the umpires, to everyone. Division 1 Amateur League is the best league in SA by a country mile. You know, it's so well run. We get facilities like this, we get fantastic umpires, and so thank you to everyone involved on the outskirts. To us, I'll speak a little bit more tonight. Probably would have had 15 more beers by then, so probably be a bit more entertaining. But, you know, 20-0 is something I've never been a part of, and something we should be really proud of as a group. So well done, thank you to everyone, and cheers. Yeah, you call them up.
I'm doing the medals. So first medal is number 1, Josh Fideli. Number 2, Hamish Porter. Number 3, Isaac Mantavan. Well, Mante. Number 8, Ryan Tromans. Our Queensland boy, Harvey Bernardi, number 9. Number 11, Oscar Waterhouse. Number 14, best on ground today, Will Hugo. The goal kicker, one of them, Will Doward, number 16. Number 18, Ben O'Donoghue. Number 19, Tristan Archer. The coach, number 24, Tom Brinsley. Number 27, Nick Blanche. Number 31, Simon Potts. Number 32, George Cox. Another young fella, number 35, Archie Allen. Number 37, Hugo Lidhams. Number 43, Daniel Mosey. This fella just keeps sticking around. Number 47, George Chimes. Number 50, Will Priest. They tried this bloke up forward for a little while, but it wasn't long till he was back. Number 51, Josh Hall. A miracle hamstring recovery, number 57, Edward Collison. Number 67, Ryan Schwarz. Number 71, Charlie Dangerfield. Before we go to captain and vice captain, assistant coach Adam Perryman. And as he called himself, Bomber's right-hand man, Will Courier. Vice captain, number 41, Max Burford. And the very, very proud captain, number 23, Harry Collison. That's it.
Without ado, can I get the coach and the captains to come forward, please? I'd like to present to you your 2023 C1 Premiers, Prince Alfred Old Collegians.
I paid my dues, time after time. I've done my sentence, but committed no crime. And bad mistakes, I've made a few. I've had my share every time.
Well, g'day footy fans, and thanks to Filming Footy. Welcome to Norwood Oval. It's grand final day in the Adelaide Footy League Division 1 season. A day to crown some champions. We're in the middle of 3 straight live streamed finales just completed, and thanks to Choney Neal and Jack Goshen for their superb work bringing it to you. G'day everybody. It was Prince Alfred Old Collegians in the C1s, not just a premiership season, a perfect, undefeated premiership season. Coming up, the Division 1 reserves, Goody Saints and Glenunga Rams. Then the big one at 2:30, the Division 1 Grand Final, the 2 best sides this season, the Glenunga Rams and Prince Alfred Old Collegians. I'm Phil Herden. We've got some great guests with us today, but my co-caller, going to have a big afternoon, Adam Jeffries. Adam, welcome to Grand Final Day.
G'day, Phil. I'm just enjoying listening to this music. I love Queen. Hopefully they just keep rolling this out through the day. But no, it's going to be a great day, great weather. We were here 12 months ago and the weather was horrific, but it's great today and a great vantage of the game.
24 degrees is the expected maximum today. It's postcard perfect, clear blue skies. For spectators, it's fantastic. Norwood Oval, just a sensational venue for a day like today. Plenty of undercover seating. If you want to get on the hill, you can do that. Plenty of entertainment, catering, options as well. Joining us, we'll have some guests through the day. The president, Goodwood Football Club, Jordan Dodd. Jord, welcome to the broadcasting position. Welcome to grand final day as well.
Thanks for having me.
The game today, what's been the mood like at Goodwood Oval with the Bees in the grand final?
Look, it's been feeling really good all season. They've just been the best team in the comp all year, and it's just about putting it away today.
Alrighty, well, we've got the coin toss about to happen. It does go pretty quickly between presentation of one grade and coin toss of the next. Then there'll be some photos, then there'll be the anthem. We'll bring all of that to you and various information around that. Field umpires Mark Bowanak and Ben Kernich, and Glenunga, I think, won the toss.
Yep.
And they are kicking to the parade, the right of screen end. Goodwood Saints will go that way in the final quarter. All right, let's have a look at how these teams got to the Division 1 Reserves Grand Final. The Glenunga Rams, well, they were the hot team. Finished 5th, 11-7, then ran their way through the finals. Beat Port District by 5, Sacred Heart by 6. So they've been living on the edge. Only made the finals by 1 win as well. But last week, Prince Alfred Old Collegiane's pretty big game. In terms of the Goodwood Saints, though, they've had a pretty sensational season. Minor premiers, just the one on-field loss. Tight one again. Oh, well, not really tight. 26 points, Prince Alfred. So, Jordan, how does the team feel like they're favourites, or does everybody want to be underdogs today?
Oh, I think you want a bit of underdog about you. It's been a bit of a fairy tale for Glenunga getting here, and I don't mind that going in. It's never good to get too far ahead of yourself on a day like today.
Okay, well, the teams are about to get their photographs taken, so let's have a look maybe at the Glenunga team. And Adam, look, a few familiar faces. There's something like 13 of these players that had a go at A grade this year.
Yeah, they're stacked at the moment, Glenunga, aren't they? They're just in that nice window where they've got a lot of depth in their football club. They've got a lot of guys in their B grade that could be playing A grade at a lot of football clubs. I look at names like Desira, Abel, Opperman, Jack Matchett spring to mind that would get games at probably any other football club. But that's what Premiership A grade teams are built on. So good luck to those players today. Jordan said it really well. Glenunga have been a bit of a Cinderella story coming through. Goodwood Saints just the one on-field loss this day. We might ask Jordan about the second loss for the B grade this year later. But Goodwood have got a great mix of players as well, so it's going to be a great game.
Meanwhile, Goodwood Saints, their selections, again, both teams, 12 players of the 22 played A's this year. For Goodwood Saints, a total of 64 games. A couple of familiar names here.
Yeah, I look at names like Jack Carter, to me, is too good for this grade, but it's great for a veteran like him to come back and provide some leadership to what is a relatively young team. But there's names like Addison Burns, Will Clark, Scott Bleasing have played a lot of A-grade football. Charlie MacArthur played a lot of A-grade football. Alex Schiller's a name that not everybody knows, but he's a player that's been too good for B-grade for a long time. Hasn't always been able to come up and dominate in the A-grade, but I'd be looking for Alex Schiller to kick 3 or 4 goals in this game today as well. He's a star player, and a lot of the attention will go to Burns and Carter, etc. So look out for him today, player to watch.
Alrighty, teams are about to line up for the playing of a national anthem. Something's occurring before all 3 games this afternoon or today. So let's go down to ground level.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join with the players, coaches and umpires as we stand for the Australian National Anthem.
It never matters what the sport, it never matters what the grade. This is always a magical moment to have the anthem before you play for a championship. The first bounce is about 3 or 4 minutes away. The league at the moment, congrats to them. I think they're running a couple of minutes ahead of schedule. Doesn't always happen on grand final days. Yeah, with Phil Hurdham, Adam Jeffries, Tommy Javour's going to join us at half time, and we're going to unleash him. We're going to let him off the chain. He's going to roam around Cooper Stadium in the second half, building up the atmosphere for the big one, Glenunga and Prince Alfred. Adam, a prediction for this match?
Prediction, I think Goodwood will win. But Glenunga, like Jordan said, have been a bit of a team on a mission the last 6 weeks. It'll be a classic B-grade grand final. It'll be tight and low scoring early, and then look for the game to break open a little bit more in the second half. Glenunga are so well drilled at the defensive side of the game. I just think Goodwood have got better attacking weapons in their B-grade. I think they got guys that can hit the score sheet. Look for Addison Burns to take some hangers today as well. He always likes to run and jump at the football. So Goodwood for me by a couple of goals.
All right, and Jordan Dodd, president of the Goodwood Saints Footy Club, joining us for the first quarter. We know who you will select. Do you have a reason and maybe a player to keep an eye on?
Oh, look, my favourite player to watch out there today has to be Nathaniel Cooper, number 1. He is something special when he turns it on. Just moves the ball like no one else in this division can. And I'm expecting him to turn it up today.
Okay. Thanks for Jordan. Look forward to talking to you all things Goodwood Saints through the first quarter, but we are set to rock and roll. The minor premiers up against the late Chargers. Goodwood are in the black. They're going to the left of your screen. Glenunga in the white, going to the right-hand side. Thanking our sponsors, the Banner Crew, 9 News, Buddy Bet, Sport or Roll the Dice Racing, Archie Sandals, Programs to Fit, and the Farmers Leap Winery, Moseley Bar and Kitchen, Dartfish Sports Interactive, and we are set to rock and roll in the Div 1 Reserves Grand Final. Instantly taking the ball was Josh Goodwin. He's instantly tackled by Dylan Smith and tackled unfairly. It'll be Saints with the first clearance. Inside the forward 50 to the old scoreboard. Nice lead, nice mark. So far going perfectly to script for the Saints fans. Addison Burns from Pinaroo and Keith. Bit of time with West and North in the Sandful systems.
He's a journeyman, this man. Jordan will know he's quite the character, Addison Burns. But one thing Addison can do is he can play football when he really wants to. And grand final day, great start for him, great lead. More than capable from this range to slot it through.
9 reserves games for 9 reserves goals. From the edge of 50, has missed. To the right-hand side. No score registered. What's that beautiful kick, Adam?
Commentator's curse straight away.
And the scoreboard is still showing donuts. That's no score, out of bounds on the full. In front of what looks to be the Goodwood cheer squad down there in front of the video screen, which is showing our footage today. Minute gone, no score. And umpire comes in and sorts it out. So, Jordan, a lot of your players, their season is done. They're enjoying the break. But for the president, there really is no break, is there?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. It really ramps up from here for us.
As there's a free. It's going to go the way, I think, of Will Clark.
Will Clark is a fast leading full forward, and he drew the free kick there. Defender couldn't quite get to him, went over the shoulder for the spoil. Not always the most elite shot on goal, but from 30 out directly in front field. I won't put the commentator's curse on him this time.
West Adelaide under-18 player, 22 goals from 9 games, so kicks just over 2 a game. But 8 A-grade games this year. Most players have played A's and B's or B's and C's throughout this season. Straight in front, deliberate, now comes in. And Goodwood are on the board with the first behind of the day. And I think we're just going to put away our goal-kicking analysis. But one thing I do love, Jordan, about the Goodwood Saints, very progressive club in a lot of areas. I love the fact you've got numbers on front of the jerseys.
Yes, it does make a difference.
Good for the commentators. I didn't notice that, actually, Jordan. That is a good thing, actually.
Hey, look, anything I can do to cheat, I'm there.
We'll go next level, like basketball. We'll get their names on the back next year.
Get the tattoo, the number on the shoulders.
Oh, see, that's a look.
That is a look, isn't it? We got a ball up. Glenunga yet to go their side of the centre. Once again, first in there, Josh Goodwin. Spent some time with Sturt. Mitchum, Uradler, Harndorf. He's got a decent collection of Guernseys in that time. No one can take the ruck tap. Woononga, a short kick forward. And now they're going to go forward. Inside the 50-metre ruck. Oh, barely. Jack Carter in the way. Turkey couldn't quite grab it. And Goodwood Saints will clear momentarily. They're on the outer wing. Brings it inboard to Scott Blessing. Probably the veteran player.
Yeah, he's a veteran now. Scott played a lot of football. Nice, calm head on grand final day.
Not sure how many grand finals he would have got with West Hills. He was part of the 2015 group there. James Hanlon intercepts. He's one of 4 Glenunga players who have, according to Play HQ, played for the Rams, and no one but the Rams from junior days onwards. And as expected,
classic start to a B-grade grand final, Phil. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of numbers around the ball. Hard to get a kick away. You won't see a lot of switch kicks. You'll just see a lot of dump kicks forward at the moment. Forwards need to be playing in front on their toes.
Just get a touch is sort of the call. It doesn't have to be a great one. Just in front of the windsock that is showing just the slightest of slight advantages to Glenunga at the moment. As the kick from Charlie MacArthur finds a target. So good. Glenunga really haven't been able to put too much of a string of possessions together at the moment. And that, if there was deliberate in the Adelaide Footy League, and we know there's not, Sam Abel, that was as deliberate as it comes.
Look for that to change next year, Phil,
Yeah.
I reckon.
Well, I mean, the last touch does away with the deliberate hand pass, but you can still tap it out. That's not ruled a disposal. Saints forward. 3-on-3 contest here. Everyone goes to ground except Will Clark. Gets the hand pass out. Kick around the body. Will land right on the goal line. Not thumped through. Glenunga are not going to concede a thing if they can help it. They try by a point at the moment. And again, there it goes.
Smart play.
Jesse Tammy says, I concede. Let's have a boundary throw in.
Goodwood are dominant so far, though, Phil. Great ruck work to Scott Bleasing at the last stoppage. And Will Clark for a full 40 flew, but got the crumb as well. So he's a very versatile player.
Breaking news.
Here we go.
Tommy Javour's in the house, but on field, Nathaniel Cooper. Jordan Dodd picked it. The player to watch has kicked the first goal. Cooper's got, and that actually is his first goal in, his 6th goal in the reserves. He has played a couple of league games as well.
Too much speed there, Phil. Jordan, tell us a little bit about Cooper, where he's come from, and we haven't seen lots of him this year. Tell us a little bit about him.
Look, Coops came down from Darwin this year and turned up at the Goodwood Saints, and he's been embraced with open arms. Unfortunately, has had a year really hampered with back-to-back hamstring injuries. So...
because he did make an A-grade appearance early, and then that was why he went missing after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And made an impact when he played too,
Yeah.
but has just struggled to get himself match fit again. But it's really exciting to see him out there today.
It's a shame, and it was obviously a tough year for Goodwood's A-grade, and players like Cooper not playing, he adds that excitement to the forward line that Goodwood were really struggling with, and so it's a shame, and we've seen already his speed too much to handle for Glenunga so far.
Heitman to Willits. Inside 50 count. I reckon it's about 5-0 or maybe 5-1 if you were being generous to that one sole Rams forward 4A. This time it's a stoppage.
Goodwood have been able to get good distance out of their clearances, Phil, haven't they? You know, there's been a couple of hat kicks from Glenunga, but Goodwood have been able to get the ball 50 metres away from the congestion. They do have a very dangerous forward line.
Yep, 2-0 in the centre clearances. Play on. Open goal beckons. And delivers. That's Tommy Perrin, the man from Kangaroo Flat, which is a suburb of Bendigo. And he's got the Saints' second goals. It's all going to script, Jordan.
It's what I like to see. No commentators curse from my end.
No. Good calling early, especially on the call from Cooper being the excitement machine with the first goal. But that was just, again, Goodwood dominance at the stoppage. Forward 50 play there, nothing fancy. Free kick to Goodwood, took the advantage, but finished. That's the critical thing early in grand finals, Phil, is finishing. You see a lot of teams struggle. We saw Goodwood miss a couple of set shots early, but having 2 goals on the board is a great nerve settler.
They've settled nicely. 2-1-13. Glenunga yet to even look like scoring. Yet to get within 45 metres of the big white sticks. But they'll get the clearance. However, short-lived to Charlie MacArthur. MacArthur brings it down the broadcast side. One-on-one battle. Nicely won by Jesse Temmie. Here's a chance for Glenunga. Can Jordan Opperman run onto it? It sits from the Wolf Blast pocket. Off hands. But Glenunga on the board.
I reckon Glenunga coach would be disappointed with Opperman there. He's got Matchett in a one-on-one at the top of the square and he's gone the dribble ball from the pocket. Glenunga as a club have been so disciplined in that space this year, haven't they, Phil? They've gone to the top of the square, played the team game.
Jason Dunstall would not be impressed. The Saints, good kick in, finds Taj Spencer. He finds a target. I mean, it's a beautiful day to showcase your skills. Jaden Getty has it. Back to Taj Spencer.
Spencer's a player we saw make his A-grade debut early in the year, didn't we, Jordan? And he looks like he's still a skinny young kid a little bit, but he's a player of the future for sure. Dad played at the football club as well.
In the end.
Sister plays as well.
Is that right?
Yep.
Great family.
Well, that's the great thing about football now, isn't it? You know, you throw in the women's footy, which I know is huge at Goodwood, Div 2 premiers, throw in the inclusive league. I mean, just in the Oz kick, all the juniors. I got no idea how your oval copes.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Jordan's currently looking into a second oval.
Yeah, don't blame you.
Oh, me and the rest of the footy league, I think.
Yep. Oh, Saints again. One-on-one contest over the head. The bounce will be critical. Race for pace. In the end, desperation from the Rams.
Great foot skills by Goodwood early in this game. Often we spoke early that the ball would just be dumped, kicked forward, but they've been able to spot up targets. Glenunga are sagging back. Goodwood are playing it smart, just hitting up the short free target. Jack Carter prominent early, playing at centre-half back, but almost having a shot on goal there, drifting forward.
This is a little reminiscent of the AFL prelim last night with Collingwood surging a lot early before GWS settled and got back into the contest. Let's see if Glenunga can soak up some of this pressure from the Saints. 13-point lead at the tick over 10 minutes. One of our boundary umpires, Edward Milson and Brodie Summons, are the boundary umpires. Annette Greenshield and Maeve Elshak-Betson are our goal umpires, joining Mark Barnack and Ben Kernich on the field. Samuel Ovens-York across to one of the busier players so far in Charlie MacArthur. Looking in the Cooper direction, flying across was Will Clark, but Glenunga held onto it. Kick by Desira into some space. Back to it was Satanek. But here's Carter to mop up. Find some space. Find a loose Saint. And on the second bounce, it'll get there, but not before the boundary line gets in the way.
Glenunga just struggling a bit at the moment. They've sent an extra forward up around the ball and behind the ball. Goodwood aren't playing an extra defender, but they're holding their back six. And Satnak and Jack Carter on their own weren't able to clear on that occasion, but I think Glenunga are going to have to look to send the extra number forward soon. Again, Satnak's allowed to sit on his own.
Which I would have thought is asking for a little bit of trouble.
They might just be looking to consolidate, just slow the game down for a couple of minutes with Goodwood's fast start.
Yeah. Satnik, one of 10 Goodwood Saint players to have spent some time wearing the red and black at West Adelaide. A couple have been at Sturt, and Glenelg North Adelaide feature in some of these Saints journeys as well. For Glenunga, as expected, it's mainly Sturt, a couple of West Adelaide, couple of North Adelaide journeys as well through their development systems. Glenunga's kick to the attacking edge of centre, bobbled ball, but taken by Matchett. He goes into the forward line. That's a really good pass to Opperman.
Thought he got away with a little shove in the back there, Matchett, but it wasn't the worst I've seen, but could have easily been paid. But the best part about his play there was the kick inside 50. Opperman's a little bit stiff not to be playing A-grade himself. He's a great mover, great skills. Goodwood are dominant, but if the Rams can kick a goal here, 2-1, they'll take that. They've just consolidated in the last couple of minutes.
15 goals, 8 games in the A's, 28 goals from 12 games in the B's. Chance to get the Rams their first major of the grand final across the face. It's their second behind. Sportal scoreboard. Goodwood 2-2-14, Glenunga 2 behinds. I want to thank all our sponsors. The Banner Crew being huge, sponsoring the stream 2 Nine News, of course, premier partner of the Adelaide Footy League. Buddy Bet, we've got that coming up for the main game. Sportal, Roller Dice Racing, and a few more we'll mention, including, of course, Farmers Leap Winery. Coach of the week, coach of the year coming up at
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look out Tuesday night.
Tuesday night between the posts. Season wrap edition. Who will be coach of the year? Back here, it's Daniel Thompson with the kick. As far as Dylan Smith. Big fist from the Saints defence. And this will end up a stoppage. So, John, one thing I was thinking about this game, and Goodwood Saints going from Div 1 to Div 2, is usually that means a turnover. Some players leave, some players come in. Are we possibly seeing the future of the Goodwood Saints playing here today? That there'll be opportunities for them next year?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a number of these boys made a couple of A-grade appearances this year and played really well. And I'm really excited for the future of the club. And the way that I see it, it's 1 year in Div 2 and then we'll be back in action in Div 1 again.
Yeah, to sort of what Payneham did this year. Bit of a surprise to have a poor season, but right back at them the next.
Can happen to anyone. One thing that Luke Donaldson did really well this year was he played the kids. You know, he could see that it wasn't going to be a Goodwood A-grade premiership this year pretty early on. You would never say that early, would you, Jordan? But I think Luke knew, and he brought lots of kids through. And when you go back to Division 2, the standard doesn't drop a lot, but it does a little bit. They'll be all the better for it next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Luke Heitman with the kick. Finds Lachlan Matthias. He kicks it down the line towards that 50-metre arc. I mean, there's no issue with the win. That's clear the back of the pack. Here's a chance for Cooper in space. If it will sit, it does. Now he's got to do a 180. Lost the ball in the process. Umpire says, well, we'll just play on with that. And Glenunga clear momentarily. I say momentarily. Mark paid. Yep, Matthias has it. Too far out to score, you would think. Man on the mark is 55 out. He will lob about 10 out. Spills to the front. And that's where it'll be a stoppage right by that boundary line.
So you see it didn't work before for Cooper, but the excitement that he brings to the game and the pressure he puts the opposition under, even then, just nothing really happening. But the opposition coach would be like, wow, what are we going to do about this guy?
Yeah.
And that's what you need.
You stay goal side. He's got a really good chance of getting the ball if it spills to the front. And has the first goal. The other goal so far going to Tommy Perrin. Just 2 goals kicked in fantastic conditions on a superb deck. We're in for a treat here this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying it on Filming Footy. To the middle we go. Umpire says hanging on. It's Goodwood's free and it will come back.
Am I allowed to say it? A little bit stiff there, Soy, my old mate Sam Oven-York, who, interesting story about Sam Oven-York. Both of you, I coached Sam in 2018, and he ruptured his spleen in a collision at Park 9. And I remember visiting in the hospital the next day, and he just had the biggest grin on his face. I would never have played football again if that was me. But yeah, great character and a great player, Sam Oven-York.
I remember Jeremy Clayton ruptured his spleen for Port Adelaide, and he was in hospital McGarry Medal night when he won the McGarry Medal, and his coach had to go to hospital and give it to him.
It's an unusual injury because obviously you know you're in pain, but you don't exactly know what's going
Yeah,
on.
like,
You need to get
I'm
an
in pain.
internal
What's
scan.
wrong?
Yeah.
All my bones look like they're in the right spot. What's going on?
Great recovery by Soy. It's great courage to get back out in the footy field, I think, when something like that happens. It's a nasty injury.
Dylan Smith's kick. Good with defence.
Yeah, they're all on
Looking
top.
solid.
Satnak's been good for mine. He's a player that's come through the under-18s and juniors as well. A little bit of time at West Adelaide juniors, but he's a rock-solid defender down there. Goodwood, they've got a lot of good tall defenders through the club. You know, look at guys like Jack Carter, and that could be a tall defender at any club. It's just at the forward end of the ground that they've struggled a fraction, but down back, their defensive stocks for mine are pretty sound, not getting beaten in any one-on-one so far.
Yeah, Jordan Dodd, president of Goodwood Saints. Look, I've got one hard question for you.
Ooh.
Okay.
Only
We had to
one.
thread the throat.
Because I just wanted to know. 2 things happened simultaneously in round 18 of the men's. It was also grand final in the women's.
It was.
And almost at exactly the same time, your elite women's team won the Div 2 flag and your men's team got relegated. What was the mood like at the Goodwood club rooms that night?
First of all, I have never felt more confusing emotions than sitting on the sideline watching my girls win a flag, crying
Getting the
about
news
it,
down the
a
line.
relegation at the other end. But honestly...
Send the girls to the highway and the boys to the footy club, Jordan.
Well, not at all. It was, honestly, it was one of the best nights that we've had at the club.
I'll just have to put you on pause there for a moment. It's a great... I want to hear it, but I'm just going to put a pause because Glenunga are surely, with Opperman, going to get their first goal. They do. Don't want to miss that. Glenunga, 1-2-8. Goodwood Saints 2-2, 14 back to a one-goal game. Sorry, Jordan, please continue.
Well, no, obviously had the potential that night to be a bit of a funeral at the Goody Saints, but the boys all got around the girls, celebrated their win, and, as a few of the boys said to me, well, we're still a Div 1 club at the end of the day because the girls are going on up this year, so...
So that was a Division 2 premiership, the
Yes,
girls
it
won, so
was.
they're up into Div 1 now. That's happened fast for Goodwood Saints, but Goodwood Saints have been very progressive in women's football, and it was only a matter of time before the ladies made the Division 1 competition.
And we can see the Glenunga, they brought the floggers.
The floggers.
The streamer things.
Okay, old school.
Old school floggers.
1980s, 36s stuff.
No, that's Woodville Cheer Squad. That was my place of residence for the late 80s.
Big goal
Building
there for
banners.
Glenunga, though, wasn't it, Phil? Yeah. Goodwood have dominated this quarter for mine, but Opperman's been a bit of a hard one to handle for them. He's the only player that looks dangerous at the moment.
Rams look like they're settling into this contest.
I reckon Coach Johnston's made the move. He's put Jack Carter onto Opperman, number 13 for Glenunga, who's the dangerous forward for Glenunga at the moment. Smart coaching.
Yeah, he's kicked 3 goals, Machette 28 and Montgomery 34. The 3 main goal scorers
fantastic
for Glenunga in the Bees this year is Luke Heitman.
Better known as Big Sexy at the club.
Big Sexy, okay.
We're waiting for you to bring a few nicknames in, Jordan. He would have self-titled himself. No, he's quite a quiet guy, Luke Heitman, isn't he? So I'm not sure he's self-titled that one.
I wouldn't put it past him, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, they went. I did check with the team managers. The only ones I got with nicknames. This is to the back. It's a charge. He's there again. Nathaniel Cooper. If there's a goal to be had at close range, Cooper knows where to be. He's got his second. Goodwood Saints have their third.
He just got
Nice
the ball.
response.
Sorry, Phil. He just got the ball to boot really fast there. But if I'm, again, great play by Cooper, but if I'm Glenunga, you have to stay goal side of a player of that speed. He's been out the back 3 and 4 times. You're better off letting him come up the field and do some damage than let him get in behind you. So I'm sure Glenunga will make a change at the quarter-time break there. But great call by Jordan, player to watch. Thank you very much. Like I said, Cooper's a player I don't know a lot about personally, but exciting to watch. And hopefully he can have a big summer and play some A-grade football next year, Jordan. That would be fantastic. Type of player you need.
Oh, absolutely. He's that small forward that we were really missing this year in our A-grade.
Who knows, could be heading that way. Played a couple of games there. Just the 2.
If we had a contested mark stats, Phil, Goodwood would be all over it. You look at Oven Job
Yeah.
there, fantastic mark against Matchett, who's kicked bags in the A-grade this year. Like I said, Goodwood well stocked in their key positions.
Almost intercepted. The Saints stay alive for the moment. First to it should be Dylan Smith. Manages to keep poised to get the handball out. Now, back to Smith again from 55. Long range kick, top of the square. There's a lot of white.
Well done, Satnak.
And in the end, Opperman tried the soccer kick.
It made the error, Satnak on the kick, nearly got turned over, but that was desperate there. It looked like Opperman was going to soccer it through and Satnak just got in front. There's only a minute to go in this quarter. Obviously, the B-grade game a bit shorter. So Goodwood have just been able to lock this down, not concede a goal.
He's trying to spin through. Only in the trouble was Daniel Thompson.
There's a couple of Glenunga players free off the back now. You can hear the coach
Push and
yelling out.
shove. Let's see what happens at the siren if there's a little bit of afters. Does happen occasionally, grand final at quarter time. Players who haven't had much of a kick just feel the need to get that energy out. Heitman the tap. I'll be very shocked if this ball comes out of here before the siren goes.
There's no time on, is there, Phil? It's flat 22 minutes, is that right? So players know, yeah.
No.
Okay.
22 minutes flat in the Division 1 reserves and an entertaining first quarter. The Goodwood Saints 3-2, 22 goals. Nathaniel Cooper, 1 to Tommy Perrin. Jordan Opperman, the sole goal for the Glenunga. We will take a break. You're Jordan Dodd, president of the Goodwood Saints. Jordan, thank you so much. Good luck with the day and good luck with the off-season, because there is no off-season.
Never shuts down.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
We'll be back with more footy after the break.
Nine News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
It's grand final day in the Adelaide Footy League. What a day. 20 grand finals being played around 7 venues. Filming Footy, we're streaming live 8 of them. The Division 1 to 6 grand finals and a triple header here today. If you've just joined us in the Seas, Prince Alfred Old Collegians, they had a good start to proceedings today. A 45-point win, the perfect season in defeating Sacred Heart Old Collegians to be the C1 premiers. Oh, there's a familiar face addressing the troops at quarter time.
He would have been keen to put a Guernsey on almost.
Yeah.
I reckon. There's nothing wrong with that, though. That's a club mentality at Glenunga. They have a similar game style through their B grade. He's just reinforcing all that. I think it's fantastic.
So, of course, we've been juking and jiving a bit the game and talking to Jordan. Any observations from a coaching lens in that first quarter?
I thought Goodwood dominated 2/3 of the quarter, Phil. Some ball use, intercept marking, etc. But Glenunga just steadied in that last 5 or 6 minutes and got some repeat inside entries. Opperman is looking dangerous for them inside 50. Big quarter for them coming up, though. They want to go in as close as they can, Glenunga to Goodwood in this second quarter. There you go, mate. I think we met quickly.
Well, the joy of a live stream. We're rotating the guests. We've had Jordan Dodd, president of the Goodwood Saints, and just to be fair, a man who's going to have a very big day.
Big day for Glenunga.
Big day for Glenunga. President of Glenunga Footy Club, Ben Stapleton. Ben, how's the day going so far?
It was an early start. I don't think we got too much sleep last night.
And I was about to say, how much sleep did you get last night?
I was in Melbourne last week for work, so I only just come in late, so probably distracted me. So
it is always
probably not a bad thing.
It is always inconvenient when work gets in the way of grand final week, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I was talking to Jordan before, and I know firsthand, if you're the president of a large football club like Glenunga or Goodwood, you could argue you would do more there than you do in your job. Don't tell the boss that, though.
Very true.
Well, it's a 12-point lead into the second quarter. Glenunga in the white, kicking to the left of screen. Goodwood in the black, kicking to the left of screen. Sorry, Glenunga. Goodwood are going to the parade end to the right of screen. And they're doing that with Charlie McCarthy. He's got a couple of key touches, and he will kick it. And was that touched?
Been right under the umpire's nose so far. McCarthy's been really good around the football.
Yep. So, what is your day? What have you been up to today, and what does your day look like, Ben?
Oh, for today, so up early, down to the club, pick up a few things, Eskies, ice, marquee, just make sure we've got everything sorted. Set up a bit of a spot on the hill for the supporters to make a bit of a home. We had to get here early so that it didn't get taken
those
by
Princeton
some of the others.
boys wouldn't take the hill.
Exactly. So, and then obviously the bees, you've got to get here pretty early. The guys start their prep pretty early through the C grade, so day goes quick.
And And this evening, win, lose or draw, what's your plan? So what's the club's plan?
Yeah. So everyone will be back to the hub at Webb Oval. We've got the whole hub booked. Got to be out of there by 12. So, we'll probably wander down to the parkside later on, between 11 and 12 and carry on. So.
And carry on one way or the other. And how good has it been for you to have both your Bs and your As on the final Saturday of the season?
I don't think you can sort of overstate the importance of it, to be honest. You get so many more people on the track, competition for spots, and a real energy and support for each other. So, it's pretty rare for us to be in this position. So, making the most of it.
So we've got a mark.
Alex Schiller with the little one-handed pluck at the top of the square there.
Well found. Schiller, who's kicked 39 goals in the Bs over 13 games. Got 4 games in the A's with 3 goals.
He's one of those players at Goodwood, Alex Schiller, that's been too good for B-grade football forever, but hasn't been able to just crack a regular A-grade slot. Very clever, medium-sized full forward. Schiller comes in from 20. Kicks the goal for Goodwood.
It's,
my play-by-play needs some work so
that's
far.
That's
Phil.
okay, mate.
I think
you no notice, no prep.
we're talking about Glenunga's Bs being in as well. From an A-grade coach point of view, it's so critical because you're always going to get 1 or 2 injuries. Numbers on the track for training drills, enthusiasm at the club, all of it is huge. And even for unlucky players, we've spoken about there's 4 or 5 guys on the park today that will get an A-grade game in any other park where they get to play a grand final. Yep. And that's huge for a player like Jack Matchett. It's great for his development to play in a pressure game like this against Goodwood Saints, even though they're B-grade defenders who are actually quite good. So I think it's fantastic for Glenunga. Interesting.
Great position there by James, our mobile cameraman, about the wall here. It gets a lot of mention. You get an idea there that it is actually a fair gap between boundary line and wall. Goodwood Saints are getting the clearances, getting the inside 50s as they go in front of the Glenunga Hill. And who's that mob in front there in all the shirts, Ben, do you think?
I reckon it'll be some of the C grade and probably some of the parents, actually. I reckon they're all kitted out in the gear.
And the Glenunga Reptiles, says TJ behind us, being one of those from last year.
One of the great things we've seen this year is during the A-grade games is all the B-grade boys getting on the hill and getting stuck into the opposition and cheering on their team. I think it's been fantastic.
That's TJ's legacy.
That's
it is. He has
something behind.
There's a lot of legacies around for Tommy.
Yes, we've had a lot of fun with
that. But
that.
that's a good one, though. Just creates a whole club feel. And we even saw Coach Grimer addressing the Bees there at quarter time. That would all be, he wouldn't just come in and do that. They work as a squad. It's a whole squad mentality, which I think is fantastic. You can see it in the game style of the Glenunga Bees. They play the same way.
Speaking of Coach Grimer, he will be joining Filming Footy right on the halftime siren, I've been told. We got no time to flaff about. Straight down to TJ and Nathan Grimer to have a chat. And, of course, also Craig Pitt will have an interview with as well. Part of our build-up for the A-grade does build up at halftime. We'll try and do a double act of respectful to this game, but also giving you bits and pieces in the build-up to it's the biggest game of the Adelaide Footy League season. How far, Ben, Glenunga have travelled the lengths, the heights and depths of the Adelaide Footy League. How much have you been part of that journey?
I've been around the club for about 9 years. So, moved back from overseas, got 3 young boys, and sort of the only way to get involved was to take up a role. So, sort of coached for a few years, got on the committee early on, and I just loved it. I loved the whole connection between the juniors and the seniors. We've had some pretty good times through that period, but also some challenges to build depth through the Bs and the Cs. And I think if you look this year, it's probably the first year we've, I think in the past our B grade have been walloped pretty consistently, and C grade even more. But we're just starting to see the signs of increased depth and a consistent game plan through the
So it's just an interesting handball over the head look there, which almost paid off the party trick.
That has been the noticeable difference for Glenunga this year, hasn't it? The depth through the B grade. Like I said, there's a lot of players out here that would play A grade, a lot of footies, and the challenge moving forward is to retain those players, not lose them to some of the lower division clubs in your area. Is that something the club is mindful?
Absolutely. Yeah, you certainly need to look after the guys. We've had very little turnover over the last sort of 5 or 6 years, which again makes a really big difference. You know, trying to keep topping up is really tough.
Daniel Thompson's going to get a chance here for Glenunga's second goal. They trail by 18 points at the moment. Kick from about 45, maybe at 48. Distance not a problem.
Nicely.
Clears the pack. Glenunga have their second, and they stay within range.
Good steadying goal there for Glenunga. Their biggest problem so far today has been at the centre bounce. Goodwood have been able to walk out of there 3 or 4 times and get deep entries. And as we know in B-grade footy, field position is everything. It's so hard to move the ball with foot skills from one end to the other. So it's a big centre bounce coming up here. The big ruckman, that's young Pittman, isn't it, in the ruck? He's got some good ruck craft. He needs his guys on the ground. Bleasing has been the hit-to player. Need a big centre clearance here, Glenunga, and put Goodwood back under pressure straight away.
Young Thompson played under 16s for us this year in the juniors. So
yeah, wow.
He's on a permit, but yeah, he's...
that was the lad that just kicked the goal then. It's a fantastic shot.
So we're back in the T-Saucer. Norwood Oval. I've been just coming out here this year. And you've got to thank the AFL for this with the gather round and the AFLW
Just gets
games.
better out here, doesn't it, Phil, at Norwood?
There's been money invested to make this, it's always been an awesome venue. 1901. You both might remember midweek football out here under lights back in the day. The sponsors' names we can't mention anymore. And Friday night footy in Sandford was started here, and it's always been a good ground for Adelaide Footy League as well.
It's a great size, isn't it? It's great viewing. You can go to the hill. The view from this stand to watch football is the best in Adelaide, in my opinion.
Yep.
And that's why they get some of the bigger crowds in Sandford footy. We expect a pretty decent turn up today. The Saints have it. Jack Forrest on the edge of 50.
Doesn't like the distance here, so Glenunga need to cut off the leading lanes here. Now he's going to have a ping.
Jack Forrest has played the most reserves games of any Goodwood Saint, which is 18. Just happens to match the number. 19th game from 49. He went too close. Man on the marker got a touch on it. Now it's a mad scramble for the footy, which Glenunga should win. Although the Goodwood forward's pretty good in pursuit. Here comes Cooper. He's very good in pursuit. Forces the turnover. Matthias spills over the boundary line. 8.5 gone. Goodwood by 12 points.
Game's gone up a notch in the last couple of minutes, hasn't it? It's been fantastic to see. Great pressure from both teams there.
Forrest and Thompson explaining exchanging some grand final pleasantries. Loose ball, centre wing. Nicely grabbed and faked by Opperman. One-on-one contest at the 50. Hot footy to get at the 50. It's to the Saints. The hand pass for Trakakis just missed the target. If it was on target, he was away into an open goal.
Opperman's hurt a shoulder there. Really crashed in hard. He's been really good in this game, actually. He'd be disappointed not to be playing A-grade, but he's putting his body on the line. Good to see him up. He's one to watch for Glenunga at the moment.
That's from that between the narrow little passageway between the 50-metre arc and the centre square that you have here at Norwood. Around the body.
Whoa!
Smith. Oh, there's a fly and a wonderful grab.
Who's that?
Lockie Turson.
And he might have done some damage to
Someone
match
get me
it
a
at the
number.
bottom of the pack.
Here comes the replay.
Can we get a
Hugo
replay?
is on point, our producer, getting the replay.
That was a genuine hanger, wasn't it?
Yeah, Matchett with, Smith with the kick. Up and at him.
And unfortunately, Matchett has copped the old knee to the back of the higher back or the noggin, but he's up and feeling okay, which is good.
It's
Great highlight for B-grade football. That was a fantastic mark.
It's Lockie Tursey, who's kicked 6 goals in 6 reserves game, initially a junior with Mitcham. Post high. Glenunga have kicked the last 2, and it's a 1-goal grand final.
Tell us a bit about that kid. We're hanging like that in the 2s.
So, yeah, Lockie came to us with a whole bunch of guys, Lincoln Bennett and a few others from Mercedes. Jets, as a sort of rolled out, didn't go to Unley, came to Glenunga, played Div 5, 4 and 3 grand finals for us. Hasn't played much the last couple of years. Teacher, working up in the hills, sort of got to that point where life got in the way, so started in the C grade this year and has worked his way up to play B grade.
Big goal in the context of the game too, as well, because like I said, I thought Goodwood are on top in the first couple of minutes, but Glenunga the last 2 game on.
Well, the other thing is the right of screen thus far we've seen 7 goals, and we've seen 5 of the 7, I think, kick there thus far.
Are we saying there's a breeze here,
No,
Phil?
sorry, 6. 5 of the 7. 1 goal to
Phil's
good with
still
this
up here,
quarter.
doesn't it?
Well, the windsock is pretty much pointing down slightly to the right of screen, but not much force in that. And well done, by the way. Can I say thank you for wearing the Clash jumpers for this occasion? Can you just do something about when you play Port District? That's my only request. I don't know why we've
What's
done
happening in
both
the A
years
grade?
at Webb Grade.
Prince Alfred wearing a Clash strip today, or they're going with the regular Guernsey?
I'm not sure. We'll be in the blue.
You'll be in the blue, as you deserve to be, being the top team.
I suspect they'll go in the red.
I don't think there's a clash between the
On the
red
muddy
and the blue.
games, it looked tight, but today we won't have a problem.
No.
Phil hates it when clubs don't wear Clash
Oh
strips.
no, it's just Glenunga hosting Port District, and I know it's not Glenunga's issue because
Port
I know
Districts
Port
have a Clash
District
strip.
have a grey,
I don't know why they didn't wear that day.
but it's 2 seasons in a row. I'm gonna have to make a note to League HQ about that one.
You've got some pull, Phil. Just ring up the Reds and say, come on.
Wish I did. Anyway.
Back to Glenunga as well. Like, it's a great fight back here, and we were talking before about how you retain your players when you're a quality A grade player, but potentially stuck in the B grade.
Oh.
As he gets through the tackle there, the best thing you can do as a club is make grand finals. That's how Goodwood have been able to keep their depth. Is players might and ah, but they know they're going to be playing in the pointy end of the season, which keeps them there.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Adam. That's been the hardest thing for us when you're playing B grade and getting beaten by 100 points like it has been in previous years. It's hard motivation to go down and play in the B. So yeah, this has been a really big turnaround.
Mitcham Hawks A grade coach calls you, and you consider it. But if you're no disrespect to Mitcham, a lot of clubs do that, by the way. But if you know that your B grade is going to be in the top 3, potentially playing on Cooper Stadium in a grand final, it does make you want to hang around.
Absolutely. And it's the culture that you bring, and Glenunga's been a club on, quite a amazing rise to keep finding the next level to go to year after year. Did you make any major changes after last year when you had a really great introduction to Div 1, top 3, played a couple of finals?
Very unlucky in those 2 finals last year. Could have easily made the grand final, Glenunga, last year, I thought.
Was there much of a change taken in the off-season, Ben?
Obviously, we went out and tried to recruit a couple of roles and gaps that we needed to fill, and Abe Davis filled that, and he's been a star and a great addition. A couple of the other guys who we did pick up got injured and haven't played much of a game at all.
Was the full forward you recruited that got injured in round 1, is that right?
Yep, Hupfield from West.
Oh, yes.
And he was going to be a great signing this year, and he did was it an ACL injury?
Yep.
He kicked 5 goals in the first half, and then we haven't seen him since. Amazing.
Yep.
Just very quickly, back to the game, because Sasanic is taking a shot. He's
Satnak's
very
playing
close to the man on the mark. Got the kick away, but to the left.
And just be mindful, Satnak is playing full back, centre
Yeah,
half back for Goodwood as well, having a shot for goal.
Explain that.
Could be explaining the kick. So, yeah, you've had it unlucky, and that's probably where I'm guessing if Hupfield was playing, Michael Wunke potentially wouldn't be. But he's a pretty handy replacement, Big Mike, isn't he?
No, that's right. And I think the other thing is just having the 3rd year under Nathan, and the guys, a lot of the guys have never really been coached or played top level footy, so they're very coachable. And another year of similar game plan has really just helped to add to that.
Chagakis went down, managed to just pass it on to Lagana. Tackle it inside 50 will be a stoppage. Exactly a 1-goal game, 4-2 to 3-2 at the 15-minute mark of the second quarter. All quarters in the Division 1 reserves will go 22 minutes.
Big 7 minutes coming up here, Phil. I feel like Glenunga are on the press. They've looked dangerous on the counter-attack a couple of times. Goodwood have had more field position.
This has very similar to last night vibes, of course. I mean, what a weekend of footy. 20 grand finals in the Adelaide Footy League today. We had Collingwood GWS last night. Carlton and Brisbane later on after we're done. And then Sandford grand final tomorrow. Just, if you love footy, it's just one of those weekends that you just dream of. Free kick. Given away. Machette's going to get the shot.
He's an interesting player, Jack Matchett. He pushes the boundary with the body work. But the thing is, when you're a forward, you only need 1 to go your way. He can give away 4 free kicks. He was out of position then, used his body. The umpire fell for a little push forward, and then he gets the shot on goal.
And we have a tied game, 4-2 to 4-2. Machette has his first. Now, the Adelaide Footy League, they just want to recognise their sponsors this year. Their platinum partner, 9 News, or their principal partner, 9 News. Their platinum partner, Born to Build, recently signed up. They're involved with tradies and apprenticeships. They've got a big display area at the front of the ground here today. West End, I mean, they've been with the league for eons. Sharon, Police Credit Union, O'Neill Sportswear. I love O'Neill Sportswear. They sponsor my weekly rap segment on a Sunday. Breakthrough Mental Health Foundation and CMAX Clinical Research, the Adelaide Footy League. Thanks all of those for the great support that without whom, well, the league would, I guess, not tick along as well as it does.
Great fight back here by Glenunga. I said Goodwood kicked the goal in the first 2 minutes of this quarter and 4-1, but Glenunga have responded with 3. Like I said, Goodwood have still had plenty of field position but haven't been able to score. And Glenunga on the counter-attack a couple of times have looked really good. Played a sling. No one argues with them anymore, do they? 12 months ago, everyone going, that's a great tackle, but the players are just used to it now, aren't they? They know no argument there at all, even though for mine there wasn't a lot in it.
Chance for the players to get a quick breath. A reminder, as soon as the halftime siren goes, in about 4 minutes and 40 seconds, we're going to Nathan Grimer and Craig Pitts. Spills to Cooper. He's been the X factor. Yeah. The difference, 3 goals.
Yeah. Again, Phil, I don't want to harp on it, but I'm sure the Glenunga coaching staff will be hoping somebody gets goal side of that guy and push him up the field. He's only had 3 disposals, but 3 goals. Just super fast, stayed on the ground. Goodwood have some dangerous tall forwards that are drawing a crowd. And, 3 goals in a grand final, great contribution.
Well, Play HQ has been playing at Katherine, Darwin, Garbett, which is in Northern Territory, and the North Shore Bombers, which last time I checked wasn't in Darwin.
Nah.
So I'm not sure how that journey worked.
Jordan, the Goodwood president who was in at quarter time, said he had 2 bad hamstring injuries through the year. I remember he made his A-grade debut in round 4, and then we didn't see him again. The player that Goodwood need in their A-grade badly. Easy centre clearance here, Phil.
And
great spot.
Great spot. That's great when the forwards become defenders. Create the turnover and create the goal. And just checking who it is who kicked it. Once he gets him away from all his teammates, that's James Tregarkis. His 2nd goal at reserves levels this season. Ties it back up, 8.5 minutes gone.
So this is why Jack Matchett for mine is going to be a good player. Now, a lot of players would have given up on that contest, right? I'm out of position, I'm done. Why didn't the kick go my side, blah, blah. He just fought and got the ball to the ground and front and square goal. I'm sure you'd like to comment. Jack Matchett will be a player of the future at Glenunga, won't he?
Oh, yeah, he's a great kid just a pretty talented sportsman from a pretty competitive family. So, he's a great kid to have him around. He coached our under-16s this year with a couple of the other guys.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Tommy Butterworth, so gives back. Great. One of the guys that you want to have around your club for the next 20 years.
And of course, Glenunga, like Goodwood, known as having one of the larger juniors. And you have one oval. How does all that work? How do you balance that out?
Yeah, we do a fair bit of negotiation with the schools around the area and tend to divvy up games and training.
Okay.
It's training that suffers, isn't it? It's very hard to get on the decks in June, in particular this year. You almost have to take your training inside, and the coaches have to get creative with some vision and PowerPoints and keep everyone fresh.
And the Glenunga Hub Complex, which of course is a community set up, that's only a couple of years old, isn't it?
It's gone quick. It's probably 8 years old now, believe it or not. And it was planned at the time when we only had a very small junior program, didn't really have any girls footy. So I guess what it's proving is it's got some really good points, but also a few things that are lacking from a footy club point of view, and we're working with Burnside Council to...
Just a couple more toilets, if I could put in a request, if that's not being too audacious.
Girls' change rooms, toilets, maybe an electronic scoreboard. And
electronic scoreboard.
Can I recommend a Sportal scoreboard to get that in?
Yeah, we've got a long list of requests.
Yeah, although I do love it. I mean, I'm into scoreboards. That was my first job in footy back when I was in the young teens. And I love the fact that you just wheel it out, wheel it back in.
But that is a problem for some clubs, isn't it? You look at Glenunga have grown in a rapid rate in the last 6 years. Women's footy, junior football, Division 1 strong club now, and facilities not easy. Look out for Cooper here again. Oh. It's a difficult matchup for a B-grade defence, isn't it, with a guy with that much speed, because you're not used to playing on someone that can carve you up like that. You just get drawn to the football. It takes an experienced defender to know when to go and when to stay down. So it'll be interesting to see if Wollonga change that matchup at half-time.
Into the final minute, I might just take the rest of this. Ben, thank you so much for your time today. Only rushing you because we're going to go and do the coaches interview. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
And thank you, by the way, for all your hospitality through 2023 whenever we ventured out to
Only club that bought barbecue to me, Phil, so thanks for that, mate. We appreciate that.
Big tick for Adam.
No worries, guys, and have a good call.
Good luck, mate. Cheers.
Ben Stapleton, President of the Glenunga Footy Club. Big day for them. Thanks to Ben and Jordan Dodd, President Goodwood Saints Footy Club. Just adding to, I guess, some of, not education, maybe insight.
Off-field, we're worried about on-field all the time, aren't we, Phil? Good to hear what's going on off-field.
Doesn't happen without great off-field. As we're into the final seconds, that's half-time. A great first half in the Division 1 reserves. It is Goodwood Saints 5-3-33, Glenunga 5-2-32. Let us... no, there's...
I think Coach Grime is just having a little debrief with the twos coach before they go in.
Okay. Okay. We've got one coach just waiting on the other. We'll cross down to Tommy Javor. Craig Pitts ready to go. The goal scorers, James Tregarkis, Jordan Opperman, Lachlan Tursey, Daniel Thompson, and Jack Machette for Glenunga. Goal scorers for Goodwood Saints, 3 to Nathaniel Cooper, 1 to Tommy Perrin, 1 to Alex Schiller. Part of a huge day of Adelaide Footy League action. Glenunga Rams, Prince Alfred Old Collegians, the Div 1 Grand Final will be underway in about 2:30. Won't be too long. And the money by Tommy Javor. We might go to ground level right now.
It's such a beautiful day to play footy, and I'm joined by... No, you're in, mate. You're in, Nathan. We've been waiting for you. I'm joined by... Good to see everyone's nice and relaxed for a huge grand final at Norwood Oval. The last 6 times these two teams have met, it's 3 apiece. Well, this is the rubber match. I'll start with you, Adam, because you were here first. How has the preparation been?
Yeah, really good actually. Had a good training session on Tuesday night. A little bit of fun, a little bit of skill. Was nice and sharp, wasn't too long. And then a captain's run here on Thursday night. Got to run around on the green grass that Norwood provided. So, super day. Probably a little bit too hot maybe, but we'll be all right, Grim. We'll just stand on the sidelines. We'll be fine.
Nath, preparation of the Rams?
Yeah, no, really good. We've been fortunate to have our B grade in, which, hasn't happened in the past. So we've been able to do some really good 18 on 18 and some scenario stuff. I know, really getting our guys to challenge us by hand and foot, which we know that PAC do so well. So the Bs have had a bit of fun with that. And as anyone will attest to, when the B grade get a hold of your A grade, the week of a final at training, it can get a little bit heated. But no, we're in really good shape. The 2 games in 30 days, take of that what you want. We train pretty hard. PAC are match conditioned. It promises to be a great game of footy.
So one of the toughest things as a coach, gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree, is the changes in grand final week. Any changes, rearranges, or...?
Yeah, unfortunately, Hugh DeSera went out of the team, played the last 12 games. Great kid. And it's just the hardest thing to tell a player, really, and it's part of the game. Fletcher Wisman comes in, who'd played every game prior to missing out in the first final. They're tough decisions. I think both teams are looking for anywhere you can gain a percent in a grand final, and we felt that Wiz's ability to play wing opposed to Huey more small forward probably got him the nod. He's a great lad, Hugh, and when I told him, it can be a bit emotional, as any coach will say. Straight away, he wanted to train with the Bees. He was one of the last ones to leave play at dinner. You just seeing guy how they handle themselves with a bit of adversity. Your respect for him is just it increases so much, and he's a great kid.
And maybe he's 44 minutes away from having a B grade flag. So silver lining. Tell me you haven't dropped Jade Davis.
No, I will not tell you that. No, the Juice will be playing again today. That was a tough call. I mean, we had Kobe Tozer available, and we could have gone with another big, but I had a great conversation with JD before the game last week, and I put a few things to him, and he did exactly that. Plus, he kicked 5 as well, so he was very valuable for us. So we're keeping JD today, and we lost Tom Humphries, unfortunately, to to an ACL. He did it again. So we've brought Mackenzie Slee back in, who hurt his back last time against Glenunga, and he's a massive player for us. He plays down back. He plays on all the dangerous forwards, and yeah, we are very super excited to have him back. Super player for us and a great guy. So.
Massive commiserations to Tom, who joined us in commentary, quality human, and we wish you all the best in your recovery. I'll go back to you, Adam. I don't expect you to tell me anything tactically or structurally with the big fella standing behind me. What do you expect from today's game, though?
It's going to be a huge contest game. You know, they play stoppage really well. They're strong guys. They got guys that fly in the air and can take a catch at full extension. So no, we're aware that they're a tall side and that we need to be up there with them at the top and trying to compete with them and get the ball to ground. And if we can, obviously, we'd like to get it out into some space and some width and let our runners go to town. So look, today we have to at least match them inside because that's their strength. And then if we get the ball on the outside, then let's see if they can catch us.
Fantastic. Nate, I forgot what the question was. What do you expect from today's game?
I'll just reiterate what you said about Chris Humphries. I've never met him personally. Tom Humphries, captain. I was at the game last week, went down, and someone was with me, said, you'd be happy to see that. And not about me at all, having had a couple of ACLs myself. You just guarded. I've heard he's pretty much the heartbeat of the club. And sorry, I made an apology about his name, but yeah, I know he won't be probably watching this, but you don't ever want to see that. What we've worked on today is doing what we've done all year, ground ball, contested footy. Contrary to what people think, it's the same width as Webb Oval, a little bit longer. It should suit our style. We saw how good PAC were last week. We've had some awesome contests. And I just think today's going to be another one. So, yeah, we'll see how we end up.
Coaches, thank you so much for joining me. It's Tommy Javon going to throw back at the Phil. May the best team win the Division 1 Grand Final. Phil Hurden, back to you, mate.
Thank you, Tommy Javon. Well managed, and we can't thank the coaches enough. Adam Sylvie, of course, Craig Pitt has a game to play, and Nathan Grimer for. When I heard they were going to do that together, I sort of thought, that'd be interesting.
No, I thought it was
they're
good.
Professional,
Yeah.
and TJ, awesome job, mate. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah, it was interesting to see them go together, wasn't it? But I like that, and we should give Adam Sylvie almost. They're a co-coach duo, aren't they? Pitt and Sylvie. Sylvie probably doesn't get a lot of the credit. I'm sure Pitty will be happy to go up and accept the cup if they win today. But Adam Sylvie's a much-travelled coach and a great resource for Prince Alfred. Speaks really well, doesn't he? Oh,
absolutely. Well, they both do. And they've both been absolutely wonderful to filming footy through the course of the year. We could not ask more. The insight they give, it is fantastic. Allows us to bring the best of the Adelaide Footy League to you because these are the two best teams. Let's have a look at actually what's at stake. I mean, it's a grand final. There's always two compelling stories. For Glenunga, I found out they once won an A9 premiership.
I didn't know that was an A9.
They were in the A9s, okay, a long time ago. They've won 10 A-grade premierships from A2 to A9. They've only been in one Division 1 grand final, 78, lost to the Falcons. Today, they can do what no Glenunga Rams team has ever done before, be the top of the mountain, the best of the best, in the best division, in the best community footy league in the state. I think that says it all. They're the minor premiers. They're on a 11-12 game winning streak. Gets to a point where you stop counting, to be honest. And they're favourites today. You throw to Prince Alfred Old Collegians. Well, this is their day. Third time in a row they've been here. First time at Richmond, the Oval they love. They beat up on Payneham Norwood Union. Last year here, lost to Port District. They're trying to win their third Division 1 premiership. No other Old Collegian side in the Adelaide Footy League has won more than two. So we really have some great matchups. Adam, it is, in a nutshell, these are the two best sides this year, and we get them for all the marbles.
Yeah, occasionally a team will sneak through to a grand final. Prince Alfred did that really last year, to be honest. Yep. Snuck through from 5th, I believe. Just got it together, and a couple of the teams faltered late. But these two are by far the best teams in the competition. It's what we wanted to see all year.
Hugo's been working the graphics. We've got the road to the grand final. Glenunga, 16-2. They won their last 10 minor round games, I'm pretty sure. And then Prince Alfred, it was a tight one. It looked like Glenunga were more dominant than that score indicated. Prince Alfred came back a couple of times. Glenunga didn't really look in too much danger in the final quarter.
Nah, agree. It could have gone with a couple of more accurate shots for goal, but Glenunga, they just can't get scored against quickly with their game style, can they? So Prince Alfred had a little 3-goal burst in the third quarter of that game, which kept it interesting. Glenunga didn't kick accurately, which just kept the door open. Low-scoring game. It always feels closer.
Glenunga, that's the direct route. Prince Alfred, a little more scenic. A great finish the minor round in second position. Hosted Sacred Heart. This was a great qualifying final. Sacred Heart, great start, great middle, but Prince Alfred a great finish, won by 11. The loss to Glenunga we discussed. Came up against Tea Tree Gully, who were that team coming up through the ranks. And Tea Tree Gully, well, 76 points was just a one-sided encounter. The umpires are out. Goodwood Saints are coming out. We're about 3 or 4 minutes away. It's time for us, in a minute or so, to say good day to the third member of our broadcast team. Whilst he's getting set up, a reminder of our great sponsors, the Banner Crew, 9 News, Buddy Bet, Sportal, Roller Dice Racing, Archie Sandals, Programs to Fit, Farmers Leaf Winery, Dartfish Sports Interactive, Adam's keeping account, Dartfish Sports Interactive, and the Mosley Bar and Kitchen. Now, we're working hard. I mean, Hugo's here, he's producing all 3 games. Adam and I are up here doing A's and B's. But the hardest working man of filming footy all season is the man who joins us here in the box. He's up, he's down. By the end of today, he's going to be all around. Tommy Javor, TJ, welcome officially to the broadcast.
Phil, it is great to be here. Can anyone hear me?
I can.
Can you hear me, Hugo? Yeah, so apparently at 3/4 time we'll head back down, do a bit of a, see what's happening with the warm-ups with the players, and they're going to throw back down to me. Yes. No, we don't say that. Because it's going to be about the players and about the game, not about the person. But one thing I'll say about this, one of the reasons why I want to come up and commentate, I know we had a few different plans on what we might do, is it's a really good game of Div 1 Reserves football in a grand final, and I reckon...
Okay. So just TJ, at 3/4 time, Adam and I are going through the keys to the game. So if you're doing the roaming, it needs to be in the breaks whilst the reserves are going. Okay, because we have something at 3/4 time already.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
what about coming back from 3/4 time?
Well, we expect you to be roaming the ground, giving us the build-up, mate.
Okay. All right. Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah.
And do I grab Jimmy, do I, from downstairs?
Yes, he's the mobile man.
So when am I doing that?
From about now.
Okay, I might just watch 10 minutes of this and then head down.
Take a 10-minute break, join us. But final quarter, I mean, I can see here...
You have some sheets for me?
We can get you into the police force because they're out the front of the oval.
You got TJ Hire over there, not TJ MC for hire, but
We've
TJ
got
Hire.
TJ, we'll put you in the cooler if you're in misbehave. We've got Glenunga taking the hill. Prince Alfred are going to claim a spot. You might go and mix with the corporates up in
been up there.
The
Been up
corporate.
there.
Basically, TJ, you get to give everybody in that final quarter.
Hey, we're on the big screen.
The room. Hello, everybody. Yeah, g'day. I see how they change it as soon as you wave. Give everybody a bit of an insight
Phil,
into what's
just
happening.
while we've just got a moment as well. Today will be my last broadcast. Obviously, I'm off to country footy next year. I just want to say what an absolute pleasure, obviously, for the last month, Adam, working with you, but you are truly an encyclopedia of knowledge. The way you run a broadcast as a lead commentator, you make my job so easy. Your research is immaculate. I've had an absolute ball. I'm getting old, so I'm trying new things each year now. I have no doubt I'll be back.
So does this mean we're a bucket list item?
Yeah, and look, I will still be commentating when they want me next year on days I'm available. I'm not saying goodbye forever. I am saying goodbye for this year, and it's been absolute. And Hugo, Liam, Jimmy, and all the teams I've worked with, it's been phenomenal. I've worked with a lot of backdoor media companies, but this is a really fantastic. What we're doing for the league, I think, is awesome.
Thank you, TJ. And it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful to work with you. I don't think I've ever had so much fun calling footy.
That's the plan.
As I've had with you. And I think we bounce off each other very well. We don't take it too seriously, but we take it with respect to what's out there.
Can I ask you a question? Has Jeffrey's been calling it down the line with his old Goodwood out here? Are we gonna do the Bill and Tony thing here with me being ex-Glenunga coach, you being ex-Goodwood coach?
Does that mean I can take the second half off and you just chat away? Well, after all that, you can see the crowd building. See, this is what we can see. We can send you down to the Roger Woodcock end, TJ.
Yeah.
We can check out what's happening behind the bar, the Farmers Leap Wines, hopefully getting a good run there.
Roger Woodcock, splinters down there. We've got the wooden barrel there.
The wooden barrels.
Yeah.
But we have a reserve, and in between the next hour or so, our job is to do two things. With yourself, TJ, build up towards the A's
but also to do due respect to what's out here, because we know we've got family, friends, and so forth watching, and we don't want to disrespect. So we'll see how we go.
Big Pitto in ruck here, son of David Pittman, and in the middle also Channel 9 News, one of our great sponsors, own Dylan Smith, reporting from the middle of the ground there as a centreman.
Someone throw him. We've got the cameras. Someone throw him a mic, or if we get one of those boom things to hang out over the middle.
Yeah.
But, TJ, you want to take some calling?
Yeah, absolutely, mate.
Here's
Get
the third
myself
quarter.
ready.
Here's the third quarter. You're with Tommy Javor.
It's Goodwood by a point. Probably going with the aid of a slight breeze, although the sock is flaccid. First break should go to Glenunga, but it's free kick Goodwood. This will be crucial. This is, and forgive me, it'll take me some time, that's a Lachlan Casey, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? It's as if I've got a sheet with their names in front of me. Casey goes with an inside-out torpedo by accident. Goes forward. It's all Goodwood in the follow-up, though. Casey again, quick hands. Again, I think you mentioned it, boys. The skills of this Div 1 reserves game. Envy's an A-grade game at any level. And say that and he starts fumbling. But he gets a hand on it there, does Carlson. And again, blind spots at every oval. One right in front of me. Right in front of me. Good work. Oh, there's the tip. Maxfield, I've got Rusty. High up and under. Montgomery under the ball coming up. Matchett the hatchet. And umpire finds a free kick, and it will go to Jack Matchett. True centre wing position of the parade.
It's been a key battle.
This guy's been hard to stop today.
Jordan
well,
Opperman did a pre-season at North last year. That's talk about depth in this footy club. Long to the hot spot. Ball spills out ground level. It's Glenunga. Match it on the angle. He's strong in the hips, but good tackle there. Didn't let him through. That's Liam Bennett. Of course, he's a good tackler because he's from the Tommy Javor Footy Factory. He's a former Bay junior. Liam, good lad. Good, strong, strapping lad. Do you have anything to do with him in your time, mate? Or is he a bit young?
No.
He'd only be 18 now, so...
All right, from the tap in. Oh, there's a little bit of tunnel ball. Good on snappish there between the legs. And in the end, it's a stoppage. So the story of this game, if you've recently joined us, is Goodwood had a great start. Kicked the first 2 goals and looked all on top. It took forever for Glenunga to get their first inside 50. But Glenunga have worked their way back into the contest. This is very much similar to Collingwood GWS last night. And here's a chance for Glenunga for the first time today.
Dylan Smith.
To take the lead with your man.
Yes, of course, he commentated with this one game this year, Dill Smith, and he is really a barometer. If he kicks this, he will go off like a frog in a sock. 35 metres out, slide angle, near side, coming back, but not quite enough.
Okay, so that frog just stay out of the sock for the moment.
Yes, but I'll tell you what, it's a close game, boys. Scores are level.
Scores are level. 2.5 minutes, scores 22-minute quarters. Just
Tell
checking where we're at with the time sheet. We're on time at the moment, which is great to see.
Tell us about Opperman. He just looks stiff. I know every A-grade team's going to have a hard luck story, but the way he kicks, the way he moves, Glenunga will have to work overtime to keep him at the club this summer. Surely he'll get attracted A-grade interest at other clubs.
What do you reckon? He's going to Virginia?
Two.
Safe I can say it today.
Look, at the moment, you're welcome at the
Too dusty for him there, mate.
Yeah.
You did miss it, TJ. We were speaking to the president of Glenunga, who said some very kind words about you.
Yeah, no,
So
Benny Stablin's a
don't
rip
stuff it up.
Oh, mate, I've obviously got a lot of friends at Glenunga, and if I wasn't working tonight, I'd be there tonight. Win, lose or draw. Opperman now, this way, that way. He's clever, but great smother. Good recovery. It's probably one of the areas he's worked on, his recovery and his ground ball. He's always been a brilliant overhead, and the umpire finds a free. And it's nice. No distractions of AFL and Sample today, but have you got my Farmer's Leap wine here, Adam Jeffries, that you're meant to bring me?
Yeah, it's coming.
It's
coming.
The grapes are still being picked.
Tommy's looked after me with a GF ticket, so I appreciate that, big fella.
No.
Go the Double Blues tomorrow.
No, don't be silly. The Bay's just been to Andrew Bradley. It's exciting.
It's being
Big week for him.
harvested as we speak, TJ.
Yeah.
Sturt will have to play out of their skins to win tomorrow.
Fresh
I think.
from the vineyard.
And Sir Harelot, otherwise known as
Zavagny. Now, I did ask, I went and checked with the team manager, I said, is it Zavagny? And they said, yeah, that'll work.
Carries the pack. The man they call the Shack, Jack Booney. He's under pressure. I reckon he's gone. Umpire agrees. This young fella's got pace to burn. 1 bounce, 2 bounce.
Oh, he fumbled.
He fumbled. Player follows up. Sausage McBiscuit to Alex Schiller. Umpire potentially could have called holding the ball.
I was going to say, could that have been hold? Once you bounce it and you
do not maintain control, that is holding the ball by the letter of the law. I don't want to sound like a Glenunga supporter. Let's have a replay. The umpire, Phil Hurton, we'll leave this one to you.
Okay.
1 bounce. 2 bounces.
That's holding the ball.
100 times out of 100 for me, but they don't like
That's
to...
the rub of the green, and Glenunga got a couple of lucky free kicks in the second quarter. You just take the good
I
with the
thought
bad.
that maybe he'd got a touch on it as he was being tackled, in which case he wasn't retarded. He just moved the ball on. Yeah. Anyway.
He's a difficult matchup
That'll
down
happen.
there, Cooper, though, isn't he?
The boss is here, boys. Behave yourself. The boss has just rolled up. Must be grand final. There must be a function on somewhere. Let's get back to the hill. It's Big Pittman in ruck. In the middle also we've got Stevens. We've got Smith. Smith will get the clearance over his head. Gets it down to the next line. Makes it someone else's problem. Jesse Temmie beaten to that one by MacArthur. Charlie MacArthur, of course, his namesake was an MMA fighter, but not the same guy. Long kick down in front of us. Jack Scott, the former Centrals and North Reserves player, sees the ball out of play.
We had a bit of an insight from Jordan Dodd, the Goodwood Saints president, number 51. You need to know this.
Yes.
TJ, number 51, Luke Heitman. Nickname, Big Sexy.
Big Sexy.
You reckon you can work with that?
Self-titled as well, apparently.
You know who's named after? It's named after a wrestler, Kevin Nash. Who was it that's called Big Sexy?
Luke Heitman, number 51. For
Big
Goodwood
Sexy.
Saints.
The giant killer. Pittman gets the tap effectively down to Dylan Smith. Everything I've seen from Dylan Smith's been good so far, and he just paddles across the line. There's no deliberate, unless I believe Colin Rouston's interpretation is, or the video earlier said it must be a deliberate act by kick or hand straight over the line.
Okay, well, we had a very deliberate one by Sam Abel earlier that wasn't called, so I'm still working on the theory. It just does not exist in this competition.
With last possession, that's probably fair enough too. Yeah. We'll sway that away. Good play there by MacArthur. Down the line. Abel standing under it, does reasonably well, but great spillage. Good, strong play by Addison Burns. Ball bounces fortuitously, snapping, making hay while the sun shines. It's back-to-back goals for Goodwood. And Alex Schiller, the Goodwood thriller, right in front of his boys, kicks his second in a few minutes.
That's his third for the game, Tommy. He got the lucky one, the soccer on the line before, but he's a clever player. He stays on his feet. But even there, it didn't look easy. Over his shoulder, a lot of players would miss that near side, but great stat by Schiller right in front of the Goodwood faithful.
Now, there is no breeze to speak of, but we have had 12 goals kicked in this game, and 9 have been to the left of screen.
In the middle of the ground, Phil, it's a little bit different to being up here. I'll say this, there's a slight zephyr coming towards us and towards the bottom pocket. Slight. I know the flags contradict, but doesn't suggest that. We can see it. Yeah.
TJ, you had a chance to speak to both coaches, and that was a great interview, and we thank the coaches. Anything that you picked up from that?
Oh, they're in love with each other, basically. That's what happens when you interview them both at the same time.
They're all very professional and respectful to each other, and then we'll have the game.
Should be a great game. Just one thing I picked up is Goodwood's pressure has lifted. 3 or 4 tackles, handballs, hit after. Well, it was kind of committed, and now it's on. You follow the play, Phil. I'll follow the fight.
Yep. Well, at the moment, umpire says play on. Goodwood Saints player kicks into the man on the mark. That was MacArthur. So there's a one-on-one battle as looks like the fight is dispersed because the footy is continuing. In the end, it's out of bounds, and maybe the fight will continue now, round 2.
Tommy's right. The pressure's gone up a gear here, hasn't it? It's a pretty good game of football for B grade.
Lucky one there for Glenunga. They've missed that. That's come right off the Glenunga boot. Should have been a Goodwood free, but wasn't. Tough titty, says the kitty. Will you get on with play? We all miss things. And taken out the ruck cleanly by the big Glenunga ruckman. High up and under. Trigarkis does well just to knock it forward, but it's Goodwood leading in the pursuit for the ball. Coming through. Looks like Tercy, is it? No, it was...
Kalavassidis or Tommy Kay.
Tommy Wilbur, as I call him. He's stolen every continent in the alphabet. Leave some for the rest of us, son. I've got an 8-letter first and surname.
Every consonant.
What are they called?
Consonant.
Yeah, it's not that hard to say, easy to say, is it, mate? Yeah. I love when you try and throw me under the bus and it backs over you. Anyway, Glenunga coming near side. Temmie finds Thompson, who I've never seen before in my life. He's a young junior, isn't he?
He's an under 16.
So we have a player not from the Tommy Javor Footy Factory.
No. Oh, I would have been helped in training one night. Pick the cones up for me, lad. All right. And it's a good seeing day in this game. White plays black with green umpires. You can't really go wrong.
Already thank Ben for the clash jerseys for this game.
We've already mentioned it at weather today, Tommy, versus last year when there was a tornado blowing across the ground.
Yeah, it was dark. I couldn't even watch the stream. It was that ugly. But today, even the commentators are better looking.
Yeah, 24 degrees, the forecast temperature today. Will be a bit on the warm side. Hot footy pick up and missed by Lucas Zavagny.
I'm going to make a stupid comment, boys. Handy point. Every point's handy.
Oh, a bit early for that.
Yeah, or is it?
Wow.
Let's report back in. It's only 32 minutes to go, mate. You'd rather be 13 up than 12, but anyway.
Tommy's right, though. The B-grade games with the shorter quarters can be quick, so you don't want to get too far behind here if you're going to need the next goal.
It can stagnate for 10 minutes without you really want it. Lagana's at the back. He's got pace. The 18-year-old youngster, he gets out. He gives it to Tommy Kay from 55. Don't tell me. He's gone long. He needs the fortuitous bounce. And that handy point from 30 seconds ago was an absolute furphy. Feel like was a pointless point. It means nothing now. It's 12 points of difference. What happens if it's a draw, boys? Extra time?
Yes.
Can't we come back next week? God, no.
Oh, look, no. No,
I'm busy next Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, so am I. I'm off the AFL Grand Final.
Are you going?
From Ingle Farm. But I've got a party.
You got a party?
Yeah.
Glenunga have looked dangerous
You
on
are
the
the party,
counter-attack
TJ.
here, though, haven't they, Tommy? Their A-grade don't traditionally do that, but Goodwood have had a lot of field position in this game, but they've gotten them over the back a couple of times. Unlucky not to score before.
All right. Boys, it is the 10-minute mark, so you're telling me I've got to go up to... I'll just wait to the next score or stoppage of play as Glenunga go long into the pocket.
Okay.
Ground level. He's in everything at the moment, young Tommy Kay.
And we're getting a Glenunga cheer squad forming in front of the tunnel, which is good. Glenunga have bought the floggers, they bought flags, they bought a marquee, they bought some signage.
Oh, there's plenty of floggers.
They were here, they claimed the hill at about 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Opperman flies. Good spoil by Goodwood, and they'll see it out over the line, boys. And that'll do. So you tell me, I'm telling Jimmy, the cameraman.
Adam, you just call some footy for a couple of minutes
can
while I
do.
give TJ a quick briefing.
Big stage of this game now, halfway through the third quarter, the premiership quarter. Umpires pulled a free kick. Which way is it going to go? It's going to Glenunga. Matchett's been, I'd like to see his free kick count for and against. He's given a few away, but he's also gained a few as well. And when you're playing at full forward, you only need to grab two to go your way, and he's going to have an easy shot on goal here, Matchett. Big play. Those ruck infringements, nobody ever likes them. Matchett's great shot for goal usually, 30 metres out, slide angle. And through it goes. And a few afters as well. A little bit of afters here, bit of feeling. I think it's because of the stage of the game. They know that that's a big goal. And it's Lockie Matthias, not happy with the free kick.
Well,
Matchett it was, kicked the goal.
Tommy Javor's been warmed up, and he's off to explore all the things there is to see around Norwood Oval leading up to the Division 1 Grand Final. So expect some live reporting from TJ through the rest of the contest. Three-quarter time, which is only 10 minutes away, Adam, just giving you due notice. We're going to talk about your keys to the game.
Yeah, I'm ready. Done some homework.
Where the Division 1 Grand Final, Glenunga and Prince Alfred Old Collegians will be won or lost this afternoon, so make sure you stick around for that. But it's back to a 6-point game. It was 13, it's back to 6, and Glenunga trying to get the clearance. Mooney's tackled over the shoulder, Glenunga ball.
Every time we think Goodwood are going to pull away and get 3 or 4 goals ahead, Glenunga do respond, don't they, Phil? It's making for a great game.
Dylan Smith the hand pass, Glenunga the kick. In front of the broadcast position, this is Daniel Thompson directing traffic.
16-year-old playing a great game.
16-year-old, far out. The one thing I couldn't research was date of birth. He's 16.
Apparently, I think that's what the Glenunga
from the boundary. Sorry, as had the shot by James Tregarkis. Was he out when he kicked that? No, he wasn't. It's going to be a point, or is it? Out on the full is the ruling. Okay, fair enough. No score registered. I can't believe that Daniel Thompson is 16. I sort of, I get the binoculars on him, I can sort of understand. He has a boyish look. It's just the size of the guy, the lad, the kid.
And he's doing well because this is a tough game. Make no mistake about it.
This is a senior footy competition. And yeah, there's youngsters making their way up the footy journey. There's also a few on the other side of the peak of the footy journey still enjoying playing footy, as you can in the Adelaide Footy League. We saw that. Well, good to see Will Dowwood running around.
Yeah, in the C grade.
In the C's. I love Will.
He was playing in the A grade grand final just this time 12 months ago.
I reckon
He'd be mid-30s now, Will, but he's still a handy player at that level.
I reckon I've called Will in more teams, in more sports than anybody else in my time. Also plays a decent level of cricket as well. Glenunga are threatening. Goodwood Saints are hanging on. Well, actually, Glenunga are literally hanging on. Should be Goodwood Saints free as that cheer squad there is growing, the kids.
It's important to have some experienced players out there, though, isn't it, Phil? The majority of these players would be under the age of 25, but having a couple of guys on the end of their career stick around and play, super important. Addison Burns with a big fly, punched out of bounds. Game's gone up a level again. 15 minutes gone in this third quarter. Next goal's huge, Phil.
Yeah. All right, let's throw it in. And that missed all the ruckman. Back of the pack. Running on to getting a quick hand pass out was Dylan Smith. Taking on the Goodwood Saints players was Tommy Braun. He was tackled immediately and forces the stoppage. Pretty much the centre of Norwood Oval on a glorious September Saturday afternoon, grand final day, across a very large part of the Adelaide Footy League. Jaden Getty into the pocket, into the path of Alex Schiller. He's taken care of. Jesse Temmie got the ball. He's taken care of at another stoppage. I just get the feeling, Adam, that this is going to be, we're going to be calling this close right until the final siren.
Because Glenunga just don't go away, do they?
No.
That's
And
it.
there's a goal out of nowhere.
Just a hat kick out of the stoppage.
And number 18, which is Jack Forrest. Mentioned Jack earlier, has played the most B-grade games of any Goodwood Saint with 13. He's kicked his first. Let's go to Tommy Javor.
He'll make some noise, Goodwood. Oh, they're up and about here with Benny Carter. The boys looking good from here or not?
Yeah, I reckon we've got it sorted. I think the boys can play well. I reckon we've got it done. Number 18's looking a little shaky there for Glenunga, but as long as we can take care of that matchup, I think we're good.
He's a lovely boy named Tom Edwards. Thanks for joining us. Good luck, Goodwood, today. We'll head back, mate. I'm in trouble here. I've got to get out of here. Back to you, boys.
See, it only took TJ one stop to get in trouble. He'll be out and about. So if you're here at the ground, watch out. Tommy Javor might be coming in your general direction.
Just keeping that buffer, Goodwood, aren't they? Just keeping that buffer. And these quarters do go quickly as well. So if they can hold this lead at three-quarter time, they'll be red-hot favourites.
Okay, Heitman with the tap. Another stoppage. Always got to just sit back and just take a breath for a moment because you know you've got a big finale coming up. 17 and a half gone. Goodwood, another clearance. They probably won that today. Off the boot quickly and a miss to Alex Schiller. Margin now 9 points.
You can see the experience of Scott Bleasing around the footy. One of those players at the end of his career having a go in the B grade, but the length he gets on his kick out of that stoppage gets the ball to a dangerous position. Then Glenunga need to get a body on Bleasing at the stoppage. Great mark there by Opperman.
Yeah, good to see him back up. And Adam directs some traffic, heads off down the wing. One thing about Norwood Oval, it's got an exceptionally straight wing. The Western and Centenary grandstands here. Stoppage inside Glenunga's forward 50 surely, although the Rams weren't holding the ball and they get what they want. It is a 13-point margin. We'll go to Tommy Javor shortly.
Not sure he's got the distance in him here, Phil. Look for it to go to the top of the square.
This Tommy taking his time. Lockie Tursey, who's kicked one goal already. Off hands at the goal line. Owen Montgomery was there and waiting. Let's go to Tommy Javor.
That goal from Owen Montgomery brings it back to a goal. You're here with last year's Glenunga coach and the captain. Liam, have you got me? Liam, I'm down here. Have you got me? Liam, am I on?
Liam, are you on?
Dave, it's great to have you now. Apparently you're in Melbourne. You've been watching the streams every week.
Mate, I've been loving the Adelaide Footy League and the Dartfish media, what they've been doing with the Adelaide Footy, the multiple camera angles I've been loving it. Following very closely.
Tipped a couple in today already?
Yeah, I've tipped a couple in yet. Bruni's been double shotting me from about 11 a.m.
Bruni's here?
Yeah, Bruni's here too, so yeah.
Last one, mate. What do we need to do? What do Glenunga need to do to get up?
I think they're in a good spot. Despite the scoreboard, I think, if we've got Owen Montgomery and Jack Matchett and Oppie up forward, I think Mooney's the barometer down back. I think he's the one that can really,
He can get the job done. Dave, it's been a pleasure. Going to throw back up the boys. Back to the action. I'll be back with the ladies of Glenunga. Back to you, boys.
Oh, I wonder how long that was going to take. As Jesse Temmie, a chance here for Glenunga to get a late one because three-quarter time is imminent. Dashing back with the ball, losing the ball by the goal line. Smother. Oh, it's hard at it. And in the end, the boundary line will give some quick respite.
Under pressure down there in the last line of defence. Good,
Taj Spencer was a man under siege there for a brief moment.
In the first half, Goodwood were able to mark those balls, but the Glenunga forwards have been able to bring the ball to the ground and create some chaos in this third quarter.
A flat 22-minute quarter with 80 seconds left. The throw-in. No ruck went at it, which was interesting. And that's probably why the first person to touch it gets absolutely drilled into the Norwood Oval turf. And again, a little bit of pushing and shoving. 65 seconds and counting left of the third quarter. Glenunga trailing by 7. Are well within range of a goal. The the kicker over the head does not score. It's touch. It's going to be another throw-in. As you can see, the crowd coming in from the parade end. Slowly but surely starting to build.
Got to be so disciplined, good with defenders here. Can't give away a free kick with a sloppy tackle.
We are 53 minutes away from the grand final first bounce. Looks like we've got an injured Glenunga player on the sideline in Kieran Smith, who's not exactly walking up and down comfortably.
Not looking like he's coming back on the ground.
18 seconds left of the quarter. Count the players. I think the only way that's coming out, Adam, is if someone does something silly and gives away a free kick.
You just got to be disciplined with your tackling here.
I don't even think, are we going to get a ball up? No, we're not. Goodwood have actually shut this down well. That is lemon time in the decider in the Division 1 reserves. Let's go down to Tommy Javor.
Here I am with some PAC alumni, 240-game veteran and former member for 12 years of the executive. Peter Carter, how are you feeling about the game?
Very good, I think. They've got to stop Abe Davis. That's probably the main thing. Tag him out of the game. I don't know who's big enough to do it. They wouldn't pick me, unfortunately. But I think we've got the fight. Compared to last year, where we really had no forward line, this year we've got Davis and whatever his name is. But,
Brazzle?
That's it. The Brazzle Dazzle.
You gave him that.
Yeah, I did. So, no, really looking forward to it. I think it's the two best sides and very, very similar to the way they play. But I think there'll be a goal in it, TJ.
Spot on, beautifully said. It's been absolutely brilliant. The atmosphere's building. Back to you, Phil Hurton.
So much, Tommy Javor. All right, three-quarter time, a break in the action here. Let's look ahead to the A-grade game. Adam, we sent you the task of giving us some keys to our A-grade matchup coming along. So let's have a look at some graphics. You get to explain what you're talking about. Here's Glenunga's 3 keys to success. Adam Jeffries, talk us through them.
Because they played each other so often this season, and we've seen them play against each other a lot in the last 4 weeks. They've played twice. This will be their third meeting in 5 weeks. So it wasn't a difficult task to have a look at. For mine, Glenunga got through the game 2 weeks ago, but Chris Curran had a huge game. In the round 17 game, Glenunga put a lot of work into Chris Curran, and he wasn't able to take any intercept marks. In fact, it was probably his quietest game for the season. So I'm sure they've gone to work on that to put some pressure onto Chris Curran today and not let him intercept the ball. Second one, Phil, goal kicking accuracy. It hasn't cost them in the last 3 games, Glenunga, but they've kicked 28 goals, 40 in the last 3 games. For mine, the only reason they can lose today is if they have that game where they kick 5 goals, 10 instead of 10 goals, 5. So they need accurate shots early in the game. Goal kicking accuracy for Glenunga, that could be the one thing that undoes them. And because this will be a low-scoring, tough, tight game, the scenarios and situational awareness, Coach Grimer spoke about that during the week. It's late, what happens late in the quarter. It's what happens when the opposition gets on a run. It's what happens when a key player for the opposition gets on top. It's defensive 50 stoppages like we just saw at the end of the B-grade quarter there. So who plays those moments the best will be the key. So yeah, that there for mine, Phil, what Glenunga need to do today.
Okay, Prince Alfred, don't get a break. Adam, what about Prince Alfred Old Collegians?
The number one thing is they need to bring the high ball to the ground. In the last 2 games against Glenunga, they've been able to intercept mark at will. One of the flaws in PAC's makeup is they don't have many. They've got a lot of talent, but they don't have a bash, crash, tall forward that can bring the ball to ground. They've got Davis and Brazel who are great one-on-one. So they must bring the high ball to the ground and let their playmakers go to work. Speaking of playmakers, point number 2, their outside playmakers must contribute, Phil. They need Clark and they need a lot of their wingmen to get involved in the game. In the last 2 games against Glenunga, it's just been too much of a congested game and their outside players haven't been able to get involved, but they need their wings and small forwards to contribute and get involved in goal chains. And the other one is the situational awareness for PAC. I thought in the semi-final they were too late to try and open the ground up and switch the football. They kept going up the line even early in the last quarter when margins are irrelevant in finals. So you can risk losing it. I think if they find themselves a couple of goals down today, PAC, they need to take the risky ball early and not just leave it for the last 7-8 minutes for the game. There we go, Phil. What do you reckon?
Well, I reckon we might just keep those under wraps, those 2. We might come back to it grand final and see
how
who
it
did
plays
these
out.
the best, and if they did they win the game? Of course, it's a big afternoon. There's grand finals all over the place. Filming footy, we're going to bring you the grand finals, Div 1 all the way to Div 6. So go to YouTube, search Filming Footy, Adelaide Footy League, search your team. You'll be able to find Div 2, Golden Grove, Payneham, Norwood Union. Div 3, Flinders Park and Modbury. Div 4, it's going to be CBC Old Collegians and Lockleys. Div 5, Jeps Cross and Kilburn. Div 6, Marion and Greenacres. There'll be more green at that one than St Patrick's Day. Huge afternoon Adelaide Footy League. Thanks, of course, to Filming Footy. We can't do it without our sponsors. The Banner Crew, 9 News, Buddy Bet, Sportal, Roller Dice Racing, Archie Sandals, Programs to Fit, Farmers Leap Winery, Dartfish, Sports Interactive, and the Mosley Bar and Kitchen. Final siren, one of these 2 teams will take away a premiership. In the Division 1 reserves, it is a 7-point game in favour of the Goodwood Saints. They were the minor premiers. They won the second semi. They took the direct route. Glenunga finished 5th and then beat everyone in the elimination, the first semi, the prelim. And right now, one of these 2 teams will be the premiership. Glenunga trailing by 7, but they are kicking to the scoring end. It's Goodwood 8-5 on the Sportal scoreboard. That is 53 Glenunga. They are 7-4. That is 46, a 7-point margin. All right. We got our first clearance of the final quarter. It goes the way of Glenunga. Jordan Opperman with the key kick to the top of the square. A big grab. Defences are going to be very desperate at this point. As we go towards Lucas Opperman, who's taken the mark. Sends Glenunga back inside 50. To the back of the pack. This should be a stoppage. Everybody under pressure. Attackers, defenders, umpires, commentators, producers, everybody to a certain extent. Clearance by the Saints. There's an instant tackle by Will Clark. Ball carrier Darcy Pittman, another stoppage. Pittman will go and ruck. Up against Luke Heitman. No one can take it in the ruck situation. It's another stoppage. You can see the crowd starting to move, starting to build. There's a big Goodwood Saints contingent by the barbecue behind the parade goals. Glenunga are massing on the hill. It's also a group, I reckon there might be more PAC fans. That's where they were for the C's. On the wing, on the outer side. Grandstand, I reckon, the place to be undercover today. That's where we are, thankfully.
as Jack Forrest gets a clearance. We'll go to Tommy Javor, next goal. Thumped on by the Saints. Here's their chance inside 50. Here comes Cooper. Can't get it, but it's still an open space. Pressure now on Tommy Broad. He's got Cooper in front of him. Kicks the ball around him, finds a teammate in James Hanlon. Glenunga survive. Going out in the direction of Trigarkis. Is he interfered with? Was that legit? No, it's a Glenunga free. Directing traffic, will kick it down the broadcast wing. A high kick above the roof line here. And thumped out of bounds. Chance to reset. 3 minutes gone. We have not had a score into this final quarter. Adam Jeffries, you haven't missed much.
Tense though, Phil.
It is
It's
tense. I
Just
feel
standing in the
tense.
crowd there as well. Everyone's feeling it. It's going to be a tight finish.
And like, this will be tense. This game will finish. And we've only got the A-grade grand final to go.
Yeah, we're going to have to pay this game the respect it deserves, I think, Phil.
Absolutely. Sam Abel, the captain, the long-time Glenunga Ram, kicks it inside 50, but short of the target. The Saints repel into a contest.
Great courage going
Body
back with the flight there.
sacrificed. Go to TJ, let's go. TJ.
I'm here with former lacrosse Olympian and sister of the coach, Chris Aston. Welcome, Sarah. Are you nervous?
Tommy, I'm excited. We've got these boys.
Can we do the double today? Can Glenunga do the double?
We are the doublers, and we're going to get the doubler.
Have we got any Glenunga fans here? Oh, the atmosphere's building. They're turning feral on me. Back to you, Phil.
They're turning feral on you, or are you turning feral on them? That's the question. But TJ, great to have you out and about, building the atmosphere. He's literally building the atmosphere himself, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He's
Getting
good at that,
everybody
Tommy.
fired up.
That's his one wood, though, Tommy, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why we've got
He's a
him doing that.
motivator, not a strategist. He's a motivator.
He's a man you want addressing at three-quarter time with a premiership on the line. Glenunga are trying to go forward. They probably had the best of this final quarter, but haven't put anything on the board. 7-point margin. It wouldn't take much for Goodwood if they got the first to start to give themselves a match-winning lead.
They've had that 2-goal buffer most of the game, haven't they? Great mark there by Will Clark up the line.
I don't think Glenunga have ever led.
No, I think you're right. It was even at one point.
Yep. And I think it's been, you're right. It's been tied a couple of times into that pocket by the tunnel offhand. So now this is Goodwood's chance to the non-scoring end. 15-goal score. Let's go, TJ. Go for it, mate. Let's go to TJ. Okay. We'll go with you at the next break, Tommy. Right now, a chance for Goodwood to have the shot on goal. Is that for a premiership? Charlie MacArthur, being good all day, has given Goodwood back their buffer. It's 13 points. Yes. Okay. The joys of a live cross. Okay. Yep. Well, I think just about everybody here at a grand final, unless they're in the corporates, you ask them to yell and cheer, they'll yell and cheer. That's what they're here for.
Big goal for MacArthur there, though, wasn't it? That forward stoppage goal that you don't want to concede.
After Glenunga had done most of the attacking in the first 6 minutes of this final quarter. It's 13-point margin. It is by no means over, but you'd rather be in Goodwood's position than Glenunga's. Straight down the guts, which is really the way you got to approach Norwood Oval. Move it quickly before the defence can get in position. Stoppage ensures. Ball up.
Yeah, they're going to have to get the next goal. Glenunga, they're still capable of winning this game, but they're not going to be able to let Goodwood maybe kick one more, but must get the next one, keep the positive energies going because it can break open.
From this, just a big scrimmage at the moment. That was Lagana with the hand pass out, only as far as Liam Bennett's. Of course, there'll be Lincoln a little later, I think, for Glenunga.
They've shut Cooper down in the second half. Hadn't they had the one go in the forward pocket earlier, but he hasn't been able to get free as easily as he has in the first
He's just
half.
likely, though, to bob up and seal the deal if Goodwood can get into that open forward line. Dylan Smith around the body. No rain to be had today for sure. This is Kalavasidis. Let's go, TJ.
I'm here with Will Quigley-Smith. Will, can they get back?
They can, they definitely can. James Hanlon will definitely kick a goal here, I reckon, from the half-back line.
Good looking rooster, isn't he?
Yeah. Watch out for the A grade to win and Nick Eagar to play well. Let's go.
Best on ground for the Ace today?
Nick Eagar.
Beautiful, I love it. Thanks for joining us. Glenunga fans, you want to make some noise for him? Back to you, boys.
It's almost like his sign-off, isn't it? Okay, let's make some noise for the group. Now,
Last call today, Tommy. You're mindful of the dump button,
now
aren't you, Phil?
My challenge for TJ now is, okay, can he find some Prince Alfred? Oh, he did. Three-quarter time. I'm sorry, I'm being unfair to Mr. Javon. Mooney.
Not as rowdy.
Cops some punishment.
Not as rowdy the Prince Alfred supporters.
Well, they're not
Phil.
into it just yet. They're building. Okay, Glenunga there's a yellow card.
Ooh.
Oh, my. Okay, Callum Reeve, take a breather.
I'll have to check the replay on that if the boys can bring it up. Not sure there was a hell of a lot in it. But the yellow card doesn't... You can replace the player, Phil. So it's not as big a penalty as it looks.
As the red was. Callum says, well, I'll take my 10 minutes and I'll come back for the last 3.5 minutes of the game, fully fresh and ready to roll over everybody.
Like I said, it's not a massive penalty.
The other thing it might do is it might just throw Goodwood's rotations out.
Umpire wasting time here as well. There's no time on as well, Phil, so you don't want these stoppages if you're Glenunga.
Yep.
Flat 22-minute quarter. So Glenunga...
Yeah, let's go, TJ.
I hope you're celebrating this sunshine. Back to you, boys.
All right, we've got a commentary cast of thousands. Hello to Mrs. Slee. Glenunga are inside 50 and they've got the target in Machette.
Big kick here.
The longer we go, the bigger they get.
Yeah, they're all big, obviously, but if he misses, it'll suck the life out of his teammates, I think. Needs a straight kick.
It's a 13-point margin. 12.5 minutes left of the season.
Very close to the man on the mark.
He has scattered it. Go, TJ.
Copeland, Shane, huge day for the club.
Sorry? Huge day. Oh, amazing. It's a great day for the club. Speed Raider doing a great job.
Tip for the A is going to get the chocolates.
Oh, I believe so. It'll be tight like every other game against PAC, but I think we can do it.
A prediction for best on ground?
Sam Wunke.
Well, I like it. Can I just get some noise from the Glenunga people? Oh, this is the past players' civilised area, boys. I'll throw back to you.
Okay, I've got no idea where you are, TJ, but everywhere you go, there's fans engaged in the contest.
Right on the outer side.
I've never heard anyone tip a full-back to be best on ground either, so that'd be interesting.
It's like tipping Desi O'Dwyer to win the McGarry medal back in the old Woodward days. It's just a loose piece of paper somewhere.
A little bit of a breeze bobbing up here, Phil.
Yeah, as we found out, blowing to the left of screen, which is the way Glenunga are kicking. But haven't been able to do much damage with it so far. That miss by Machette, you wonder what issue that will have. It makes it an even 12-goal margin. If we're tied at the end of regulation, we play extras, and then everything gets pushed back.
Just lost his run up there, Machette, on that last shot for goal. He's normally a good kick from there. He got too close to the man on the mark, pulled the kick. Goodwood won't mind slowing this game down now. They don't need chaos. They just need one more goal. So slow football, no corridor, play the boundary, work the ball forward, lock it in your front half, find one more goal, and they should wrap this game up.
Here comes your throw-in.
And these are those situational pieces we talk about in the A grade field. We're in the B grade now. Glenunga must know they need the ball in motion. They need a third man up at these stoppages. They need to hit the ball to the corridor. It doesn't matter if you lose by 4 goals or 1 goal. Goodwood just locking the game in, slowing it down. Glenunga, for mine, just need to take a little bit of a risk here. Get the ball in motion. That's what they've tried to do there.
It's a hard footy to get. Crashing through was Tragakis. Couldn't get the ball. Goodwin could get the clearance. I'll tell you what, the game of Montgomery's been good. He's had a fair deal to do with Cooper, and as you mentioned, has kept him a little bit quiet later in the game. Here's Desira. He goes with a long kick. The bounce critical. Did not favour Montgomery. The Saints repel momentarily to Dylan Smith. Beautiful smother by Perrin.
That's holding the ball.
Braun
Must be.
goes down. Holding the ball it is, didn't dispose of it. Here's a chance for Goodwood Saints. Can they? I reckon one more goal, they're just about there. Perrin. There's a loose player at 50. He's yelling and screaming. Says, kick it to me. Which it does happen. I can hear it from here. It's big, sexy Luke Heitman. From the edge of 50. He's indecisive now. He's not so sure. Kicks to the top of the square. That's where I'd go too. For a clunk. It almost happened. In the end, a Glenunga player taken high.
Free kick paid. Is it Goodwood's way? No, it's
No, it's
Glenunga's.
Glenunga's.
Sorry.
Glenunga's. If the umpire saw what I saw, it was Jack Scott. It was taken a little bit high.
Could have been the ball game there. Just dropped the mark. Did the great body work. I think it was Schiller at the top of the square.
Scott's kick somehow ends up with a teammate. The kick smothered. Goodwood are doing a couple of really good 1%ers at the moment. They've got the ball. They've got the turnover. They go quickly inside 50, looking for a finisher. And is that a finisher? Will Clark.
Your call's spot on though, Phil. That's come from the 1%ers. Glenunga look like they've been out 3 times, but Goodwood have been able to get a hand smother on the ball, and they pump the ball back inside 50 on that occasion. Will Clark, for his size, is a really good mark. Can ice the game here for mine if he kicks it.
Everybody takes a deep breath. It is a 12-point ball game. 13:40 gone of a flat 22 minutes. By my sums, 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. A chunk of that will be taken up with this kick. If he can nail it, it's going to be a real tough ask for Glenunga. Late finishes in grand finals are rare. Momentum has a way of suffocating those opportunities, but the kick is awry. Everybody says at the same point,
yeah,
useful point. Let's go, TJ.
PAC supporters, they are in the Wolf Blass Pavilion. They are 20 deep in there, drinking the Chardonnay and the Reds, but they're just as excited as those people from Glenunga on the outer side. A huge day. We got some PAC supporters here. No, down a bunch of people who aren't PAC supporters. Just neutral because it's a great day for footy. Back to you, boys.
Okay.
Working the crowd well, Tommy, though.
Yep. Why'd I get the feeling that Tommy might just slip a spare glass in whilst he's up there?
We needed Tommy up here for the previous shot on goal with the handy point call, because I think that potentially was a handy point.
Well, it's 3 goals to win now, isn't it? Unless Glenunga miss another one. And
which, with no time on, Phil, and
yep,
he did.
Well, Glenunga need the next goal, and they need it probably in the next 3 minutes to give themselves any chance. Even then, we're fast approaching miracle territory, especially with the Saints going forward thanks to Liam Bennett. It's exactly where Goodwood want it. Here's their chance, but no, Schiller, it's off the ground. It's a miss.
Holding the ball, he paid. Right.
Okay, no score. No score.
That's where Goodwood now...
We'll just reverse that.
Goodwood will try and manufacture a spare behind the football now.
Sorry, here you go, 9-6-60. Yep, 13-point margin. Goodwood Saints, miss. Well, Goodwood are having a few chances to put this game away. Can't quite do it. Yes, go, TJ.
Superstar from PAC, Dave Bradley. Dave, how are you feeling about today?
Tommy, should be, I think, a really good game of footy. It should be a great contest. It's a nip and ball tuck, I think.
Is he any chance he's going to get best on ground today?
He's had a quiet week. Let's hope they recover. They were sore last week, but no, cross fingers.
Ball up in the forward pocket. Even if he gets best on ground, you'll still tell him he was crap, mate. Thanks, Dave, for joining. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, TJ. You can see the hill. Some Goodwood Saints amongst the Glenunga throng. There's 2 very separate sets of supporters. Not sure what's in the middle between them at the moment. Only for the next, well, we're on 5.5 minutes. Goodwood Saints, they've kept it at their part of the ground. It spills. Saints going forward through Taj Spencer. Tackle. Ball up.
Got away with a high tackle there, but it was blindsided. The umpire couldn't see from the outside. Only 5 minutes to go here, so Glenunga need to try and clear this area. Goodwood have done a great job of pressing up and locking the ball in their front half. This is the situational stuff. Glenunga need to try, but Goodwood have won a free kick. I'd be going slow and wide out to the pocket. Try and get a one-on-one with one of your key forwards. Long ball to the top of the square. Glenunga clear. Back to the top of the square. Goodwood are pressing, looking for that ceiling goal. Cooper is buzzing around.
Here he is.
Here he goes for 4. Yep.
There it is.
That's the game, Phil. 4 goals from the young man.
Remember the name. I get a feeling he's going to bob up a fair bit at A-grade level.
Yeah, he'll be in the goal scorers sheet next year at Goodwood in Division 2. Pretty big game, isn't it, Phil? 4 goals in a grand final from your small forward. You're going to win if that occurs.
Well, 4 out of 10.
Yeah, great game
And
from
the
young
difference,
Cooper.
I mean, there's probably been all sorts of differences, but you look at the 7 goals Glenunga have kicked. 6 different goal scorers. Machette kicked 2, and of course he had a chance at 3. But this one's over now. 19 points, 2.5 minutes to go.
It's been a good game, hasn't it?
It's been a great warm-up.
Yeah, Division 1 B grade is a really good level of football. I think people should appreciate that it is. There's a lot of good players playing B grade.
And I don't want to, I'm not disrespectful to Goodwood. This is great for every player and person involved. Doesn't matter the sport, doesn't matter the grade. You win a premiership at your level, that is a fantastic thing. But it is the entree, because we've got the big one coming up, and it's been a wonderful warm-up to what we hope, if the A grade is like this, we've had a sensational afternoon. Into the final 3 minutes of the contest. Goodwood Saints looking to join Prince Alfred Old Collegians as premiers today. Prince Alfred Old Collegians did that with the C grade premiership over Sacred Heart Old Collegians. They have the ball, and they've really had most of the possession in the last 6 minutes.
He's been a good player today, Bleasing, for mine. He wouldn't have had huge disposals, but some of his work in the clearances, getting some
positioning.
Yeah, positioning. Even then, he knew when to go slow. Great to have players like him, if you're good with hanging on and helping out the young kids in the B grade.
Yeah, spills out of bounds. 19-point margin. Looking at that sideline, you wouldn't know that they know. That they know they're going to win.
Still coaching all the way to the siren, BJ.
Yeah.
Good on him.
20 minutes we've gone. 2 minutes remaining in this contest.
They did call a defender off there, though, which was interesting, Phil. But
and Callum Reid with the red card.
Yeah, he came
is allowed back on if he needs to be. It's all the Saints now. Taj Spencer onto Callum Reid, who's back. Saints one more forward for the season. And going over the boundary line will suit Goodwood just as fine as a goal would, because time is the enemy more than the scoreboard.
Yeah, you just keep the boundary here. No time on, Phil, so just play the clock.
90 seconds left. Glenunga with the clearance. And it spills to Lucas Zavagni. Charlie MacArthur saying, when you kick the goal, celebrate like this.
Just call him the Z, the big Z.
The Z-Man. Pretty sure it's Zavagni. And if it isn't, to the Z-Man's family, apologies up front. Zavagni's kicked 11 goals. He did play 1 game for the West Under-18s this season, so he's a youngster. Big feature in front of him. He adds to the scoreboard, but just with a point. 45 seconds to go. Goodwood Saints fans, prepare yourself to celebrate your club's 2nd premiership this season, added to the Division 2 women's. And whilst there's disappointment with the Div 1s going down, the Goodwood Saints are going to go down with a bang, and a reserves premiership, which is a pretty good sign, Adam, that they've got some good depth. They'll regroup and will be pretty hard to keep control, pretty hard to match up on in Division 2 next year.
Goodwood will be a lot to handle for some of the Division 2 clubs next year for sure.
Siren about to go on this one. The kick towards goal. Won't score. Oh, it's a point. Officially, it's a point. Officially, it's a 20-point Goodwood win. 10-7, 67. Wollonga 7-5, 47 as all the Goodwood players, the reserves, the bench, charge over and celebrate the most magical moment in sports. When you know that all those months of planning, hard nights of training, plenty of grind and grunt in the games has resulted in you being a champion. Prince Alfred have taken the field. Glenunga, the A's won't be too far away. We are 24 minutes away from the first bounce. We will take the presentations of the B grade as long as they don't do the coin toss of the A's in the middle of it.
Plenty going to be happening on the oval in a minute.
Plenty happening. Tommy Javor will be on the ground with a camera very shortly. Your thoughts on this one, Adam?
Yeah, Goodwood deserved to win the game. You know, I thought they were the better team for 60% of it. Glenunga just hung around, didn't they, Phil? They just hung around, kicked a couple of key goals early in the second and midway through the third, got consecutive goals to keep the score close. But Goodwood deserving of it. They've got great depth at their football club. They always have, and they've been in this position many a times. B-grade premiers again in the Division 1 competition. Goodwood Saints, well done to their coach BJ as well. He had a year off last year with family commitments, became a dad. I worked with him before. He's a terrific fella and a great coach in the making. So well done to BJ and Goodwood. Deserved premiers in the B-grade grand final here today.
Yeah, couldn't.
Interesting to see who the umpires are judged best player, Phil. You could go. You never know what they're going to see, what we're going to see. We don't have stats for B grade, do we? So there was some good players. You have to consider Cooper with the 4 goals for mine.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean it's nice to not have the pressure.
Yeah.
I mean those dartfish beanies are pretty iconic, and we give them away. It takes a lot for us to give them away. We take that very seriously. But the umpires will decide that, and we will have prizes at the end. The Moseley Bar and Kitchen, one of our great sponsors, still have a voucher. Archie sandals and the dartfish beanie, we have all of that. And TJ will be giving that to whoever the umpire decides is the best on ground. As you can see, that's the Div 1 Cup, the flag and the medals ready to go. Of course, the Division 1 isn't for a cup. It's for an amazing shield. I would think of the Sheffield Shield in cricket, the Claxton Shield in baseball, currently in South Australia with the Adelaide Giants.
is it perpetual? Do they have to return it after
those shields? Yes.
Did they get something? They must get a keepsake you can keep though. Yeah, it's huge.
It is. It's a history of football.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen
1911 University.
well, who can figure that one? I think it'll be probably 20.
Yeah.
Hang on, no, but it brings back so many great memories of so many great days. Many of them are here we are now. Beautiful.
So you've been out and about, TJ, and you've done a fantastic job chatting to people. You've been almost like a cheerleader everywhere you go. Make a racket. You know, if the police are out the front, you probably will. They might have charged you with inciting, but you're only inciting support.
I did miss it. Yeah. I was out there, over there.
And the vibe? How's everyone feeling?
Yeah, no, it's exciting. It is exciting. Obviously, much like the quarter-time huddles, PAC more subdued, very professional. Not that I'm saying Glenunga aren't professional, but there's a lot more hype and excitement in their first Div 1 grand final. And hey, I mean, we've said it to death, but what are we talking? 11, 12 years ago, they were in Div 7. So, you know, and they were getting beat up by a lot of teams.
2015 Div 5.
We say that though.
Yeah.
But can you go to the Division 6 and 7 clubs now? Can you picture them playing in the Division 1 grand final? Like, you can't, can you? So it's a great effort.
I could see Marion, just if you look at their oval, and I've always felt they've underachieved, but Div 1's a big step. It was the 3 in a row, 17, 18, 19. And there are a bunch of players from that 17 team that are playing today. Bennett, Wonky played 2, not Wonky, sorry. Nick Wonky played, of course.
James Wonky played in those games.
Yeah, James Wonky. Just getting a bit of music now coming through.
Yeah, very shortly, as soon as we do have the presentations, we will go to them. Of course, it's always interesting. I've been the MC at a couple of these, and you want the players to celebrate and mingle, but you also want to
get it going.
Yeah, be honest, you want
don't want to stick around for too long.
Who is the MC? TJ MC for High didn't get the call.
Fabian, no, well, you were
Fabian Muller.
We already booked you.
Yes. Can I just give a quick shout out to the Glenunga Reserves who I coached last year? Obviously, look, I'm so proud of those boys. They've come so far, especially without me. But what a team, what a group, what a club. They've done amazingly well. It's gonna hurt, it's gonna sting, but losing a grand final to Goodwood, I've done that a few times. So
Well, I mean, the purpose as a B grade coach
is to develop.
and that's not to insult you. That's just to say
No,
that was the
it's-
position
yeah.
you had. The purpose of the B grade is to provide the support for the A's.
Yep.
And the Rams have done that to the final Saturday of the season. Mission accomplished.
Yep.
Well, we were watching Glenunga play 3 rounds out, and they had to win all those games to make it, didn't they, Tommy? And they've been on a pretty hot streak just to get to this game.
Okay, let's go down to Fabian Miller, the MC. TJ, thanks for coming. You're off down the ground to do the coin toss.
See you, Javor.
Yeah, I said you were hard working. We'll have the presentation shortly. You're with Phil Herden, you're with Adam Jeffries, Tommy Javor, the Filming Footy team, bringing you grand final day in the Adelaide Footy League.
Congratulations to both Goodwood Saints and Glenunga on a fantastic grand final there. Now the first presentation for the day goes to the best on ground, which is from the Goodwood Saints Football Club, which is number 15, Thomas Perrin. Come forward, Thomas. Quick, come on. It's come soon. Can we get, I'd like to invite up from the Glenunga Football Club, the B grade coach, Chris Daston, to come up and say a few words.
Well done to Ben and Callum and the Goodwood boys on a fantastic year. I think you lost one game all year and you had a real crack today. That was a grand final worthy of finals. Congratulations. Thanks to the umpires, guys. Really hot out there running around today. I think you definitely earned a drink. Thank you to the Adelaide Footy League as well for putting this on. Fantastic oval, Norwood Oval, great to play out here. And finally, thanks to the Glenunga boys. We did it tough in that last round, just scraping into the finals, coming from 5th. Really proud of every single one of you. We had a real crack today. You can hold your heads high, even though it probably doesn't feel that good. I'd like to thank the committee and all our supporters as well for coming out and getting behind us. Sorry we couldn't get it done today, but hopefully next year we can go one better. Thank you.
Well done there, Chris. Without further ado, I'd like to call up from the Goodwood Saints Football Club, the coach, come back up once again, young Ben Johnson, to say a few words.
Firstly, to Glenunga, it's from a whole footy club's perspective, you got the A grade through, the B grade's come real good this time of year, and look, that could have gone anyway today. So credit to you boys. It's that's the hardest game we've had all year, and I'm sure we've got a few sore boys there. So well done on a good season, and good luck in the A grade today. So it's obviously to the league as well, like the umpires of the league and all the stuff that they put on for us every week. So we obviously can't play without you guys, and done an awesome job all year. So thank you. And then to the club, obviously it hasn't been the best year for Goodwood as a whole, but it's awesome to see us, get a reward for some hard work, and we've got some young kids here with some depth who are, going to put our footy club in a really good spot for the years to come. So for the supporters, we thank you for coming today, and stick around for next year because some of these kids are going to be excitement machines for the next 10 years. So well done to you boys as well. We'll get on to the medal presentations, I think. So,
Number 1, Nathaniel Cooper. Number 3, Jack Carter. Number 4, Lucas Lesvagsny. Lucas. Number 5, Lockie Casey. Number 6, Addy Burns. Number 7, Will Clark. Number 8, Scotty Bleasing.
Number 9, Lockie Matthias. Number 10, Jaden Geddes. Number 12, Isaac Staples Willett. Number 13, Josh Goodwin. Number 15, Tommy Perrin. Number 16, Charlie Chaz MacArthur. Number 17, Kane Sadnak. Good job, mate. Number 18, Jack Forrest. Number 20, the incredible Sam Ovens York. Number 21, Tommy Carlson. Number 22, Alex Schiller. Number 23, Taj Spencer. Number 27, Liam Bennett. Number 51, big sexy Luke Heitman. And our skipper, number 24, Cal Reid. And don't forget the coach. We call up the coach and the captain. Your Division 1 Reserves 2023 Premiers, the Goodwood Saints Football Club. What you do is when you're ready, coach. Sky, stand in front. Stand in front here. Wait this way.
Well, g'day footy fans. It's grand final day. What a glorious backdrop, the Adelaide Hills, the construction crane, the light towers, but above all, the beautiful Norwood Oval. Over 100 years of footy tradition. Today, the site of the Adelaide Footy League Division 1 Grand Finals. If you've just joined us, you've missed the C1s, won by Prince Alfred Old Collegians, undefeated, the perfect season. You've missed the Division 1 Reserves. The Goodwood Saints, the minor premiers, were victorious. They're going down to Div 2, but they've gone down with a bang. Coming up, the biggest game in the best division, in the best competition in South Australian community footy, Glenunga and Prince Alfred. I'm Phil Hurden, Adam Jeffries, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Phil, as we're getting drowned out again by Queen, who are one of my favourite bands.
There's worse songs to be drowned out by.
Love it. I hope they keep it rolling.
All right.
Well done to Goodwood Saints on the B grade.
The Oval, we've got the Bees heading off. We've got Glenunga training. We've got Prince Alfred running on. The umpires are there. TJ will go to him shortly with the coin toss. Let's have a look. We've given you the backdrop. We've given you the reasons to win. Let's have a look at the teams. Adam, take us away with Glenunga Rams team.
Yeah, we heard Coach Grimer speak before. There was one change, one unlucky player, which was Hugh DeSera, we believe, played in the B grade here. That's great for Glenunga. They got their B grade through. It was Fletcher Wisman was the in. But a pretty settled lineup other than that, isn't it, Phil? We know their strengths. They don't have many weaknesses. Like I said for mine, if they kick accurately today, they will win. I keep talking about him. Watch for Michael Wunke early in this game. I think he's going to get some one-on-ones, and he's a guy that can kick accurately, get his team on the board early.
Yeah. So that is the Glenunga Rams team. No sign of a coin toss yet, which means let's have a look at Prince Alfred's. And look, it is a Kobe Tozer, the emergency, not used. It's a team with a lot of big names.
Yeah, they're loaded with talent. I'm sure Tommy will bring his stat out before about the amount of AFL and SANFL experience that Prince Alfred has as a football team. Like I said, they do that little deficiency in their key position stocks, but they are loaded. And for mine, Phil, we'll talk about our tips later. They've had 2 chances to look at Glenunga, and they would have been working on some things that will get them through today. Look out for Tyson Brazel. It was 4 goals, 6 he kicked last week, I think, Phil. 10 shots on goal in the preliminary final, looking dangerous. And obviously the leading goal kicker, Davis, who didn't play in the first final between these two. Interesting to see the impact he has on it. And we shouldn't underestimate the inclusion of Slee. If he wasn't playing today, I probably would have tipped it back to Glenunga even further. He's a great player, and he was, for mine, one of Prince Alfred's best players in that second semi-final 2 weeks ago. So huge in, chock-loaded with talent. Unbelievable talent on the field for local football for mine, Phil.
It was 50 years ago that at the National Amateur Carnival that South Australia went and won. And so members of that 1973 group are currently being photographed on the field, which is great to see. And I think one of them will be involved in the coin toss. Terry Tierney, the captain of the side that beat Tasmania, WA, and then most importantly, beat Victoria by 22 points to claim the National Amateur Championship. So we welcome them and congratulate them on the achievement. Umpires today, Mark Carls and Andrew Crosby. I think it's Mark Carls and Andrew Crosby. 4 boundary umpires, Brett Heritage, Andrew Roberts, Tristan Rogers and Sam Scarman. Wise move given the heat today. And the goal umpires, Chris May and Robert Tainish. Congratulations to them. Everybody here today on the field has to earn it, umpires included. Congratulations on being judged the best of the best and getting that.
The Division 1 field umpires are outstanding in this competition as well. You go out to far out country leagues and things like that where they struggle to find volunteer umpires. These guys are really, really good umpires. Well done to them.
All right, if they're ready, we might go to Tommy Javor. TJ, or...
It's interesting to note, I can't turn around and look at the sock, but the sock has actually changed direction from what I said earlier today. It is going to, I guess, the right of screen, my left. I'm not sure if I'm on camera and I'm pointing. I could just be like a traffic controller out here. So the breeze certainly is, I guess you'd say the Wolf Blast end is favouring the Wolf Blast end as both teams are going to get photos. Obviously we've got a lot of national anthems. One thing I just want to say as well, as Alex Harron makes his way in, is Glenunga have a strict regime. I can tell you this now, the game's about to start. They don't cramp because they've got a strict regime the whole club must follow, so no one is allowed to cramp. It's going to be a day where players will cramp. It is smoking hot out here in the middle. The sun is beaming down. Andrew Crosby's head is glistening. As they just, it is, and just as well, it's Marek. The other umpire is Marek. Sorry to correct you there, but he just told me that. So coming in for the toss, again, it's going to be hard for me because I can't really turn around or you're going to lose me. But Alex Harron and Lockie McNamara. Lockie McNamara's got a milestone. I think he's won 50th of PAC. As the umpires are being told not to toss the coin. So, boys, I might just throw right back up to you because they're not going to toss the coin.
Well, we need the guest to toss the coin. It's interesting that Andrew Crosby, 46-year-old, second Division 1 decider. He's done 3 Sandford Grand Finals. And for Carl, it's actually his first Division 1 Grand Final, so a fantastic effort. They did Div 2 last year. Let's go back to the coin toss.
And you can probably see it on your picture there. Alex Harron has won the toss. He'll kick to the Wolf Blast end or the Parade end. I think at the moment the breeze feels right in the middle here on a very firm surface. It feels like a goal breeze. Both these teams are quality, though. They shouldn't have too much challenge working into it, boys. Oh, I've got anthems coming up. The excitement is building. The crowd is here. Boys, I'm not going to lie. I don't want to sound like Big Kev. I'm excited. It's Div 1 Grand Final day at the Parade. Back to Phil and Adam in the central commentary position.
Thanks so much for that, TJ, doing a mountain of work up in the booth, down on the ground, roaming around the fans, getting them excited pre-game. He's doing it all today. Of course, this is one of 6 games which we're going to live stream, Divisions 1 to 6. Go to YouTube, search for Filming Footy. Let's have a look at the previous meetings. These two, they've met 3 times before this season. And Adam, look, pretty narrow. Even that round 17 win to Glenunga, probably closer than the margin. 9 points PAC. I think that was Glenunga's last loss. 27 points Glenunga round 17, 8 points 2 weeks ago.
That was Glenunga's last loss all the way back in round 8. So it's been a long time since they haven't been able to sing the song after the game. Yeah, Glenunga, they haven't won the last 2 against Prince Alfred accidentally. They've just been a little bit better than them. Round 17, we saw a little bit of an accurate kicking and potentially they could have won by more. And even 2 weeks ago, I felt like they were in control, but never totally in control because they don't put huge scores on the board. And again, I'll reiterate, I think the key to today's game is just some accurate shots for goal early from Glenunga. If they get that, they'll be hard to penetrate through their defensive systems. But if they keep the door open and Prince Alfred can switch the football, it's going to be a red-hot game.
Alrighty, the other Division 2 streams, Division 2, Division 6, YouTube, Filming Footy. Search Adelaide Footy League and the team that you want to watch. You can keep track. We'll do our best to keep track of them, give you score updates when this game allows. We're about 2 to 3 minutes. The anthem and then the first bouncer with Phil Hurden, Tommy Javor, Adam Jeffries, your calling crew. We've got James, we've got Liam, we've got Hugo, our producer. We've got Rohit, we've got a cast of thousands all around the Adelaide Footy League this afternoon, thanks to Filming Footy. Want to thank the sponsors, the Banner Crew, 9 News, Buddy Bet, Sportal, Roll the Dice Racing, Archie Sandals, Programs to Fit, Farmers Leap Winery, Dartfish Sports Interactive, and the Moseley Bar and Kitchen. Adam, we got to do our buddy bet before the first siren sounds. What do you say? Your call.
We're going to see some scoring today with the conditions, I think, Phil. Can we go a plus-minus combined? I'm going overs. Do you agree?
Yep. Give me a total before I agree.
I think we'll see a combined 125 points.
Okay, I'm happy to go under 125.
Done.
124 and below. You're 125 and above.
Let's go for it.
That's Buddy Bet. Remember, gamble responsibly. A lot of fun gambling with your mates. We have had a lot of fun through the season having a crack at each other as to who the true footy expert is. We're about, as TJ's back, it's time for everyone, if you're at home, be upstanding because our national anthem is about to be played.
Thank you for joining us here at Norwood Oval today for the Division 1 Grand Final between Glenunga and Prince Alfred College. We'd like you to please now join the players, coaches and umpires as we stand for the Australian National Anthem performed by Susan Shillabia.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Then that moment when the national anthem crescendos through and we're set to go. Tommy Javor has joined us. Adam Jeffries has joined us. We'll give you gentlemen just a moment to catch your breath because we've got a big 4 quarters ahead. The Adelaide Footy League wishes to recognise its principal partner, 9 News, its platinum partner, born to build. Its major partners, West End, Sharon, Police Credit Union, O'Neill Sportswear, Breakthrough Mental Health Foundation and CMAX Clinical Research. It's a great competition, a wonderful league, the best, no doubt, community competition in South Australia and, to be honest, probably the country. Okay, gentlemen, I've given you your chance to have a breath. It's time for a tip, a margin and a reason. Let's start with Adam Jeffries.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you, it's a tough one. I like Glenunga. I like Coach Grimer. I like what they do. I just think Prince Alfred are due to beat them. They're a tough team to beat 3 times, Tommy, so I'm just going by the law of averages. When you lose, you go to school on why you lost. Prince Alfred, 6 points.
Yeah, okay, Adam. I don't want to keep repeating myself. Obviously, I do the Div 1 wrap, so I've dive really deep into this. I said PAC by less than a goal, so we are right on the same page. Can lightning strike thrice? Yes, that's going to be very, very challenging for Glenunga. I'm taking PAC. The ground, despite what Nathan said in the pre-match, it is definitely longer, it's definitely wider. This is not the same size as Webb, and I think they'll be able to use their lane kicks, their bridging kicks, their 22.5 degree kicks to get themselves up the ground into dangerous positions. They won't have to bomb down the line. So it's a long answer, Phil. I'm going PAC by less than a goal. Jaden Davis to kick the winner. Best on ground. On a day like today, the fittest man on the ground, Jack Tengrove.
Well, whoever wins, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm going to go with the best team all year to seal the deal, and that is the Glenunga Rams this afternoon. Any margin doesn't matter in a premiership. As the teams break their huddles, last one to ask, who will get the best on ground medal this afternoon?
Ooh, that's a really, really tough one to go. I do like your call on Trey. I think Hayden Jolly's due for a breakout game. I think he's been a little bit down through the finals, but with the skills coming to the fore a little bit more today, and he won't cop any attention from the opposition with the guns around him. Watch for Hayden Jolly to rack up the disposals today for mine.
I've tipped Tengrove already, Phil, but if Glenunga are to get up, and it wouldn't surprise me, Abe Davis has been best on ground the last 2 times against these teams. They don't stop Davis. He gets best on ground in Glenunga.
Okay, hang on. So you've tipped PAC, but Davis? No?
No, I'm tipping Tengrove for the medal, but I'm saying if Glenunga win, which they're every chance to, it's one of the questionable games of the year, Davis will be the medalist.
Okay, well, that's mine.
As in Abe Davis.
I've tipped Glenunga, and I've tipped Abe Davis to back up his Keith Sims with the medal on the big day.
Sorry, pause. Just to jump in really quick because I love my centre matchup. So let's have a look. Pitt goes in straight away. I think
Pitt's in there to go to Abe Davis, like we saw in the second half 2 weeks ago, isn't he, Tommy?
Yep.
It's not starting next to him, but he'll go to him. You don't want to let him know that you're tagging him. You want to go to him late.
Bradley, Jolly, Pitt, and Neil up against Mitchell, Harron, Kennett, and Abe Davis. That's your 4-on-4.
Well, one game left in the season. It's the big one, the Div 1 Grand Final. Glenunga, Prince Alfred Old Collegians. Your caller is Tommy Javor.
The ruckman clash straight in, straight away. Quick stoppage, follow-up tackle. It's going to be tight and tough early. Nothing will be doing. Bobbles around in there. Pitt's tackled. And what do you know? Repeat stoppage. There's going to be a lot of them early. The heat is going to be on, and it is warm at ground level. And the breeze is up and down. You can see the sock just goes straight down now. Neil and Mitchell do battle early. Bobbles around. Mitchell takes secondary possession from his hit out. PAC all over him. And again, boys, the other interesting thing is how many goals to win. I think 10 goals wins it in this contest.
Agree. And that's why Glenunga, if they're accurate, I think they can get the chocolates.
Abe Davis there, man up, as you can do. But Jolly, the first clearance of the game. That looks like Clark, is it? Of the Oliver variety. It is. He'll wheel onto his right, Willie. First forward 50 entry. Mark it down. Stats man looks for and nearly finds Jaden Davis. Might have cut one high. Quick tackle. Working back. Kennett to Davis. Davis just dumps it down the line. Stack of players already. Mazzini misses what he might have taken. Sleeve pushes to it. Curran. He's that last man defence. Tricky handball. And immediately tackled there, and it's pretty hot early, Phil Herden.
Yeah, Luke McCauley got the hand pass no player wants. As soon as he got it, he was tackled. But good work by Davis, the kick. In the end, that one kick has taken it from the attacking end of Prince Alfred almost to the Glenunga edge of the centre square. Davis goes up again. I think he's going to be a huge... Well, his impacts might just decide it. Prince Alfred have it. They've had a couple of clearances. Ollie Clark gets his second touch. He's at the attacking edge of the centre square. He looks up. Where's he going to put it? Right to the hot spot. Glenunga defensive there in numbers. In the end, Parsons, will he concede?
Going to need to.
I would. He does. We have our first score. A rush behind to Prince Alfred. They're 1. Glenunga are nil.
Ollie Clark's involved early. These are the outside players. Ollie Clark, Campbell Wideman. If these guys play well, Tommy, it's a different ball game. They were so quiet 2 weeks ago. Look out for those two. Ollie Clark already 2 marks at 55.
How about that turn of pace from Lockie McNamara in his 150th game, club captain on grand final day. Pitt and Davis, they are going with each other. Petty lets him have some. I think there's going to be a bit of that today. I've got it. My spidey senses are tingling. I reckon every time Davis goes near the ball field, they're going to give him some.
Well, won't worry Davis though, will he? He'll just keep
it.
going at the football. He's already had a strong start to this game.
I'm pretty sure he'll know how to deal with it. At the moment, he's got Craig Pitt on him, as you mentioned. So the coach has said, if it's got to be, it's up to me. Parsons' little kick finds the teammate. McNamara gets in the way. Hot footy. Smothered kick by Bradley. G'day to David. A great interview with David, by the way.
I love David. Hello. I mean, ball
as he's watching the replay later on. Kick around the body by Brazel. Needs a bounce. He got it. No, he didn't.
Hit the post, maybe?
I was baked by the celebration of the teammate.
Needed the Adelaide Oval umpire, and now they're out. They'll come quickly and they're saying, no, you're not allowed to kick it out.
Not sure why they're not allowed to play on there, because Prince Alfred is celebrating.
That's wrong. They caught him off guard. Yeah, very interesting. And I didn't miss that one, Phil. Beautiful little tribute there to Ron Barassi. The most powerful phrase, 10 two-letter words. If it is to be, it is up to me.
Yep.
Scott Doreen told me that one, former Sydney Swans player from the Barassi Footy Factory. And yes, that's what Craig Pitt is doing, is they're going to have to stand up for this, boys. They go long to the wing. There he is, Nick Wunke. The agitator takes a real strong mark. And this, they want field position, Glenunga, and they push it right down into the Wolf Blast pocket, I'm going to call it. And just knocking over the line is Sam Smith. Now, that is unusual. He's
playing forward,
yes. That's well picked up, Adam. He's stole my stuff. I
didn't pick that up at the opening bounce, but that is a positional move by Coach Grimer today.
Playing 3 tools by the looks of it.
I think it's because of the lack of height in the forward line for PAC.
Yeah, 2 Wunkies and a Smith. They're trying to stretch him. But if they get this one out of it, there's that Pitt to Bradley. He'll bounce once. He'll bounce twice. If they don't come to him, he'll bounce a 3rd time. No. Gets the over-the-top handball. Nicely done. Schultz now. Oh, they look dangerous early, PAC. One too many handballs, maybe. This way, that way. He's got time and space and a player. It's Razzle, Dazzle, Brazzle.
And this is what we were talking about, Tommy.
Oh, no.
He's played on. Brazzle a bit nervous on the set shot, maybe, Tommy, after last week.
Give it to the coach.
But Wildman involved early is what PAC need.
Yep.
So great start for Prince Alfred. They've had 4 inside 50s. Glenunga haven't had one yet. But they need a straight shot, don't they?
Yep. They haven't done any damage yet, and we've seen it in every final. Doesn't matter what grade you watch. Absolutely crucial. And 30 metres out, directly in front. It is Craig Pitt, isn't it?
That's Trengove, your man.
Sorry, it's Jack Trengove. Well, he's probably done this before. You would expect him to kick it. Breeze shouldn't cause him any difficulties. 30 metres out, deliberate approach, head over the ball. Celebrates early. That's his first, or are you just telling me up yours, Phil? That's his first. The joke will never get old. You're going to miss me, Phil.
Yeah.
Jack Trengove gets 1. They take an early 8-point lead, and this is it. It's contrast to what we've seen the last 3 times they've played. There's open play today.
Your call is spot on there, Tommy. Even that passage out of the stoppage 2 weeks ago, we didn't see that once in the whole game.
Nope.
The ability to run out of a stoppage, bounce. Would Prince Alfred have had a bounce in the game 2 weeks ago? Probably not. So it's a great start for them. But we did see this 2 weeks ago. Prince Alfred came out in the first 5 minutes, kicked the first goal in that second semi. Then Glenunga settled. Good start for Prince Alfred, though.
Some of the fans there in the big parade grandstand.
Davis taken without it. Sorry, Phil.
And umpire says free kick to Abe Davis. I reckon it might have been. I don't know, TJ, you take it without it?
Sorry?
It's okay.
You're doing material now, Phil. I meant to do
you're funny. I'm the straight man. Sorry. I'm practicing for next year when you're not here. Davis, the kick into the pocket. That was not touched. That's going to be a free the other way.
Is there grand final nerves, Phil, do you think? Oh, he's down. The umpire's down. He's done himself a mischief.
There are grand final nerves for everyone, and people deal with it in different ways.
Yep. I used to poo a lot for a game. Honestly, seriously, 4 or 5 times. Anyway,
thanks.
Great
for
deal there.
Sharing.
Alex Harron, he's got a player in board on the 45, but they converge quickly, and it'll go to ground level. I think we'll have a ball up. Got any stats for us early, man?
Yeah, David, last 2 inside 50s Glenunga. The umpire's done the crouching, sitting over the ball.
Tringo.
Great intercept by Harron. He'd love to have that kick again, though, Tommy. Attack the goal face. Put PAC under pressure. Went short to a small. Wasn't the option as they've turned it over again.
Sam Smith out there, Phil.
Yeah, Smith
Too far out to score into the, well, what do we call that pocket? Glenunga have claimed it.
The hill.
Well, the hill, the hill pocket.
Cooper's hill pocket.
Glenunga, I'm trying to think of a Rams analogy, but it's not coming to me at the moment.
Well, you know, obviously I was a Norwood junior, Phil, but that's not the Tommy Javor pocket, just for those who
It's
play.
not? Is there a Tommy Javor pocket here at the parade?
Yes, that one there, because we used to come out there.
The RSL pocket.
Yeah, on the exciting 8 weeks I spent.
Okay, I'll remember that. If should it end up there sometime today. It is Bo Schwartz, has a teammate. Here comes the snap to the top of the square. Open space footy. 2 on 2, or 3 on 2 Princes, but it's Glenunga who win the ball momentarily. Bjorn couldn't grab it. Prince Alfred could. It's smothered. It's not pretty. It's desperate. It's what you expect. The opening minutes, the opening 7.5 minutes of a big grand final. Prince Alfred have done all the scoring. They're 1-2-8. It's in Glenunga's forward 50. They get to score.
This is more Glenunga's game, though, isn't it, Tommy? Repeat entries. Twice Prince Alfred have tried to switch the football, and they've intercepted the balls. So they've just settled here, even though they haven't hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, some big names getting big touches early, but here comes a man they need. Davis takes it clean out the ruck. He'll try and set Bennett alight. No way, not from there, surely. Very disciplined player. Sorry, not just undisciplined. It's twice he centred the ball now, Bennett. Playing the team game still. Look at that smother. Oh, the pressure. Davis comes through. A savage cocoon of terror. You're not getting out of there, son. Oh.
That's why Davis is a good player as well. He's doing the defensive stuff as well. He doesn't just get the easy ball. He's doing the ruck
And he
work.
got the ruck
doing it
work.
all.
Ball in at ground level, really good spot. Doesn't quite get an effective kick away though, but they keep pushing forward. This is their game. It'll only take one game to settle them. It's only 15 metres out. It's a bit like the old Penrith Panthers, my beloved Panthers, just pushing forward. They're beloved because I've got a lot of money on them this year.
They won last night, another
yes,
grand
they
final.
did. 3 to grand final. Red hot faves. Thanks, Bet R. Love your work. Tip Rat Schwartz. Can he keep his feet? He does. Releases the handball. Inboard. Again, the pressure is intense from both teams. Nothing doing. And all players within, I would say, 45 metres of the ball on a day where the ball is going to travel long
There is
distance.
no one the other side of the start of the centre square.
Yeah.
You're spot on. It's as crowded as it gets on a relatively small oval. Ball spills to Pitt, got the hand pass out. This is a momentary clearance, although finds the target on Oscar Clark. All right, and suddenly everybody's running like there's free beer at the northern end.
I'd be there.
Yeah, Roger Woodcock bar? Maybe not. The kick is going to be off target, and it's going to be Glenunga to respond. Lots of changes.
Going to take the kick there.
He thought about it. Right now, Sam Wonke.
Tip to go best on ground by someone today.
Pull back for best on ground.
Well, it's happened before. Not very often.
Towards the Davis direction. He can't take it, but it taps to Bjorn. Bjorn's hand pass. Prince Alfred defence are there in numbers to lay the tackle. Another stoppage inside Glenunga's forward 50. Almost 10 minutes gone. The first quarter, it's Prince Alfred by 8 points.
Just, I'm noticing PAC using the bench a lot more than Glenunga at the moment, so that'll be interesting. They'll need to stay fresh. Quick kick. Alex Harron, that fast hand-to-foot play. Ball spills at ground level. They're dangerous in this position. Prosser goes over his shoulder ambitiously. That could be our Nero North player of the day. What a goal. Harry Prosser, if you don't mind. There's Dad Stevens here. He watches every week when he can't get to the game. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that.
With some of the tall timber around Tommy, Prosser's going to get a matchup he likes down there, I reckon. Watch for him to kick a few today. He's so good on the ground. He's good in the air. And for a key position guy his size to snap it over his shoulder like that, he made it look easy. That was incredibly difficult. It was almost over his head. Great settler for Glenunga, who've had the ball in their front 50 for the last 2 or 3 minutes.
That is 2 years in a row. Last year, I don't remember Bartlett's goal for Prince Alfred Old Collegian.
The smother and the soccer.
The smother and then the soccer in almost one motion to get Prince Alfred underway. That's right up there as well. And, 2-point ball game.
Couple of changes in the middle. Mitch Wicks coming in and Tommy Bilby for Glenunga. Mitchell just fends off with his legs. Neil gets the tap down, but it's at ground level again. That goal makes it very interesting, obviously. Bold statement but that just loosened up Glenunga a little bit here. And PAC had it all early, but as you talked about, Adam, they were able to get some field position. But now, PAC again. They're playing in front. They're doing it well. But working back is Michaelani. He'll look to handball Willie. This way, that way, left-handed awkwardly. Ball spills. They've got the numbers, though, Glenunga. Just overrunning it there was Michael Bowden. And the umpire will come in. We'll have a ball up 55 metres out from the PAC goal.
Very quickly, some scores around the ground.
Oh, yes.
Richmond Oval, Div 2, Golden Grove the first goal, 1 straight 6. Panem Norwood Union the first point, 1 behind. Golden Grove by 5 points, 12 minutes in. And it is tied up 1-1 apiece between Flinders Park and Modbury in the Div 3 grand final at Woodville.
Oh, bit of afters here. Mackenzie Slee, he won't mind mixing it up. I think it's Mackenzie Slee. Which, tell me the secret between Slee and... Oh, he's copped him right in the lower abdominal area. Otherwise...
Jack's Crackers, I'm thinking of.
North of the equator.
He's a tough customer, Neil, though, isn't he?
Oh, mate, you could set the boy on fire and he's back 2 weeks later. So he's a ripper lad too.
And important that he got up to play again today, Neil, with the point situation, wasn't it? So Davis could play.
Michael Annie, he'll just get it down the line. Playing in front, really good done. Really well done there. Is that number 39 for Glenunga? That's Henke. Josh Henke comes in. Hasn't played a lot of games this year. Big inclusion for them. 6 games, yeah, running at ground level. There's Fletcher Wiseman also coming in today. He goes long. Will he get the fortuitous bounce? No, it's Davis down there though. He's strong. He releases the handball. Quick kick, Parsons. All clear. Beautifully done. Passes the defender working all the way down there, getting the goal, and it's Abe Davis with a crucial assist. And again, getting goals from Parsons and Prosser, not relying on the usual suspects. That's important for Glenunga, and they've really settled into this game quite nicely. Adam Jeffries.
Yeah, great play by Davis at the top of the square. Just the strength to get one paw to the ball, drag it in and get the handball to the runner. And great coaching not to bring him off the ground, Tommy. It would have been tempting to rest him, but leave him at full forward. He creates that goal by being on the ground. Glenunga, great rebound there. They've really settled in the last 5, haven't they?
Well, Prince Alfred got the first one. Glenunga's got the last 2. They have a 4-point lead.
Neil is very sore in the middle of the ground still, boys.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, I reckon. As Glenunga go forward again, they won the last couple of centre clearances. Escaping with it was Bennett. The kick, one-on-one contest over everybody's head. Bounce, critical. It was a bit of a Barry Crocker. Pick up. They should be able to get it here. No, the easiest opportunity Glenunga have had. They managed to butcher it. Prosser couldn't quite collect it. In the end, though, holding the ball, and they'll get a second shot right in front of the tunnel.
Left-footed with the football here too.
Yeah.
Should be able to wheel around and kick this.
Tommy Bilby, he'll run around and he'll snap this.
Has not kicked a goal this season.
No, he'll like this though from this position. Probably his distance as well.
He's kicked 11. Wrong player. My apologies.
Yep. Tommy Bilby from the pocket, runs around on his left, gives it a bit too much and pushes it right across the face. One thing I've seen Coach Nathan Graham do is they are making a lot of midfield rotations. They're changing the players on the ground. So that last goal after a goal, Abe Davis kicked or set the goal up straight into the middle with Bo Schwartz. Really trying to keep PAC guessing. When PAC have got the ball in open space, they've looked good, but now Glenunga are restricting it.
But keeping your class players on the field as well, Tommy. Smart grand final. You don't need to rest for next week.
Well, it's been up that end of the field. And to be honest, in the Bees, there wasn't a lot of scoring to the right of screen. It was mainly to the left, the end that Prince Alfred are kicking. There is no breeze of consequence. Glenunga get the turnover back inside 50. Adam, have you got an inside 50 count?
Yes, I do. 7-5 Glenunga's way. PAC had the first 4 of the match, remember? So 7 of the last 8.
7 of the last 8. That pretty much aligns with what I would have thought. Mackenzie Slee back in the lineup. Double team momentarily out of bounds. Players will enjoy the sunshine for a moment as one of those Glenunga players came off.
Wiseman,
not 100%. I think Wiseman, we'll stick with Wiseman. We've been doing that for most of the year.
Oh, yeah, they call him the Wiz, but McMahon comes on first time today. Interesting to see him start on the bench. Takes it out the ruck. Gets it back. Fights really hard for it. Now they're a chance, PAC. Again, good pressure from Glenunga, though. Burrowing his head in, Mitch Wicks, fearing, putting their head in the hole there, and that'll make Coach Craig Pitt very happy.
So, guys, just keep an eye on down here. Neil is battling on the bench after the 2 big knocks in the ruck. PAC will have to go small in the ruck for a little while.
The
see if they can
percolator.
neutralise.
Yeah, 17 on 17. Oh, kicked out of the air. And they're out now. Slee, all one-on-ones back there. Zach Smith, great intercept mark. Pressure put on, and chop of the arms there. You'd be happy with that as a defender. You wouldn't mind getting them all day long. And they're going to go long down the line. Pack of players here. Best position was the PAC player. Spills at ground level. Bilby just pushes his way through. A little ferret. Strong hips, strong body, strong quads. He does that very well.
He could play rugby league, Bilby, couldn't he? He's got that sort of, he could run through a scrum type of guy.
Yep.
Hard to tackle. Great front and squares.
Nick Egard with a big job on Jaden Davis. They're the deepest pair here. Davis in it early, but hasn't hit the scoreboard yet. Or coming through. Here they go. They're out in the run here. They've got to get open side. They just get that last connection. They've got it in hand wild again. And now they've got players on the move. Look for Oscar Clark. He should have time for overlap. Look at Wildman go. He'll get caught now though. Great chase. Does a hurdy-gurdy circle time. Bit of merry-go-round action. Down to a 2-on-2. They'll fly. Davis. Gets it to ground level. Glenunga numbers it to Paul, maybe into the back. It spills. The percolator pushing through. He's legged. And I'll tell you what, for the second ruck, he's done his job. He's competed. And now he comes down to half forward. He gets a shot 35 metres out. And he's a very talented, very strong, very good footballer. He's got calves like little 2-litre Coke bottles. And he's a tough nugget too.
From Victor Harbour, 6 goals this season in the league. Played 11 league games, 10 reserves, 12 goals in total. He knows where they are.
Yep, watch for the PAC crowd on the outer side in your shot to erupt should he kick this goal. The flag has gone flat, so it shouldn't cause him too many difficulties. Probably going to shoot from about 35. Head over the ball, puts it out to the right, and it stays out to the right. And PAC not taking the early chances here. Will that come back to ruin Adam Jeffries?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, they will rule it if they don't kick accurately soon. But I think Perks in the ruck is a good move for PAC. I think he gives them a lot around the ground. Everyone's obsessed with tap work. There's not going to be any taps to advantage today. It's going to be won by the guys on the ground. So watch for Perks creating some dramas around the field.
Sam Wonky to Sam Parsons, but they make it a 3-on-2 out there, PAC, and they were scored over the line. It's interesting because, and I'm not being disrespectful, neither Glenunga player is a ruckman. They're both key position players Wonky and Mitchell. But they do attack and they do jump in hard.
Nick Wonky's marking around the ground is first class, so PAC need to match that, not worry about the taps.
Well, Perks just knocks it forward again, but Davis will be first onto it, and he's hard to tackle, and he just gets a barrel going, 55. That'll clear the line. Out the back there, courage needed. Curran gets it, but he's tackled straight away. Sumner onto it. Battle between him and one could be great to watch. Bilby, he's in a lot at the moment. Left-footed ball to the dangerous hot spot. Oh, double grab there, and it'll spill. Phil Herden.
And from that, Bilby's back in the action. He's tackled straight away. Umpire says fair tackle. No opportunity. Ball up 35 metres out.
Sam Smith's going to take a mark soon for mine,
Is that,
Tommy.
Is that Schwartz? No, Schwartz at the bottom of the pack.
Sam Smith's got his hands to a couple there with his height. Hasn't been able to drag him down.
Yeah.
He's going to take one soon.
Davis will take the ruck work. Well, there's 15 people in the ruck. Comes out to Kennett. Kennett on the left. There's no curse on that, is there? Tully, Kennett goes bang with the most important goal he'll ever kick for Glenunga, probably. It's his first and their third. Glenunga have settled into this game really nicely after a great PAC start. And do they dare to dream? Is it the day of the double blue?
Yeah, great settlers here for Glenunga. PAC were all over them just in the first 3 or 4 minutes, but they've had all the field position. They've had 9 of the last 11 inside 50s. PAC will be disappointed with that, though, Tommy. A forward pocket stoppage, and he had a lot of time and space to snap the goal, so something's broken down in their structures there. But a great finish, and we spoke in the pre-match about accurate goal scoring. 2 tough snaps that have gone through can be the difference in games like today.
Yeah, and I always think, is luck are the footy gods with me? Is luck going to go my way? 2 great snaps have delivered a major for Glenunga. Early signs good for the Rams. It's a game-high 10-point lead. Wiseman had it lost at Jolly. Breaks away. They run in waves. McNamara to Bradley. Bradley's got an open path in front. Into 50 he goes to the top of the square. Ollie Clark lurking. The crumb. The goal. As direct, as easy as that with the reply. Prince Alfred have their second. Ollie Clark his first. And as we tick over 20 minutes, the Sportal scoreboard has Glenunga 3-1-19. Prince Alfred Old Collegians 2-3. 15.
Ollie Clark's the game breaker that Prince Alfred, very quiet 2 weeks ago, wasn't he, Tommy? But he's already had 4 or 5 quality disposals in the front half of the ground. That was classic front and square work. Great entry by Bradley, got the ball to the top of the square. Brazel just has to make the contest, which he did, brought the ball to the front. Great composure, great goal, great response by Prince Alfred, who've been outplayed in the last 10, but they've kept it close.
Bradley looks the most dangerous at the moment. They've got all their guns in the middle and on the wings. They are loading up the middle, PAC. Don't leave till later what you can do right now. Jolly with a clearance. Bit awkward though. Just threw it out really. Again, at ground level. Umpire says no, nothing to it. Jolly works hard, gets it out. They're clear again. Bradley, the danger man, to the percolator. Awkward looking kick, but it could be effective to Clark. Oh, he just didn't hold it long enough, said the umpire. Trengrove, danger. Always dangerous in that position when you're tackled, and it will spill and we'll have a ball up here.
Watch, if I'm Glenunga's coaching staff, need to watch Bradley at these stoppages. Tommy, he's not going in. He's just hanging 5 metres forward of the ball, taking the dangerous space. Now, that can be a bit of Russian roulette, but it's working for Bradley so far.
Yep, ground level. Tackled well. They releases the tackle, though. McNamara on the go. He's clever. He's dangerous. He's smart. He's tackled. Right. And releases again. Is that Wildman?
Yep.
And that's what I'm talking about, boys. Those snaps. So far, Glenunga have kicked them. So far, Prince Alfred haven't taken all the opportunities. Boys,
But it is a good sign for Prince Alfred that Wildman and Clark are involved in the game. We said unsighted 2 weeks ago, but they're involved at the moment.
1 key to go, very long. I'm going to head down, boys, get a feel for the ground level, and I'll be back with a quarter-time report.
Tommy Javor, the hardest working man in South Australian footy commentary. No doubt about that. From the kick in, it spills to Trengove. He'll return serve. And a great courageous with the flow of the ball mark. Taken by Prince Alfred, and this could be, well, it's not siren time yet, and don't play on without checking first. It's going to be
Schultz.
Lucas Schultz.
It was a great mark, wasn't it?
It
Back
was
with the
so
flight.
courageous.
Big pack.
He's kicked 9 this season from 13 games, 6 from 5 in the Rezzies. This to give Prince Alfred the lead. I'm sure it was 2 and a bit minutes ago I said it was a game-high 10-point Glenunga lead. Prince Alfred have struck back. They trail by 3. Goes wide. It won't come back, but it won't make the distance. It is rushed through. The margin is 2 points at the 23-minute mark. Glenunga 3-1-19. Prince Alfred, are they a bit inaccurate? 2-5-17.
Looked dangerous inside 50 though, despite their inaccuracy. 7 scoring shots from 9 entries, Prince Alfred. So their game style is working, just haven't been accurate thus far.
7 from 9 is sensational forward efficiency. And if they keep that up, they will eventually get the goals. It'll work itself out. Meanwhile, Glenunga have it. I'm thinking I've got to get this 22 minutes out of my head with the reserves that we've just called. One earlier by the Goodwood Saints. Prince Alfred Old Collegians won the Seas earlier here. Part of the triple treat live stream thanks to Filming Footy. Glenunga are working it through the middle. Here they come now with Zach Smith right down the middle. Umpires found a free, pushing the back Prince Alfred. Bit of a fire in the hills, Adam.
Yes.
Just looking at the backdrop.
It's a warm day.
Hope everybody's safe, or maybe it's a burning off, who knows. Prince Alfred, they're trying to burn off Glenunga here. They've got it through the middle. Trengrove to Jolly. There's a big combination. Usually produces something. It's to Wicks. 65 metres out to the pocket. Finds Brazel. Interesting, the last time he took the mark, he didn't want to take the kick.
Might have to on this occasion.
He's kicked 53 goals this season, but had a bit of a poor start. Remember last week, Adam?
Yes, uncharacteristically missed a couple of shots early.
But
again, great transition of play from Prince Alfred there. Like I said, they've had 7 scoring shots. This will be 8 from 10 entries. Glenunga yet to take a mark inside 50, and Prince Alfred have taken 3. So they're looking
I know
good.
usually doing the stats for the Sandfield, in that comp it's around about the 42, maybe to 50 if you're really good forward efficiency. Prince Alfred going maybe 80%, which very likely they'll maintain. Brazel's kick across the face has not scored. It will be a throw-in as it was touched at the Roger Woodcock end. And look, most of the fans here, there's not a lot on the outer side, unlike last year, because last year was overcast conditions.
I think everyone's staying in the shade on this
Everyone
side
in the shade, 24 degrees the forecast. The grandstand, I look left, I look right. The grandstands look pretty busy. The throw-in, no one takes the ruck contest. And in the end, we'll force another stoppage. 25 minutes gone, 2-point Glenunga lead. Prince Alfred started the stronger. Glenunga came back, and Prince's have rebounded again. Wildman had it, lost it. Tackled. Trengove, he's tackled. And then free kick given. Tackle made by Tom Michaelani.
Won't
Will
be a long
Glenunga slow
quarter.
it down, or will they go for maybe one more?
They'll slow it down. They won't. They'll just try and get some field position out wide here. No risk from Glenunga.
Looking for Bjorn, but McMahon probably
First
the
time
better
we've called-
marking option.
First time we've called McMahon today. Expect him to be a key playmaker as the game works on.
Quarter time at Richmond. Division 2 Grand Final. Golden Grove 1-2-8. Payne 1 behind. We'll get you some other scores at the quarter time break. Mackenzie Slee is tackled. Quarter time, we'll take a brief break. And then we'll get a report from Tommy Javor. Adam Jeffries will give you some stats and his thoughts on the best players. I'll get you some scores around the grounds. A busy afternoon. The biggest afternoon of the season in the Adelaide Footy League men's competition. 20 premierships, 20 grand finals, 440 premiership medals today.
That's an expense for the league.
That's you can see what they charge to get in.
Yes.
which is only fair for finals. Jolly, the hand pass, off hands, throw in.
Glenunga will be happy with this. Just to take in a small lead, they're a team that takes no risks late in the quarter. They'll be happy to keep it on the boundary line and not let Prince Alfred score again here.
Take the lead they've got. Concede nothing. I think that's the Central District's said Anilius or something, their slogan. Davis. Oh, it's just so good. Won the hard footy. Dug it out to Bo Schwartz. For Schwartz to get the clearance. It's going to be a Glenunga. Just the work by Davis there.
Yeah.
He's
got
just
deft
sublime.
touch for a big man as well, hasn't he?
Exactly
Ground
right. And that is your quarter time siren. A pretty even start to this contest. Prince Alfred, very efficient up forward, except for the accuracy. Glenunga, their opportunities, when they've got a shot, they've made the most of them. The Rams 3-1-19, Prince Alfred 2-5-17. It's time for a break. You're watching the Adelaide Footy League. Thanks to Filming Footy.
The friend and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the banner crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable, so basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back, Norwood Oval. The finals are here. One last game. Earlier today, Prince Alfred won the C1s. Perfect season, congrats to them. Earlier, you had the live stream. Goodwood Saints won the reserves. Congrats to them over Glenunga here. It's Glenunga Rams 3-1-19, Prince Alfred 2-5-17. Phil Hurden with Adam Jeffries and TJ, the Filming Footy team. Adam, what did you make of that first quarter?
It's a very even contest. Both teams had 10 inside 50s. Prince Alfred from mine have their game style working, though, at the moment. They've taken 3 marks inside 50, had 7 or 8 scoring shots, a couple that didn't quite make the distance from their 10 entries. So nearly every time they're going in, they're scoring. So that's a great side for them. And we said in the pre-match that they needed their outside players, Clark, Wildman, to be involved in the game, and they are so far. So this is a positive start for them. Glenunga had the 2 magnificent snaps from forward 50 stoppages that have kept them in front in the scoreboard. Typical Glenunga fashion in the middle of the quarter, a lot of repeat entries, a lot of pressure, but kicking the ball back into numbers, but they've managed to kick the 3 goals thus far. But Prince Alfred will be happy with that start, Phil. They look like the Prince Alfred we know.
All righty, we'll go to Tommy Javor shortly. I've got scores around the other A-grade division grand finals. Division 6 at St Mary's, Marion 8, Greenacres 0. That's at quarter time. The Rams by 8. The Rams also lead Kilburn. Jeps Cross Rams lead Kilburn by 4 points. Division 4, Lockleys 23, CBC 9. That's 14. As we're going to go down to Tommy Javor.
if you didn't know it, you'd be worried if you were Glenunga, because they were going off in there. Abe Davis very vocal with the mids. If you're going to cough it up, get off the field. Expletive. He was fired right up. Defenders again copped a bit of a bake. You've got to fight your way back. You've got to tighten the screws. Grimer, we got away with one. That quarter was SHIT. You've got to execute. You can't let it bobble out for PAC. I had to stand next to the coach to hear him. They're that bloody calm. It's like they're going to sleep. But that's how they play the game. Maintain the ball. It's going to open up. Let's take it to another level. Let's keep it in motion. Let's get it going forward. This is our quarter. We're going to make it happen now. Boys, two very different tales, but similar to what we've seen all year. Back up to you, boys. What a game we got.
Thanks, TJ. Great analysis of what's happening. It's so different in the styles, Adam.
Yeah.
Which one would you have aligned yourself more with, the calmness of PAC or just the absolute intensity of Glenunga?
Nah, it's a mix of both. As I got older in coaching, I lost a little bit of the intensity. I used to be a little bit of a nutcase early days.
I do believe that coaches' box weren't safe in your general direction.
Yeah, at times. But only with structural stuff, never personal stuff. And that's the same with Grimer. It's all structure. It's all the little things he knows will hurt them and just reinforcing him in his way. PAC in their way, very calm. They don't change their game style. Their players don't respond to that. They know what they need to do.
Just waiting for the crowd to disperse. Mentioned that Lockleys leading the Div 4 Grand Final by 14 over CPCL Collegian. Flinders Park leading Modbury Division 3 Grand Final at Woodville by 18. They're underway in the second quarter between Golden Grove and Payneham Norwood Union. Golden Grove 1-4, Payneham Norwood Union 1. It's a 9-point lead to the Kookaburras. We're back underway, and TJ's made it.
Neil and Mitchell, free kick early from Crosby. One thing I noticed there, the Neil is battling, and you can see
Yes.
he's still battling. The smack of the flesh on that boundary line, probably 3 or 4 times. It's just.
He copped one. I think Neil's copped one in the guts, and he's really struggling. But
Oh, dear.
oh,
Lockie Charlton.
Hot spot, they'll fly. Again, dangerous early in the quarter, PAC. They set themselves for this quarter. That's off a foot as well, but the umpire say, I'll have it and ball it in.
Take a breather, TJ. Take a breather, mate. You didn't have to get happy by the siren. It's
Yes, I
okay,
did.
we had you covered.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that your challenge, is it?
Yep.
it's important. It's important that Neil does push through for a little while for them, though, isn't it? They don't want to be their sole ruckman down very early in the game, but he is battling, showing great courage.
Meanwhile,
Davis.
It's a free.
He can kick this, Tommy.
Yeah, no one knows this boy quite like I do. Sorry, Bill.
Davis, standing Davis.
Can he kick 50?
He certainly can kick 50. He can kick 55, and he'll just be able to roll out, and he'll kick from just outside the 50. The breeze shouldn't cause him too much concern. If anything, I think it might be going down that way, although, you know, good players will kick it either way. But he is a beautiful shot for goal. You watch this little land in the Wolf Blast Centre now.
We haven't called him yet. He's the low possession assassin usually, though, isn't he? Doesn't need many touches.
Makes him count.
And he does. He goes around, gets inside 50. No, he's not going to have it. It's not going to get there. Ball bobbles. It's a big, big pack, and I think they'll see it through for a rush behind. And it's a 1-point ball game, boys. This is everything we wanted and more.
That is the fourth rush behind I've got for Prince Alfred. So you're looking at this 2-goal-6 and you're thinking, is it an accuracy? Is it a case, Adam,
too deep an entry?
I was just going to say, are they kicking it too deep? Should it be landing 15 out from the goal line instead of almost
Glenunga
the
aren't
goal
going to
line?
lose those pack situations with their strong bodies, are they? So they probably need to rethink that strategy.
Oh,
I think
great grab.
Great mark. Is that Bilby?
Yeah. Spring Hill Jack.
He's up and about. Glenunga looking to go forward for the first time this quarter. Got to beat a few Redmen, including Andrew Bradley, Chris Curran and Bradley.
Haven't called
They were there
Curran.
in the 2019 Grand Final for the Bays. They're back in action tomorrow.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Phil. We haven't called Curran too much. Look at McMahon doing a bit of a sacrificial role today, I reckon, Tommy. As Neil again is battling, coming off the ground. He's a sore boy, Tommy. You wouldn't want to be him right now.
I mean, I'm not going to make a joke about his groin, but I think it looks like he's carrying a groin strain now.
Yeah.
And he certainly was impact into the groin initially, but...
And it's interesting that Perks has
Could have
come
cooked.
on
Yep.
before Neil has come off. That's unusual unless it's a blood rule.
I think it is a
blood roll. Yeah, he's got one in the old...
So he's not having a good
in
day,
the
is he?
Schnozzle warehouse.
Okay.
No, and he's... Yeah.
Can I
Hope
take
he's allowed to have.
that?
Can he
Schnozzle
have Monday off
warehouse.
work, Neil? He might need it.
Schnozzle warehouse. Make your face grouse. It's Glenunga. Chain of handballs. Michael Annie. Probably not the preferred kicker. And that...
Oh, great courage.
Yeah, how about that? That's what I think the contest. Head over the ball. Here's McNamara. The pickup, ground level. How about that? Gets it to one-on-one. Wonky and Brazel. Good contest at ground level now. Brazel and Davis will go to work. Oh, he just lands awkwardly on him, and the umpire says, ball it in.
I mean, this at the moment, this grand final is delivering everything that I expected it to. We're having a tough, physical, intense contest, and every moment or so you see a piece of real high-level skill.
Sure do, Phil.
McNamara's was one of those.
At pace. He does everything at pace. That's what makes him so good. He tries to get the handball running, flying through. In front, it's 2-on-1. Bo Schwartz just does enough, actually, and Boyne will just escort it over the line, and we'll have a ball in.
Back to McNamara, because of the star-studded midfield that's around him, he gets no attention from the opposition, doesn't he, Tommy? But he is a fantastic player in this competition, McNamara.
Well, he's their captain for a reason, and he'd be the best player in any other team, just about.
And he'd be mine early best on ground nomination so far, been really clean.
Yep. Davis will be the first onto it. He'll be clean, he'll be strong.
Great
Beautiful handball to Harron. This looks dangerous for Glenunga. Wonky and some. No! Wonky! Oh, it's worked. That worked in the first final, didn't it? A few times. And Sam Smith's wrapped up, and umpire Crosby says, it's too hot today. I'm not wearing the Crosby sweater. You should have seen the sweat coming from Cros's head before the game. Never seen anything like it.
You're watching the sweat coming off yours, mate. It's
yeah, no, we might have talked. Anyway, Glenunga push it forward and it'll go accidentally kicked off the ground. They haven't been paying these, but will they pay this one? Yes, they do.
Well, that's
VOC
last
free
disposal,
kick.
so they should.
That'll be Cam Pritchard from deep in the...
oh, hello. Must have been touched.
The Tommy Javor pocket with the TJ Hire is. Not to be confused with TJ MC
Did you
for Hire.
set that up?
That is the TJ Hire pocket where I used to I did call it my pocket, but that's not my business.
Okay.
Hey, I'm booked out until November 11th if you want an MC. But anyway, let's watch the game. Bo Schwartz,
You're not doing anything in Remembrance Day?
No, not at this stage, mate. My first weekend off. You like that, Hugo? Okay, it's been a long season for Hugo. Listen to my crap. But anyway, ball comes out, quick kick and smother. Hey, Davis ground level, he's dangerous. This way, that way. He's just always able to get his hands out. And on the end of it, Bilby gets onto his left, puts it to the open side. It's a 2-on-1. The younger player loses his feet, and that won't do you any good. And it's going to be a free kick for last possession to Lachlan Charlton, who spells his name funny.
I'm intrigued, Adam, what your inside 50 count's sitting at the moment.
Oh, it's only early day, 2-1. There's been a fair few stoppages and
the whole game.
But just
sorry, in this quarter, 2-1. 12-11 in favour of Prince Alfred.
Because I'm just thinking about...
But that's a good stat for Prince Alfred. They're up by 1. Normally, Glenunga dominate the inside 50 count.
Sure do. Repeat.
And they probably have to win, I think.
Agree.
Oh, strong contest. Oh, again, boys, I don't want to sound like the late Shane Moore, may he rest in peace, who used to repeat himself over and over again. But I really can't even articulate how big the smacks of flesh and the collisions, the body contact, they are absolutely smashing in. And you got like that half a second, too slow, you're gone. Yeah. You can't even think. It's quicker than a hiccup, boys.
Yeah, Hayden Jolly laying the pain on that one. He looks out for Coach Pitt.
Perfectly
got him on the run. I mean, that is talk about high level of skill. Perfect kick.
Oh.
Not a bad kick either. Found the open man, just couldn't take the mark.
Phil, I like that. In my Div 1 preview of the game on Between the Posts, and we're back next week, I called for Brazil to lead up, take Sam Smith away from the cage where he's so dominant, get him out of that position, and he's doing that today.
And spot on, Tommy. He's done that well so far on the bike. Don't want to wrestle with one key at fullback.
The main thing is that Brazil and Davis don't get in each other's way. We haven't seen that hardly at all through the season. Goes inside Prince's forward 50. McElhaney is relieved of the football. Trent Gove takes it forward. And Glenunga have some numbers. Harron with the kick. Looking for McElhaney, and he will force the stoppage.
Might have been Bowden with the kick.
Might have been Bowden?
Yep.
Thank you.
I might have.
No, it's fine. 33. I don't know Michael Bowden very well, so...
Again here, look at Tommy. Look at
man
McMahon. He's
from
sacrificing his
United.
game today to keep Curran out of the play. I think that's good coaching. I know McMahon's a playmaker, but you can't allow Curran to be free.
No, two players with plenty of sample experience there. I did give the stats during the week as well. 460 games, plays 1,058, VFL, sample and AFL. He's kept that in, and then he's kicked it straight out. That was ball chocolates to lollies, back to chocolates, back to lollies. And we're going to have a free kick down the field, actually, going to Bo Schwartz, who can extract a free kick. He's been given a push against
I think
Mitch
Slee
Wicks.
gave him a little bit of a push after the kick.
Might have been Wicks, who's on the mark, maybe. But anyway, either way.
Payneham Norwood Union lining up for their first goal, TJ. I'll let you know how it goes.
Calm the facts. Right down the middle, I'm calling it. For the facts.
You can see some of the crowd that gathered in the shaded areas as mentioned.
Yeah. Nice little Nice little 22.5 degree kick just to the left or right of the...
Don't take that kick too often, do they, Tommy? No one just bang it to the
Oh, no,
line.
that's one of their kicks they do take, mate. I don't want to give away their game plan, but it is grand final. They probably can now. That's one of the ways they help get the territory to take the long. So they march it till they can get it into the 50 for the stoppage. Well done there, Sam Smith. He has been okay up forward, just hasn't quite... It's had an almost day, I think they'd call it. Big flyer. If you can get two hands to it, Trenny, you take the mark, but you've played probably a higher level than me. Just a undefeated C4 premiership.
Let me look that up.
Oh, Davis! Davis, we get sidetracked with rubbish, Phil.
Yeah.
Abe Davis just shows his worth, his strength, and why he is the best player in the competition. Oh, that should be 25. I mean, he fell over like he wouldn't have broken the skin off a pudding, but... Well, normally when you knock them and they go down like that, you can extract the extra meterage.
Oh, Bo Schwartz.
Good umpiring there, though.
He's making friends and
Crosby.
influencing people, Bo Schwartz, at the moment.
Smart by Schwartz, so he's got nothing to lose by trying it, but good umpiring.
But isn't Abe Davis in everything? He rucks, he tackles, he kicks, he
He's good handballer
and has
too.
the big
Brings other
has
players
the
into
big
the game.
moment here.
How good is it? Look at the Glenunga kids gathering behind the goals. They're not that bright, the Glenunga kids. There's a net there.
Well, they reckon he's going to kick it over. No, they reckon he's going to kick it over the net.
He could.
Oh,
You just
gonna
watch.
kick it 70, is he? Davis from 45. Nice looking kick. Don't get. Look at that kick. Didn't get over the net, but that's not really what matters. It's his first and the most dangerous player on the ground. And now it's on. Behind play. They are in and amongst it. Davis actually the calming influence as they go after Schwartz. No, and now it is on. Two balls there. That's Slee and Davis getting into each other. But argy-bargy. And I'll tell you what, this is actually playing into Glenunga's hands. Especially Davis, he loves to get fired up. And at the moment...
It's your boy Schwartz as the antagoniser here.
There goes free kick PAC.
That's not what they wanted.
No, Pitt takes it and straight down the other end. And if they get a goal, this Grimer will break the grandstand. Falls at ground level. Player tackle didn't have it. The umpire's seen that one. And that one will go back. Might be 25. It is 25. I'll tell you what, between me and Cros, we're not missing a thing here.
No,
Except I don't learn how to walk better. Come on, Cros, keep your feet, son. That must be in the moisture.
Sometimes you can break up a stressful situation by creating a laugh. And maybe that's what Andrew Crosby just did, unintentionally.
Intensity's gone up here, though, boys.
And he realises that the game needs a bit more control, and he's applying that control. And that's what, he's done SANFL Grand Finals. He's done his second one here. He knows how to keep control in these situations. PAC have it into some space. Will it sit? It's 2-on-1 if the ball will sit. But the red man, it ain't working. Now the cavalry comes for Glenunga. It's that man, Abe Davis, again.
He's mounted him.
He's just said,
He's taking the full mountain MMA style.
That's it.
It's interesting, isn't it? Look at this. He is
And he's having a
absolutely
chat.
giving it to Grimer.
He's telling the coach.
Wow,
what he's doing.
I'll tell you what, like I said, he was intense. He still gets the ball. He's a magnet, this boy.
Yeah.
He's got magnets in his pants.
I think Davis wants to come off for a spell and Grimer wants him to go to the top of the goal square. I think that's what that discussion's about,
might be the other way around even. No, yeah, he is coming off. Boyan will come on and will follow the play. Mazzini's got it behind. He'll be tackled and taken out over play.
It's interesting. I remember, Adam, you and I did Glenunga Sacred Heart. Remember the final round? Davis went off or went up forward or something.
Sacred Heart got a run on.
Sacred Heart got a run on.
He won't be sitting there too long.
No. Should add, Golden Grove 3-4-22. Payneham Norwood Union 3 behinds. Kookaburras by 19 points in the Div 2.
Parsons gets it left foot, puts it to a very dangerous area and playing in front. Beautifully done. Michael McMahon. So not only is he doing the job on Curran, now he can absolutely make him pay. Now, one player that loves to kick a goal is Michael McMahon. Very popular with the Glenunga faithful.
I love the move from Coach Grimer with McMahon, because he can score a goal on Grimer, on Curran, can't he? Which is a huge shot for goal here.
McMahon from 45 hangs it out to the right. Will it come back? No, it doesn't. And it's a minor score. And the PAC faithful just on the near side here in the old bar pocket, the Cooper's Corner they call it down there.
Yep, they've moved.
And
big crowd
they've
down there in
moved
the
closer
shade.
to the bar.
Yes. Andrew Bradley's been very, very good today. But from here, there's not a lot of places you can go except long down the line or look for a switch kick. And it's going to be the latter, I think, the former, the first one.
Yep. Yes.
And that's what they can't do because they've just got too many bigs, too many tools, and Nick Wunke on this occasion.
Just watch Neil, Tommy. He couldn't get there and compete. He's really struggling.
To brother Mike, big pack, and they'll get out. They've got to go open side. They've got Wildman out. If it could sit for him, it should sit for him. It will, and now they're off with the overlap. It's Clark. Clark will run and give it back to Wildman, will he? No. They go to Jolly. You should have given the handball, son. Brilliantly cut off by Bowden.
Missed a huge opportunity there. The handball to Wildman.
All the way. Yep. And Wildman put his head down and was running. Again, quick kick there. That's an ugly one from Bennett. It'll be all Mazzini back there, Phil Hurd.
Yeah, one Glenunga forward we haven't mentioned yet. Michael Wunke.
Yeah, I was going to mention before, Sumner is actually a second skin on Wunke at the moment. He's pushing the boundaries with the umpire.
Yeah.
Mike's so strong he won't go to ground. I reckon he'll consider it next contest, test the umpire out.
Because usually what Glenunga have done well in recent times, when Michael has been playing, is use him as the target and everyone sort of crumb off of him. Let's see what happens here, because Glenunga are going to go forward. It's going to be Wunke one-on-one. That's how he likes it. He goes to ground, surprise, surprise, and the crumb by McMahon. Almost came off, except the kick hit the post. Two behinds in succession to Glenunga. They go to 4-3-27. PAC at 2-6-18. The margin back to 9 points.
Just as we called it, that matchup with Wunke and Sumner. Pushing the boundary, Sumner. I think he's going to give it one way soon.
Yeah, long down the line here, right in front of us, and it'll be seen out off the punch. And we did talk about 10 will win it, and that looks true at this stage.
Yeah, we got the buddy bet. What did we say? 124 to 125.
You're looking okay there, Phil.
I was about to say, didn't you learn from last week?
No, long way to go.
Okay.
Should open up in the third, though. Should. Could. Will it?
Might.
Neil's back on, battling with Wunke.
I mean, you did get last week, I should add.
I did. I knew what was going on the whole time,
But
Phil.
Different setup today, I reckon.
One of the things I've been whinging about a lot at home and watching TV is that ruckmen are actually allowed to violate each other in the ruck. Yet if you touch someone anywhere else on the ground, it is a free kick. I find it hard to understand.
Well, if you remember, they also had rules about holding the ball out of the ruck contest for a while, which I thought was a bit unfair.
Confusing. I will say this, the umpires have been good so far.
They've been very good.
Colin
right on top here, though, boys. 7 inside 50s to 3. Prince Alfred had the getaway and didn't give the handball to Wildman. Struggled to exit the ball at the moment.
Neil, he's back. He got a touch. That's a good sign.
And this game style suiting Glenunga now. They've got it back on their terms the way they like it. Stoppages, control, inside football.
I'm not sure about Neil's Sox game, though. One up, one down.
One would have a
consistent
shin guard in it.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
That's the start.
Fair enough. Davis around the body.
He's been used. It falls to the ground level, though. PAC, they should get out. They do. They're clever. Kaz Curran, open sides when they've looked dangerous. They've got to run with it. And they are just going with Curran, but through the middle it opens up because they peeled off a... Look at him. Look how quick is Wildman running around the outside. Again, he's open, but they don't use him. Down to Brazel will go over the back and run through for another minus score to PAC. 2-7 plays 4-3.
Good transition there on that occasion.
Yeah.
That's when they look dangerous.
I mean, you don't see transition that quick in a Sandford game.
No, and you don't see it against Glenunga too often either.
No.
But they're trying to get the ball over to the fat side, overlap handball. Again, though, we saw Brazel didn't get on his bike, did he? And he ended up in a wrestle with Wunke, and he's never going to win that.
No. High ball to the near side, and Parsons probably didn't grab it, but claims it, and everyone buys it. So stocks are up. Sam Parsons is that little skinny march kick that they use. And this one will probably be the long one down the line to Sammy Smith. Right on cue. Smith will fly. Good contest. Ground levels. Curran working hard is Tommy B. Now, Tommy Boy in there, he hasn't had maybe more than 3 touches, but he's been vital at locking it in, being the ground level player. Everyone's got a role to play, and he's doing his job.
He's one of the only smalls down there, isn't he, Tom? He's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, playing 4 tools up there today. Harron, he'll be in there all day.
Perk's back on there. So Neil came on, didn't stay long. I don't think he's resting anywhere.
Are you coming into the Wolf Blast Centre, boys, at half time for 10 minutes for a
glass of
lemonade?
Wolf Blast?
Not a glass of Wolf, for a lemonade.
Well, I should say half time for our viewing audience. We're going to introduce you to a huge thing we're going to bring for next year.
Ooh.
Huge. Literally huge.
Really?
Yep.
No one told me.
Shaquille O'Neal in the commentary box.
Huh? Hey, it's just settled here. It's just 65 metres around from the goal here of Glenunga. Kennett takes it out of the ruck, does very well, gets it to a dangerous spot. And again, that quicker than a hiccup tackling. It's just there's no time for there's no time for space. Get it on your hand or get it on your foot, and you will be wrapped up.
Yeah, 21 minutes, Golden Grove 34, Payneham Norwood Union 4. 5 goal each, the Kookaburras.
Tackled, and this is exactly what Glenunga would be after. If they can go in with an 8-point lead, they'll feel very happy with their first half of football.
Yeah. Flinders Park, 20-point leaders over Modbury. We'll give you all the scores at half-time after we give you our huge news of what's coming your way with the broadcast next year.
Yep. Of course, PAC, sorry, I should say Glenunga is just tackled there, ball up 20 metres out. Glenunga have kicked 4 of the last 5 goals, so they certainly do have control of the game now, boys.
Yeah, PAC haven't made them pay on their couple of transitions, but it's been the Glenunga quarter.
Yep, absolutely.
It's exactly what we saw 2 weeks ago, but the game's still close enough, isn't it, for Prince Alfred just to break free and kick 2 or 3.
1 goal, 2 plays 2 points for the game, but it's gone back to the Glenunga style, and that doesn't help PAC. So like you said, they've got to make the most of their transitions when they get them, and it's just rushed over. So here's a chance for it. Glenunga will need to get out, set their zone up structurally.
This is why Glenunga play the way they play, Tommy. Prince Alfred have looked good at times, and they've got 2 goals nearly to half-time. That's how good a defensive team they are on a perfect day for football.
Well, they had something similar, goal-kicking issues last year's grand final. They only got going late, and by that stage against Port District, it was too late. And so the way they fixed that was we had the Brazel-Davis combo in the end.
They go to Brazel, but he's not that tall, and Parsons takes the mark field, but they had Jolly on 30 metres out for the quick play down the guts. They didn't take it, so maybe just a big gunshot as Sam Smith takes a huge clunk. You've called for it.
Yeah, he was due. He was due. He's the extra down there that a lot of attention's going to Michael Wunke. He's really playing a bit of a sacrificial role, just wrestling and allowing guys like Prosser and Sam Smith to come in and all around him. He's a tough matchup, isn't he, Tommy? This guy's so tall and athletic. Look at the height of the man on the mark. He just can't reach the ball, and he was due to clunk one. Can he kick it straight, though, Tommy?
Well, he's a defender, and he normally kicks like a defender, but they only need him to kick 1 today, and he will have done his job, really, with the role he's playing. So a very important kick, a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out. The left footer from the left Cooper's bar pocket. Jars pushes it across a bit and right into the big wide upright for a minor score. It's their 5th, and now Glenunga just missing a couple if they had the time again.
I reckon Glenunga might have kicked 4 points in succession, possibly. They were 3-1, maybe 4-1. Certainly they've kicked 4 of the last 5 scoring shots that they've had have been behinds. Prince Alfred, again, they're pretty efficient, but just the ball has been at Glenunga's end for most of the second quarter.
They keep kicking to the packs on this broadcast side. And it's not going to work. I'd be looking to get a Clark and a one-on-one on the far side and try that matchup. He's looked dangerous today, Ollie Clark, and they haven't really gone to him, and at times in the past they have used that.
I think they're going to run and gun, mate. Take it on out the back line.
Well, they used to handball out of those kick-out situations and go too, but they're not looking to do it thus far.
Davis given plenty of time, and the PAC players, fans not happy. Again, they've got a chance here, but they just awkward quick kick, and the wall of Davis is in the way. Oh, Mitchell boots it into his mate fortuitously. Harron swings around, and Wunke's got a 1-on-2, and coming across Mazzini, I think it could be, is it Phil? No, it's Curran.
Yeah. Did that well.
Does he take a risk? I spoke about this in the pre-match, boys. They didn't take a risk till the 20-minute mark of the 4th quarter 2 weeks ago. They might go a bit earlier. That's the kick they want.
Now it opens up for them. They've got another one on the wing. They don't pull the trigger, though.
See, I would have gone to that one-on-one, Tommy, if I was Prince Alfred. Now Glenunga just get their numbers back.
And they push and they work hard. And like I said at quarter time, you should have heard Davis go off at the midfielders. Told them to get the F off if they weren't going to contribute. So, but Oscar Clark takes a good mark, but it's mini-league stuff. It's pack mark, and you're not going to keep. You're not going to keep taking him. You can't crab your way down like that. Got to take the game on. It's all Glenunga back here, and free kick. Now they've got to go. They've got Brazel. I think they're going to go high to Brazel. He needs to lead up Adam. I was watching the forward line. Costly turnover, and they're out here, are they? McMahon leading the race to it, Phil.
Yeah, Lucas Schultz was the player who's had his kick smothered. It's out of bounds on the outer side of the big advertising sign there, which is a wall with the Norwood Primary School on the other side of the oval.
Not what Prince Alfred needed on that last century. They'd soaked up so much pressure, and then they had the opportunity to put Glenunga under pressure. Some nerves there.
Both teams are doing their sort of defensive jobs. Glenunga are keeping it out of Prince Alfred's forward 50, and Prince Alfred's defence are not allowing Glenunga, when they get inside 50, to get easy shots on goal.
Only 4 inside 50s for the quarter for Prince Alfred, guys.
Yeah. But are they that much further behind? I mean, it is 10 points. Here's a chance. McNamara,
brilliant.
Sockers to himself. What a skill level there by the boundary line. Deserves a mark, deserves a goal. They got half a chance if the pickup's there. Oscar Clark! No!
How good was that? Now, maybe it was somewhat fortuitously. I reckon he meant that, Lockie McNamara. Gaelic football skill, absolutely brilliant. Just a solo to himself to get the ball to hop up and took the game on at speed. And that's what we're saying, Adam. That's when they look dangerous.
Yep. It's like they're happy, Prince Alfred, if they're at this close margin. If they get 20, 30 points behind, they would take the risk, but they don't want to take the risk themselves just yet.
Long Sam Wonky to the outside. Neil's out there with Mitchell. Spills over the back, and we'll have a ball in 70 metres around. I reckon we'll have about a minute or two left. There hasn't been much scoring this quarter, boys.
1 goal this quarter, boys, so it won't be a long one.
Yeah, and that a Cook goal going to Glenunga. We've seen most of the scoring.
If you said 1 goal to 0 for a quarter, it's been exciting to watch, though, hasn't it? It's not a dull moment here.
I mean, you don't expect shootouts in grand finals. You expect it to be like this.
You don't get to a grand final if you play shootout football. You have to be defensively
Not
sound.
too often.
Every club and every coach wants to score more, but the reality is the defensive side of your game is what gets you to grand finals.
Can you call my mate Ken and tell him? Anyway, ground level, PAC, flick it out the back, Wildman. He's looked dangerous when he's been around the ball. Good tackle again by Glenunga. The pressure intense, baby. It is hot in the kitchen.
Didn't quite play the final style footy Port
It's
Power,
interesting.
did they,
Let's
Tommy?
move on, mate.
It often happens.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I've often found in footy games it was relatively open in the first quarter, especially
Yes.
early. Then the coaches get a chance to talk to you at
Those
quarter
damn
time,
coaches.
and then it tightens up.
Trengrove, he does throw. That's the second time he's been pinged for a throw. Maybe his hands are just so quick no one can see
He
him.
tries at Trengrove when he's facing the outside of the field and he thinks the umpire won't see. Worth a try. Occasionally you'll get away from it.
Twice he
Get away
hasn't.
with it.
I reckon there's the third one in there he could have been pinged for as well. Anyway, it's Tommy Bilby.
No risk here, up the line.
Well, the other thing is that you've got the best umpires in the comp as well out here today that know to position themselves in those situations. So he's less likely. The umpire is less likely to be unsighted by that situation.
They have been very good so far. Don't want to moz them, but we haven't had one decision where we've gone, ooh.
There's the
Marek in the Crosby sweater doing a great job.
in the TJ pocket.
Yep.
Big crowd down there.
Sure, they'll be discussing my exploits today.
Yep.
Anyway, 60 metres out. Just a bit of a stalemate here, and I think we're going to have another stopper, Joey. No, it does spill out dangerously to the tip rat. He's out. He breaks tackles as he does, but he just pops it up. But again, that pressure from Glenunga, you just cannot breathe if you're a PAC player.
Yeah.
They are swarming them. And
Again.
Pritchard gets dispossessed. Sorry, Adam.
Glenunga try to go forward. Neil's in there. Just very hard to get a clean possession at the moment. If any team can get a goal before half-time, going to be massive momentum-wise, especially Glenunga. But Prince Alfred look to be out of it. And they've got a wave here if they can work it through with skill.
They're
This
out.
is a team that has skill. To Jolly, he's got the most
Davis.
skill of all. He's got to Davis an open spot. Had Brezel all by himself.
No, kick the goal, son. Kick the goal.
And now the siren is gone.
This is what you get paid to do. I'm not saying he's getting paid, but this is what a forward craft is all about.
They got the ball in Jolly's hands,
Yep.
Tommy. That was the difference. The other players haven't been able to just execute that kick inside 50. Big shot. Big shot for goal. It's only the 6th century.
Is walking with a purpose, it's fair to say.
He's not happy that they got away from that
They
stoppage.
held him, they held him, they held him. Almost for the whole second quarter. This is a kick of consequence. It is a 9-point margin. Glenunga will lead at the halftime break, but by how much? The leading goal scorer in the league from 45 metres delivers a big moment for Prince Alfred.
Jaden Davis, the 19-year-old superstar out of the Glenelg Footy Factory, has made it a 3-point. Is it a 3-point ball game, boys? They've taken the score off. Yep. It is a 3-point ball game. 4-5 plays 3-8. Do we need to throw straight to halftime? Can we give the goal?
We will throw it straight to halftime.
All right.
It's time to reveal what's coming your way with filming footy broadcasts in 2024.
amazing, folks. We're here with Dave McLaurin from Omnibus, and Dave, I'm just blown away, mate, by this outstanding facility that we're standing atop of now. Do we call it a truck, a trailer? What do we
Well,
call it?
I call it a mobile commentary truck. But look, it's been a great project. We've worked with John Douglas at Dartfish, and to get it to this stage, it was his brainchild. But obviously at Omnibus we have our own CAD drawings, our own intellectual property that we use, and we build buses off the ground. And you know, we're happy to get involved in this project. It's quite exciting, and being football people ourselves, we're really happy to get involved with him.
So we've come in and had a bit of a look downstairs and upstairs, and a lot of the features of this, but more so for the communities out there. We get out there and this top just pops up.
Yeah, look, we're standing in the upper commentary position. We're 4 metres off the ground. We've got an LED screen on the driver's side of the vehicle. What that'll do is display the score, but also give interactive replays during the game. But also down below we've got an interview room for post-game with the coaches and stuff like that. John basically said, look, I need ease of use. So we automated everything, and but the awning, which will be really good because, you know, because the prevailing winds will come through, but protect you from the elements. So,
Tell us about the truck itself. It's got dual cab, so we can get around to a lot of places in it. The comfort's there, like you said, meetings. But this is unique to Omnibus. This is the first of its kind, we say in Australia, but pretty much in the world, isn't it?
So look, John came to us with a drawing on a pie bag.
That's right.
Then we quickly converted it to our CAD drawing system. This project's been going on now for 6 months. Look, we're excited about doing it, obviously with our bus building program and all of our 4x4s that we do, certainly keeping us busy.
Dave, when we get this up and rolling out the door, you're going to come around to a few of the communities with us?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind actually. I've always been a budding commentator myself, but I certainly, with that footy background, I really enjoy the game, and so do the company owners. The Gillum family were high in footy in WA, and they are right behind this project, so which is fantastic.
Well, Dave, we can't thank you enough, mate. We've come in here today. We've all dressed in the orange fluoros, and you've taken us pretty much through every vehicle you've got here and into the front. We've been in one side of the cabin, out the other. We've been up and down and around, and you're so transparent with everything. And that's I think the beauty of anyone doing business with a company is the transparency and the communication, ongoing communication. So do we need to adjust this, make the height a bit higher, a bit lower, whatever? And you guys are up to it. You know, anything that's been changed along the way, you say, let's have a look at that. We reckon we can draw that up and change it. And mate, as we said, you know, something as simple as a fully automated lid, as opposed to getting here and having to wind it all up. And then the legs, of course, the strut. So we go into the infrastructure a little bit. So there's a lot of that sort of stuff that you guys are certainly up for. Dave, we can't thank you enough, certainly from Omnibus, and look out for Filming Footy and Dartfish. We'll be out there shortly. Thanks for joining.
Oh, look, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank to John Douglas, because without his brainchild, we wouldn't be standing here right now.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
9 News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Takes the lead in the Gilmore. Crone draws clean out from Mizzy. It's a Queensland victory. And a big payday for his owners, winning the English Millennium in a romp.
But Ayrton the class, and Ayrton won the Victoria Handicap.
But Mahuda goes all the way. Where again, Mahuda?
Taliqua, too classy for them. The Blue Star flashing, beats the ball. A Blue Star gets up the win.
But it's all Globe, 100 metres to go. It's 6 lengths in front. This is an outstanding performance again. And Globe eased down, won the King's Coronation Cup in a canter.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable, so basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
News, teaming up with the Adelaide Footy League. Tom Wren on the ground at your club for Thursday Night Live, strengthening communities through footy.
Takes the lead in the Gilmore. Crone draws clean out from Mizzy. It's a Queensland victory. And a big
run the Victoria Handicap.
But Mahuda goes all the way. Where again, Mahuda?
Taliqua, too classy for them. The Blue Star flashing, beats the ball. A Blue Star gets up the win.
But it's all Globe, 100 metres to go. It's 6 lengths in front. This is an outstanding performance again. And Globe eased down, won the King's Coronation Cup in a canter.
Welcome back, everybody. Grand final day in the Adelaide Footy League. 6 grand finals at A grade level, 20 in total. We're coming to you from Norwood Oval for the A grade Prince Alfred Old Collegians, Glenunga Rams. At quarter time, it was Glenunga by 2 points. In a very tight second quarter, a goal each. It's Glenunga by 3. But Jaden Davis kicked a goal after the siren to get it back to that margin. Glenunga had got it out to about a 10-point level. I've got some scores around the other division, the A-grade grand finals. But first, Adam Jeffries, your thoughts on the first half, key players and some key stats.
Yeah, well, it's the game we thought, isn't it? It's a bit of a replica of 2 weeks ago. It's low scoring, it's tight, it's tough. Glenunga have played their way thus far, but the goal on the siren was huge from mine, Phil. Give Prince Alfred a lot of belief. They got through the press a couple of times. Third quarter's going to be huge.
Even though Glenunga have the 3-point lead, that momentum has sort of felt like Princes were leading, albeit in a very tight contest. In fact, we've got one of the closest grand finals around the Adelaide Footy League this afternoon. In Division 2, they've just about to start the third quarter. Golden Grove 5-4-34, Payneham Norwood Union 4 behinds. The Falcons are goalless. The Kookaburras lead by 30 points at the main break. That's at Richmond. At Woodville, Division 3, an accurate Flinders Park, 6-2-38, lead Modbury 3-2-20, an 18-point lead to Flinders Park. Division 4, this is at Campbelltown. Lockleys and CBC Old Collegians. CBC Old Collegians trailed by 14 points. They only trail by 4. It's Lockleys 5-7-37, CBC 4-9-33. In Division 4, up at Elizabeth, Jeps Cross led by 4 points at quarter time. They now lead by 23. The Rams are Jeps Cross, 9-4-58. Kilburn, 5-5-35. 23-point lead to Jeps Cross. And in Division 6, Marion kept Green Acres scoreless in the first quarter, led 8-0 at the first break. They started scoring goals, both teams. It's Marion by 1 point at half-time. The Rams are 3-4-22. Green Acres 3-3-21. Tommy Javor's about to join us. Just before he does, a quick sponsor recognition. The Adelaide Footy League would like to thank its principal partner, 9 News, for their great support. Their platinum partner, Born to Build. Their major partner, West End, Sharon, Police Credit Union, O'Neill Sportswear, Breakthrough Mental Health Foundation, and the CMAX Clinical Research. TJ joins us. TJ, I went for a wander, as did you at halftime. There is a grand final. So, TJ, there is a buzz around this facility that only grand final day brings.
Yeah, it's special, mate, especially on this side, the old Nord Grandstand. It's absolutely pumping. I went into the Wolf Blast Centre, sat with the rich and famous, welcomed, I think Grant Stevens joined the commission, but yeah, it's exciting. It certainly is exciting. Nathan Grimer looks like he's got his blood pressure back down below 170,000. He went off at that half-time break with that ball coming out of that stoppage, I tell you. But what a game we've got in our hands, Adam Jeffries.
I think you're right, Phil. There is a buzz. Obviously, if you're watching at home, you can't see a large crowd on the other side. It is jam-packed over this side, and Prince Alfred have taken ownership of the Cooper's Bar down there. The C-grade boys. I had to push past a few to get to the bathroom, not letting me through. But yeah, they're ticking over down there, and
they would have finished all their other grand finals. Their C8, their C whatever they've got. They've got, I think, 4 of them in grand finals. So.
Eastern
Modbury
Suburbs,
had 4 teams as well as. Yep. I tell you what, there's only one better spot to watch this game than where we're at, and that's probably in the box up there in the crane. I reckon you get a pretty good view of the city in the background.
The crane over there.
Wouldn't be a bad spot to watch a game of footy from.
You'd like to sit in there, would you?
I wouldn't get up there. I'm scared of heights, but I'm just thinking
so am I, mate. That's what I'm getting at. No.
Maybe that's like the top of the MCG stand or something. But it is dominating the landscape.
Yeah.
It won't be there by the time we're back next year. Any other thoughts?
Oh, and a little bit of byplay. Hang on, I'm just going to... Just exchanging pleasantries with the with the Glenunga bench.
Just wondering whether Stan Wunke's caught an injury here, boys. He hasn't done the warm-up. He was having a long discussion with Coach Grimer.
He might be just doing a Tommy Javor, stay in the shade till the game starts.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to pace them. He's going out there now. Just got to check.
Same with Jordan Neal, though. Jordan Neal's just coming out. You should see the bench of PAC. It's like Con the Fruiter. There's a fruit shop down there. There's lollies of every description. There's gel caps. There's
hyperbaric chambers.
One thing you don't want to have, is a lack of energy, because this is going to take everything you've got to get over the line. It's sometimes grand final days teams just don't turn up. Both these teams have turned up today. I just get the vibe this is going to be a very intense hour of football coming your way.
Yeah.
Thanks to Filming Footy, a great way to send off what's been a magnificent 2023 season.
Just feels like the game 2 weeks ago now, doesn't it, in that second quarter?
Yep.
Bar PAC getting through on that last play. But they only had 6 entries for the quarter, so that's Glenunga's style. Glenunga, we spoke about accurate goal shooting being a key for them today. They're always going to have inside 50s and shots. They'll be disappointed they just didn't kick another one. They could have taken a 5-2 lead, which would have been hard, but now she's 4-3. Game on.
Well, let's rip out the cliches. It is the premiership quarter, but I'm going to call it, boys. It's going to be a 5-minute burst from one of these teams with a couple of cameos, probably a 3 goals in 5-minute burst that when we look back on it at the end of the day, whether it's in this quarter or next, that will be the difference in the game.
Well, Brazel and Michael Wunke haven't gotten involved yet, both of them really. Brazel's had a shot from out wide, but not really involved in the game, and Michael Wunke hasn't been able to break through yet either. I think both teams are going to need their key forwards just to stand up.
Few big moves already, boys. Let's get on them. Cam Wildman has gone down to full forward. Now, that's an interesting one. He'll be working as a lead-up, looking to catch. I love my midfield matchup. So, again, they go back to the OG. It's Pitt, Bradley, Jolly and Neal versus Harron, Kennett, Davis and Mitchell. It's exactly how it started. The same 4-on-4 on the near side wing. You've got McMahon who's come up onto his wing. They often play that. He'll be matched up on Mitch Wicks. On the other side, looks like it might be Lachlan McNamara and Sam Parsons. They're the 6 in the middle for each team. That's where the game's gone all lost.
Sorry, Tommy. Pitt didn't stay with Davis, did he? He sort of went to him in the first 10, and then they dropped it. It'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Jolly and Davis now looks like the two biggest sets of hips in Division 1 and, well, the 2 best players according to the umpires, that's for sure.
I thought Hayden Jolly was very good in that first half. They need him to get some quality possessions. That kick inside 50 to Davis was crucial.
I'll tell you who's got the biggest job of all for Glenunga. Tom Michelani goes to Jack Trengrove, the marathon man, as they were calling him at the quarter-time break.
Well, they call this the premiership quarter, and today there's a premiership to be won. To get us underway, you're with Tommy Javor.
Watch for Mitchell to go straight into him. Bang! And he does. Takes the positioning away from him. Doesn't let Neal get his hands to the ball. Bobbles out off Davis. Who's going to get the first forward break? It's Bradley over the top. Wildman. Pitt from 55 goes long to the one-on-one. Ground level. Just falling on it is Brazel, and he's wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up, will we? Umpire says, I'll take it about 12 metres out.
And this is where you do struggle a little bit with the 2 umpire system, that quick movement. Umpire was a fair way off the ball, blowing that one dead.
Isn't that deliberate now on the full? Oh, maybe I've got my rules wrong for the wrong league.
Prince Alfred thought it was.
Yep, there's 4 Prince Alfred saying what I'm saying. When you punch it over the line on the full, yeah, and PAC people around us also
they've read the rule book, Tommy, the PAC people.
That was actually Steve Moore, former Glenelg CEO. I do call him the Glenelg C grade. Who would add half these guys at Glenelg then? Anyway, it's Sam Wunke long out here to McMahon and Wunke. And just doing enough is PAC. I'm up. Bilby at ground level. I've got no court to work with here, boys. Now I'm right. And right in front of us, right in front of Coach Adam Sylvie. I'm right now, mate.
You're stepping on yourself.
Yeah. I was getting excited.
Get out of your own way.
Umpire's just checking the density of the ball there. He's been thrown in a long way, this umpire. And again, nearly to the square. Third man up. Looked like Wildman. It was Wildman. Gets it going PAC's way. Again, they've started each quarter okay, PAC, especially the first.
That was a great tackle by Will Davies, because Jolly was running past. If somehow that hand pass came out, you've got the most skilled player in the league in open space 40 metres out from goal.
A lot of random third men up at the moment. Just spills it there, Clark. Just can't get a handle on it. I'll tell you who can. Wildman. His 3rd or 4th touch early. In front's Brazel. Ground level Davis versus... looks like Egar, and they'll get it out through Zach Smith, who just
Paid the high tackle.
Yeah, made sure when he felt the contact, just got the arms going upwards, and it was there. So I can sit down now.
All right, so Glenunga can take a breath. It's been all PAC in the opening 2 minutes and 6 seconds of this third quarter.
I feel tense, Phil. Cameo was one.
Oh, Cameo, well, just take a breather, sit down. If there's a Bex, I'll find it for you. But
No one knows
Glenunga
what
with the
Bex is.
kick. I mean, it's grand final day. You can only relax so much. You almost just have to stop and prepare yourself for the next assault, as we'll have here as the stoppage is claimed. Andrew Crosby comes in to ball it up.
Just in case he came on the air, I was accused of drinking a Scotch and Coke at half-time, just to let everyone know that was Coke. Staying professional.
The Coca-Cola kind Coke with the registered label and all details?
Yeah, not the other kind of. Yeah, yes, Phil, come on, mate. Mazzini drops what he should have taken. Boyan loses his footing, he's tackled. I reckon that might be gone. Umpire Cross calls it.
It's the old whiskey ad.
Okay.
Do you remember?
I thought you were going down a different
No.
pathway, mate, that I don't want to touch. Yeah.
So that's with Mackenzie Slee back in the lineup this week. PAC go again. They've done all the attacking, and they're going to attack even further because there's a free kick.
Trengove,
Go to where the Trengove. Looks like Trengove to the hot spot. Oh,
Great play
Davis
by
comes in and delivers some pain on the charging Prince Alfred attacker, and everyone's slow to get up.
That's unbelievable play, Tommy, isn't it, for Davis
Backing
to
back
do
in
that?
the hole.
Because Brazel had done what you said in it. He led up. He didn't call for the long ball.
Yep.
He got the
And
space.
he made him feel it, mate.
He was going to mark that, and Davis didn't get in the hole.
Do as I do, not as I say. It was great leadership there. As the ball at ground level there on the move here. Quick tackle, we'll have a ball up 30 metres out.
Under pressure here, Glenunga. They'll have to stay goal side. Prince Alfred have come out. The first three inside 50s.
First goal's going to be a huge statement for the Bleeding Obvious. Wildman's looked dangerous up forward, it's fair to say. Clumsy on that occasion, another clumsy effort.
Oh, was that almost a tunnelling, but not quite?
No, he has paid the first one that I call clumsy.
Yeah.
Free kick to Alex Harron. I've loved his game today. Battled his ass off in every song. Probably can't say ass. I've said it twice now.
He just
works very hard, the on-baller, doesn't he?
Having a Love Actually moment here.
They'll go long. It's a bit of a high up and under. Shouldn't be marked by anyone in that sort of conditions. And with this punched out by Mazzini. Hasn't had many touches today, Mazzini, but he's certainly been in every contest. Him and Sam Smith, it's been an interesting battle.
Let's just see how the rucks go here. Neil is out there. We've been worried about him most of the game. He's jogging around like he's fresh as a...
Half time was good for him, I reckon.
Fresh as a young buck pony. But anyway, it will spill to the front. Glenunga yet to go past centre at the moment. There's Davis sort of saying, I'm going to hold it up, you try and get it. Princes eventually do.
He heard him there.
Davis just couldn't find someone to get it to. Now it's Oscar Clark providing pressure. Helping him out there, Jaden Davis. That'll be a stoppage.
Sorry, Phil, but Abe Davis copped a high one there. And
Bilby's gone on the footy. Davis.
He's a long way from the contest, Abe Davis.
Yeah, and he's just going to sit back there. But the matchup at Trengove and Davis is an interesting one. Jaden Davis at the other end of the PAC variety goes long. It's one-on-one territory. That's where Wonky's great, though. Ground level, though. Schultz, is it? Inside out. Check side, and that is huge. That is Lucas Schultz. Cometh the man, cometh the moment. They don't say, I see nothing. They see something. It's his first for the day. And their fourth. At PAC for the first time in since the first quarter. Take the lead, I think. Would that be right?
Being super harsh here on Sam Wonky, but the spoil went right to the place where he didn't want it. He's so good at angling those spoils. Often, Tommy, Sam Wonky, he can spoil the ball over the line, spoil the ball to the boundary, but he got the great spoil back to the top of the square to the dangerous territory.
Yeah.
But Prince Alfred have deserved that goal because they've had all the play in the first 6 minutes of this quarter.
And the Prince's fan club are up and about.
Sorry, Phil, just want to get those midfield matchups out to the people. Harron, Schwartz and Bilby, so they've changed it already, Glenunga. Watch for Mitchell to go straight into him.
Davis gone to full forward. He wasn't involved in that clearance that Prince Alfred run and scored from. Coincidence or not?
Just having a look as well, Adam. Wildman starting up forward, but pushing in as a 5th, 6th, 7th midfielder, whatever number is. He's always the first one there. He's probably the quickest person out there, and just getting up a bit.
Wildman needs to work in space. He's trying to get a match-up by going to full forward, Tommy, that he can work on up the field.
Yep. All right, Paul, we've just got a few notes passed around here. Sorry for the interruption there, and we're going to have a big stacks on. Adam, it's been PAC this quarter so far.
Glenunga not gone inside 50 yet. 6-7 minutes into this quarter. McNamara goes inside 50. And it's starting to open up a bit, Tommy. They got out in front of the stoppage there. McNamara, who's been sensational.
The juice got loose, mate.
Juice got loose, but hard to defend that. Fat side lead. Perfect little pocket for the left footer here.
And we were critical of them leaving him out. He came back in and kicked 5 goals. And today, well, in my preview, I don't think I did in the preview, I did say today I think he kicked the winning goal. And
he's a critical player because Wonky's going to lock up Brazel. They need Davis to step up. Only needs to kick 3 to have a big impact. This is for his second.
Yeah, that money ball effect we talked about. This is on a 45-degree angle. It's not the easiest kick from that side for a left footer, but it is normally a beautiful shot for goal. Umpire likes it. He likes it. PAC like it. And the Reds go marching on with back-to-back goals in the third premiership quarter. Davis just revving up the crowd, and they are alight. The Reptiles, the Red Reptiles, absolutely giving plenty. Davis is happy, and he makes way for Oliver Clark.
Big contribution from Davis. I know it's only 2 goals, but like I said, you kick 3 in a grand final in a low-scoring, tense game. Big crowd down there in the hill. Love that one. But they're all over him here. Glenunga, they are often down on the scoreboard, are they, Tommy? So this will be interesting. They won't want to play the slow game for the rest of the day now. Be interested to see if they can manoeuvre their style a little bit.
They lead Payneham Norwood Union by 42 points.
Yeah.
18 minutes into the third quarter. They're going to finish well before us. They've had to move Abe Davis back into the middle.
That's big
he's
move.
there and he's had a touch. Makalani has kicked it around the body. Glenunga need a goal. They need to stop this run. They're going to get a chance here. Kick inside 50. Chasing after it, Sam Smith. By the boundary in front of the Glenunga fans.
Hasn't been down there a lot today, it's fair to say.
A lot of the players been in front of the commentary box here today.
Yeah, but I did say the wind at the start of the day was coming across, but if anything, it's probably swirled around a bit today. And
this is where you'd hope the Glenunga fans are charged up, supporting their boys. Because this is a moment in this ball game.
Yep.
Neil, he's up and about, has been. I don't know what he took at half time, but he's up and about in the third quarter.
I think it was something, though.
Fruit.
There might have been a jab. That fruit I talked
yeah.
about, they were sliced apples. I do like them sliced.
Skin on, skin off.
Why?
Tommy.
I'm too lazy to peel them. But anyway, he's got spring in his step again, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does.
And when he gets up and jumps, he's dangerous. Jolly, ground level, quick kick. Get it for Jolly, gets it back. He's working hard, just burrows through like the truck that he is. And the umpire will come in and ball it up. I'm not sure, and we talked about it doesn't look like a big crowd on the outer side. He's chockers. The entire crowd's over this side. I'm not sure why you'd look into the sun. Maybe you'll want a tan when you could be on this side with a beautiful view from the grandstand. Anyway, ground level, Tippy Schwartz. He's been quiet today, I reckon. Goes along. It's PAC. It's all PAC there. They should clear it. Good pressure by Glenunga. Keeps it locked in. Does spill out now, and they're out. McNamara, he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. Kick probably doesn't favour as much as they would have liked. Percolator, but he just gets a nice little touch to it. To Pitt, they get it going forward, making every post a winner this quarter, and he's out. Davis will chase him. He might not catch him. He does! Brilliant from the big man. Is that the moment in this grand final we look back on and we say the best player in the league turned this game? Abe Davis, what a play by the big fella.
That is a huge play, and can Glenunga score on the rebound, Tommy?
Well, I did say that if Glenunga win, Davis would be up there, and certainly looks that way for the medal. As Glenunga, can they capitalise on this and get a goal and get back in this contest? Beyond to Smith around the body. They're going to get a score if it bounces over the line, which it does.
That would have lifted the roof off Phil. If that
10-point margin now back to 9.
I reckon he knew he was coming, don't you? And he just decided to take him on. And Davis...
Yeah.
Good speed by the big man because Clark's fast. He had to put the Jets on.
He's not caught by many, Ollie Clark.
If PAC scored there, it would have been pretty tough. I know it's only early.
Yep. Just quickly, Adam, that's what I'm talking about. That's the play I'd be looking to come out of defence. Lace it out, chisel it, or run it out. Don't kick long down the line, and they're getting a couple of these opportunities. There's no doubt this game is opening up in the second half.
A little bit.
And it is favouring PAC.
Agree.
And it was always going to open up, so, you know.
So how did Glenunga change what they do, Tommy? They won't, will they? They're just going
No, well, they've got to take
grind.
their opportunities. They've missed that opportunity. When you get a turnover and a transition from D50 to inside 50, you've got to make count. And this is what doesn't matter how many times. Glenunga normally let them have it, but Mazzini's pressured by Bennett. Bennett does well. He's run a long way. There you go. That's how they do it. Lincoln Bennett, you absolute star. He gives it to him. His mate comes in, gives it to him. Oh, Harry Prosser gets dropped.
That's gonna be
He
a free
goes
kick.
down like a sack of spuds. The umpire gets sucked in. It's all unravelling for PAC. They had the game. They had the game in the palm of their hand.
What
They've
a
given
turn
up
of events,
the
boys.
ball. It's cost them a goal, and then I'm not going to lie, he took a dive. He knew the contact was coming. They sucked him in, and now it's a second shot at goal. Talk about harsh penalties, Phil Herden.
The umpire's not PAC arguing who gets. It was Prosser that was felled. Boys, I can't believe what I'm seeing here at the moment. Let's watch the replay here.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, it was a little bit more in
Came
that,
in and
Tommy.
collected him.
Yeah.
That was full frontal at pace.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I
That
reckon-
wasn't just a
I
push.
think I reckon he contributed to it.
Oh, 100%. Needs a straight kick, though, to make them pay. Yep.
Wow. So that's 2 goals. Harry Prosser now has 3 goals. And all of a sudden, a 9-point deficit becomes a 3-point lead. And this game has a little of everything, Phil Herden.
Can't believe what I just saw, boys. Like we talked about the Davis tackle, Prince Alfred score to go down. Mazzini in the pocket. Just sometimes he bites off a little bit too much. He's got to play the percentage. He's a great one-on-one defender. They caused the turnover goal, and then another goal before it was kicked off. Unbelievable.
Sometimes games flip on a mental lapse. Which team breaks first? We saw Prince Alfred Old Collegians have 2 critical mental lapses in the space of 45 seconds. They've both resulted in a game. They've flipped the momentum completely.
Glenunga tails up. Wonky jumps all over Perks. They're still cracking in. It's not going to be easy. Oh, I keep saying it, but the next goal in this one, PAC, you feel like they need it now to get that momentum back. Whereas Glenunga now are going to have their tails up and they're going to fancy themselves. They're the team that's played 1 game in, 28 days or something ridiculous. They have the chance, but Wildman, you want it in his hands, goes to Clark, probably owes him one. Keeps his feet, does well. Leading into it is Zach Smith, just soccers it in front of him. Very cleverly done, and he'll just see it out over the line to ensure it's not last possession. No, the umpire says it is last possession. No, the umpire doesn't say it's last possession. Changes his mind more than my wife.
Good thing about PAC, they don't get rattled by that stuff, though, too much. So they'll just go back to their systems, try and get the next football, try and get the next open play. They'll be all right.
We're going to crack it here at Norwood Oval. Phil Herden, Tommy Javor, Adam Jeffries, a stream team. It's anyone's game, and McNamara breaks, goes inboard, down to a 3-on-3, floating. Oh, Clark's tunnelled. Oh, he smacked him real hard. Off the ground, fortuitously, it spills it out to Clark again. I'll tell you what, boys, this one's hard to follow, and he just lays on top of him, and he's going to ping him. He's going to ping him. No, he doesn't.
There is so much happening in so many places right
Boys,
now.
that was a big fall on
Clark
that as well.
has
He
not
still
got
has
up.
not got up. That was a heavy,
We've got a
heavy
stoppage.
fall.
Of course,
which
that's
we probably
Oscar
need
Clark.
to
Oscar Clark,
Oscar
not
Clark.
Oliver
We've
Clark.
got a stoppage, which, well, I thought we'd better follow, but umpire has stopped play.
He's
until
moving about
Clark's
okay.
up.
Tunnelling's not a rule anymore.
Good to see.
Just crunched in, but anyway.
Yeah.
Not where you want to be, is it?
15 minutes gone of the premiership quarter with less than a kick in it.
Big ball to be won here. Flying is Charlton, I think, was it? It was Charlton, and it just spills off his... I think it was actually Trengrove against Davis in the ruck there, not what you'd expect. So, and again, Glenunga, they haven't got any goals out of Wonky yet, or Smith, big forwards, but Prosser has done all the work. Lincoln Bennett there hasn't had a big day, but had a big moment. Just that pressure, that constant pressure, that Grimer style. Wonky versus the percolator. Wonky just goes bang, as good as a kick. PAC should clear it here. Pritchard to Singleton. Singleton down the line. Good, strong mark. Sammy Parsons loved his game, Adam Jeffries.
They've changed the matchup. What Josh Henke is actually tagging Chris Curran, like an on-ball tag behind the footy here, Tommy, to our right. He is not going after the football. He is making sure that Curran can't.
PAC giving it to the sexiest man in Glenunga, Nick Egar. As they go long, big fly. Nick Wonky starting to come into the game. Ball right in front of us here. Abe Davis, just something different, gets the ball. He's tackled. They converge on him. Right on the true centre wing position. Centre wing position. Yeah, centre wing. I'm going to go with it. It's Glenunga by 3 points. And Will Davies now running with Jack Trengrove, sorry. Ball spills Perks. Awkward, but doesn't cough it up. Jolly fights for it. He's legged. Umpire has seen it. He was going to play the advantage. And he's a dangerous kick. He'll come inboard. And Javis is held. Nothing doing. Comes to Egar.
Oh.
But the umpire gets the second one. And I think, boys, I make a big call here. Brazel is better from here than he is from 25 out. He could just lean back and just kick the cover off the ball.
You always feel more comfortable when you're at 50 than 25. Got on the move again there, Brazel.
Yeah,
once he gets Wonky on the move, he's a lot more dangerous. Again, if Jolly touches the football, good things happen for Prince Alfred every time.
You can't just say, I mean, you can say huge kick. They're going to be saying it for the next 45 minutes. Everything is so huge at this point in the contest. This is for the lead to get some sort of momentum that Prince Alfred almost threw away 5 minutes ago.
Brazel from 50, right on the paint, gives it a ride. Oh, nothing but net, boys. It's going through half post height. Razzle, dazzle, brazzle. Have a look at the red reptiles going absolutely cocoa bananas. Is that his first, Phil? Normally you give me the finger.
Yeah.
It is his first. And again, let's not talk ourselves up on commentary, but just that release of pressure from when you get to kick from 50, you've got to give it everything. You just lean back and you kick the ball. PAC take a 3-point lead. And, well, they catastrophically could have blown this game with a poor piece of play and a bit of Abe Davis inspiration, but they've got it back.
Well, boys, they're right on top here. Glenunga have only had 3 entries for the quarter, so it's a Prince Alfred game at the moment.
In finances, you take away extraordinary items to see how a business is travelling. If you took away those moments of madness, it's still Prince Alfred winning the one-on-one contest and doing better with the basics at the moment.
They're getting the ball inside 50, then being able to shift the football at times. The move of Wildman starting as a forward and then getting loose around the stoppages has worked for them as well.
Jeez, they're all trying to tag each other. It's like ring a bloody Rosie. It's hilarious to watch. As it's now, who is that running with? It's Bowden running with Wildman. He's gone at Wildman. They've all got jobs. Jolly just thumps it forward cleverly. Clark releases just behind McNamara. But how clever is he? How skillful? How good round the corner to the one-on-one. Wonky and Brazel. And just spills. Oh, it's still bumping around. It's still in. I'll tell you what, quick handball. Quick tackle, you're gone, son. That's holding the chutney. Great tackle, Sam Wonky.
Well, that was a goal-saving tackle because Jolly was just waiting for the pass to get the shot on goal. And Lockie McNamara, I mean, we know he's a great player. We know he's skillful, but some of the stuff he's shown us today has been next level.
Tommy's right. It's the speed at which he goes with, which catches the eye. But PAC are right on top around the stoppages here, Tommy, walking out of the last couple.
Yeah, Glenunga just look to keep flicking it forward. 2-on-1 here. Good strong play. Will be tackled over the line, will he? Umpire says yes, he is. Out of centre wing position this time in front of the old wing sock.
Let's monitor the next 5 minutes. Davis will go to the top of the square for his usual rest, not around the football. Glenunga's other gun. Schwartz is one, Tommy, you've called for. Needs to step up, get some clearances here.
Yep. Third man up was Bradley, but they weren't aware of what he was going to do. Dangerous inside ball here. Mike Wonky has not probably had too many touches today. Running onto it, though, Glenunga have got the play, but Sumner, tell you what, defensively he has put on a masterclass today. As we just see our first player looking like they're cramping up there. If that's Mazzini, is it Mazzini?
Good field position here for Glenunga. Like I said, only their 4th entry for the quarter. Need to lock the ball in, get some repeat entries, get their game style back.
Throw in. Glenunga have had virtually no forward 50s, and then when they got one, they got 2 goals out of it.
I've got to be honest, boys, I'm looking forward to the 3-quarter time huddles. I'm going to PAC first to hear what they're whispering.
Just keep doing what we're doing. Just keep doing what we're doing. Stick to the plan. Just keep doing what we're doing. And then, I can't give you a Grimer impersonation because it's not family friendly.
And holding the ball there. Crucial free kick. What do we had this quarter, boys? We've had 5 goals. No, pardon me. We've had 5 goals.
Half time it was 4-5 to 3-6. Prince Alfred have kicked 3-3. Glenunga have kicked 2-1.
And that 2 goals obviously came, that 2-1 all came within, we did talk about a 5-minute patch. That 2 goals won came within a minute of each other.
Yep.
So
it's been Prince's quarter, except for that minute of madness.
You've got to think that 13 points. What was your business strategy crap you're coming up with, Phil? It's probably going to
take away the extraordinary and the basic.
Turnover here,
Princes
guys.
are winning.
Yep. Oh, well done, Sumner. Just came from 7 deep, hit the spoil, and they'll try and work their way out with handball. Bradley's normally very clever, but Davis is there. He's dangerous. Tries to take it with a spin. Bennett plays for a free, doesn't get it. There's players down. There's players in agony. My voice is struggling.
So this quarter, Princes have kicked 3-1. Glenunga have kicked 2-1. A 3-point Glenunga lead is now a 3-point Prince Alfred lead.
Yes. Davis takes it out the ruck again. Spills, he gets it back.
High
tackle there. The umpire's seen that one.
And I'll tell you one thing, boys, we're going to be running late. They're already into the final quarter at Richmond. No good news. Pranamil Union have yet to goal. It's Golden Grove by 48 points.
And if you are thinking of going to Richmond, sorry, boys, I've got a message through from Paynham. They've run out of beer at Richmond, so you might as well just watch the stream. So, watch the Div 1 stream. If you're hearing that, you're watching the Div 1 stream anyway.
We might just have the closer one.
More importantly, Abe Davis will kick for the lead from 45 metres out on a very acute angle. It's close enough to the boundary line to say he's on the boundary. But
he's almost carrying them single-handedly at the moment, Abe.
This is where you want your footy in the hands of the best player in your team, and that's what he is. A huge kick, and watch him go to the hill and celebrate if he kicks it. He'll need to hit the right post and hope for a little bit of fade. Puts it up there. A little bit too much, does he? Oh, he's done exactly that. It's come in beautifully. Glenunga take back the lead. Abe Davis gets his second, and he is fast becoming not just the best player in the league, but the best player in this grand final.
It's an unusual quarter for Glenunga. Only 5 inside 50s for 3 goals. They're normally a 18 inside 50 for 3 goal type of team. So they've been outplayed, but this is critical, Tommy. They've been outplayed, but kept the scoreboard ticking over, which is crucial for Glenunga when we thought Prince Alfred were getting on top. Yeah, Abe Davis, huge say in this game, back into the centre bounce.
Yep.
What do we got? 5 minutes till 3/4 time?
Maybe.
We've said it a few times. Next goal's huge.
It's extraordinary. We are exactly back where we were at half-time. A 3-point Glenunga lead after all that has happened in the last 23 minutes.
As they go up again, Neil gets over him this time. Big tap, but Glenunga have got the numbers at the back of the stoppage. They should be able to work it out. They do. Finds Bowden. Is it Bowden? Was at the 23-33 mark. They go long. Can they clunk it? Not quite. They're looking dangerous though now, Glenunga. They've just got a bit of a run on. They'll look to work it out through Pritchard. Quick hands. All Glenunga there though. And the umpire says, no, that's too high. I'm going to take off, boys. Head down. Oh, I'm going to get some of this 3/4 time action. We'll be back.
We look forward to your report. Just remember, we're a family program. Slee across the centre square. Missed the target. It's picked up by Davis. They've got Jolly in space.
Right man with the
Too
footy.
far out to score. Trengove heads to the old scoreboard pocket. Jolly ignores for the moment. Assesses the options. There's players leading all over the shop. Jolly goes with the high kick. I reckon that's too deep. A chance for Glenunga to spoil and do exactly that. I reckon that's been Prince Alfred's Achilles heel through the day, Adam.
Good call by you there, Phil. Jolly normally can hit up a lead when he's got the ball there, but they cut off the leading lanes, didn't want to take a risky ball, and you're right, not their play, Prince Alfred, a high ball into the goal square, too easy.
Yeah, I've got it as at least the 5th rush behind, and I might have missed a couple. The Prince's boys in the RSL, TJ's pocket.
Oh!
Try to put off the goal kicker, but the player kicking in from the goal's not to be. 2-point lead for the Rams. 3/4 time, probably a minute or two away.
Look for Glenunga to really lock down. It was this moment in the second quarter when they got out and scored that goal, Phil, wasn't it? And the coach was not happy. So watch Glenunga. They'll all be locked on goal side here. Will not let Prince Alfred run away.
Well, the kick after the siren, if it's Prince's, would be for the lead at the last break. Davis gets his own handball in the end. Goes to ground, crosses circles and says no opportunity. It's Jack Trengove. I mean, what a battle that is. Abe Davis, Jack Trengove.
Both
fantastic
great players.
Stuff. Neil, that's an important tap. I think he's getting better as the game goes on. Bradley, an important touch. Pitt, is it an important? It is, because there's a mark. It's Brazel at the 25.5-minute mark to give PAC the lead, possibly into the 3/4 time break.
Again, really late in the quarter, Glenunga didn't have the sweeper in place at the stoppage there, and Prince Alfred were able to get out. It was Andrew Bradley that won the hard football, got the handball to Pitt with a great laser kick to the fat side. Huge shot for goal here, Phil.
Brazel comes in from 30. Right down King William Street, and the Redmen are back in front. Prince Alfred Old Collegians on the Sportal scoreboard are 7-10-52. Glenunga Rams are 7-6-48. What a quarter of Adelaide Footy League
we've had a few goals.
Had today.
Sorry, Phil. We've had a few goals this quarter, haven't we? So we might still get a couple of minutes of play here.
That's the
7 goals. So we might get a 28, 29, 30-minute quarter. So still a little bit of time here. Yeah, but it's been Prince Alfred's quarter. 11 inside 50s, dangerous up there. 4 goals. Glenunga very rarely get 4 goals kicked against them. Big centre bounce here.
7 goals in the first half, 7 goals in the third quarter. The Rucks go back to it. Neil and Mitchell give the tap to Mitchell straight to Pitt. He gets introduced to the Norwood Oval turf. The players look tired.
Yes.
As soon as the third quarter started, they've got to be going to be running on fumes very shortly before the game ends. Schwartz just tries to drive forward, gains about 20 metres, another stoppage. 27 and a half gone. I reckon now three-quarter time is imminent. There's Glenunga coach Nathan Grimer. The Rams have never won the Division 1 championship. They're a quarter away, maybe, but they trail by 4. McMahon's tackled. It'll be a Princess free from earlier.
Clever play
Bradley
by
with the
Andrew
ball.
Bradley there. Just hit into the body hard, made sure the umpire saw that free kick. Great play by him.
He's had some big moments, Andrew Bradley.
He's broken free a few times today, hasn't he? Not just doing the inside grunt work.
Towards Neil Davis in the way.
Kicking
They
the
can
ball to
somehow
Neil
work
versus
a way to
Davis.
avoid Abe Davis.
Yeah,
Princess have a decent chance.
He wanted to come wide there, Bradley, but Neil's not known for his overhead work, and Davis is, so it wasn't quite the structure that Prince Alfred needed there.
Kicks it along the shadows of the centenary in the Western Grandstands here. Off hands, throw in. Three-quarter time. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Adam Jeffries will give the key stats, key players, his thoughts from a coaching lens on the third quarter and what lies ahead. TJ will give us the boundary side from the huddles of both camps. I'll go around and get the scores from around all the A-grade grand finals and what is the biggest day of the Adelaide Footy League season. And probably one of the biggest days in their history, because normally they Div 1 grand final, and again, the silly stuff. This time it's Glenunga's turn. It doesn't cost them a goal at the moment.
Need to flood back here, Glenunga. They cannot afford to concede a late one here.
Neil
Right man with the ball.
to Jolly. I reckon that's a good hand pass to give. Jolly's kick to a 2-on-1 contest. Glenunga defence did well. Just as
back.
Smith was going to pick it up, he was pushed in the back.
That's a siren.
There's your siren. What a game of football we've got here.
There was a big contest there with Wonky and Brazel, both slow to get up, but they'll be fine. What a quarter, Phil. Bit going on here.
Yep, I think the teams are separating. And look, some of the players are struggling just to get up, to get to the huddle at the moment. They're sore, they're sorry, and there's still a full quarter to go. Glenunga 7-6-48, Prince Alfred 7-10-52. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the Adelaide Footy League, thanks to Filming Footy.
Folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support. Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
What a day it's been. What a day it's been. Grand final day in the Adelaide Footy League. Prince Alfred won the Seas, an undefeated season. Goodwood won the Division 1 reserves. This game has been a classic. No more than a goal in it at each break. We've got massive crowds around both huddles. We've got coaches delivering their last address of the season. Well, if it has any consequence anyway. It's Prince Alfred by 4 points. We're going to go to Tommy Javora in a sec. Adam Jeffries, how did you put a stat on that third quarter, and how do you think this one's going to play out?
Well, it was a Prince Alfred quarter, but the good news for Glenunga was 6 inside 50s, 3 goals. As you can hear the roar from the huge crowds here around both huddles. So well done to Glenunga for sticking in the game. But Prince Alfred are right on top. They've had the same amount of inside 50s for the game. And if that stays, I think Prince Alfred will win. So there's not a lot that Coach Grimer will change. Let's see what happens, Phil.
I'm having a roar off between the two huddles.
Yeah.
Composing himself now, ready to go. His last address from ground level. Tommy Javor, go TJ.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, the mic's always on. Sometimes it's off. We need a new battery. Okay, we'll get TJ to give his huddle report when he comes back up. Because I'm sure...
Too much noise down there, Phil.
Entertaining. It'll be probably
You got
good
me, boys?
Yep, go TJ.
All right, no worries. Pity very quiet. McNamara trying to fire him up. The bids, let's get it going forward. It was very hard to hear. They started the U-Reds chant on the other side. No emotion, tactics and structure only from Nathan Grimer. No third man up in this contest. We hit, we go forward. Forward stay, bull side. We play our method. The voices will appear in your head. You ignore those voices. This is the 30 minutes to make your dreams come true. Glenunga fired up. The Reds fired up. Anyone's game. Back to you, boys.
The final countdown
Good
is
song
playing
choice, Phil.
for the final quarter. Props to the PA. Still got a massive crowd to get off this field. Will be another 30 seconds. Let me give you some scores around the other grand finals. Green Acres, who were scoreless in the first quarter, these are all in the final quarter now. Green Acres lead Marion Div 6 by 17 points, 48-31. Jeps Cross lead Kilburn, just had to check that, by 24 points, 92-68. Here's the surprise, there's always one. CBC Old Collegians lead Lockleys by 16 points. The Dolphins are in front. Flinders Park in front of Modbury by 13. Golden Grove, you can start preparing Harpers Field because Golden Grove lead Payneham Norwood Union by 51 points. That's at the 14-minute mark of the final quarter. If you want to watch any of those, they're streamed thanks to Filming Footy. But we're here at Norwood. It's been a great day. Let's go with a great grand final. You're with a great caller for the last time, Tommy Javor.
Big man, Mitchell wins it down. Davis at ground level, quick hands, Tully Kennett. Tully Kennett down a half forward. How about that mic not being on? That was great, Javor. And a big mark, big mark by PAC. Just time to give myself a little bit of brace and bits, mate. Anyway, this is what Glenunga don't want. They don't want the spread in front. Trengrove is going to be dangerous this quarter. Phil, I've got no breath.
Oh, come on, I'll take it. Trengrove has it. The big question, Adam Jeffries, I'd like your insight on this. Who's going to finish the fitter? PAC have played the game every week. Glenunga won in 4 weeks. You think Glenunga should be the fresher? At the moment, it looks PAC. As Davis has an airy. It spills to Pitt. Needed a really big left turn to get the goal. He doesn't. It's a point. Everything crucial at the moment. A 4.3 quarter time lead becomes 5.
Fitness won't play a part, boys. It's execution. It's not missing an assignment around the ball. It's not missing an easy spoil. It's taking a chance inside 50 that's going to win it. It's got nothing to do with fitness. It's don't miss your opportunity in this last quarter.
No worries as the ball comes right in front of us now. Davis, he's in absolutely everything of the A variety. Almost thrown out by Tully Kennett. Working, pushing, they just keep it going forward, and Harry Prosser just takes it over the line. All right. Well, 5 point the difference. They're always the ulcer zone as a coach, the 5 point margin, isn't it? Because they just need one and they hit the front. Neil and Mitchell, it's actually been a really good battle. Mitchell probably wins at that time despite Neil's high attempts, but follow-up tackle and whatever they gave Lockie Neil at half-time, I want some after this game for my gig tonight because he has come back a different man in the second half.
Glenunga need Michael McMahon to get involved, Tommy, for mine. Very quiet today. They dropped the defensive role for him. He needs to impact in this last quarter.
Yeah, and that ball just had a mind of its own. It just wrong. Oh, umpire. Who's at the bottom? Okay, it's Trengrove. The ball actually just leg braked and then off braked and wrong in 3 or 4 players then. But Tully Kennett will be the recipient of a free kick, and we've all just got time for a bit of air. We're about 23 minutes away from one of these teams tasting glory. Will it be PAC for the 3rd time in Div 1 in 7 years? Or will Glenunga do the unthinkable, coming from Div 7?
Div 9.
Div 9, okay. Sammy Smith with a big clunk on his shoulder.
Can Michael Wunke get involved in here? Can they get it to him quickly?
Well, he's been quiet. He's never
Oh,
quite
he could have got that free. You're talking about Bill's ground level at the back.
Goal.
The tip rat, Bo Schwartz. He is his first. One of the most dangerous men in football. And Glenunga have the lead. Another lead change in this game. And I'll tell you what, it's been everything we previewed and more, boys. It's going down to the wire. It's 1 point the difference. And you just think there's going to be one big moment that's going to decide this game, boys.
I've got to say, if that was a round 9 game, Michael Wunke was just bear hugged in that contest. His opponent wasn't even looking at the ball and hugged him. No free kick. The umpire's not going to pay those 50-50s perhaps in this last quarter. But he drew all the attention. Great crumbing goal. Huge start there for Glenunga, Tommy. Needed to get the first goal.
They needed to get the first. They did. A 1 point Rams lead. You get the fence is going to be Rocky 23. Who's going to throw the last punch? Who's going to score that last goal? Jolly. A clean hand pass. McNamara's been brilliant. He runs to 50. His kick, well, let his skills down. Brazel's running for the ball. He goes to ground. He's tackled instantly in front of the Glenunga Hill that are up on their feet, as they should be. It's the final quarter of a grand final.
As are you.
And at 1 point, I'm on my feet. I call better this way. 3.5 gone, the Rams by a point.
Someone's got to get goal side of McNamara, Tommy. He's the dangerous player for Prince Alfred at the moment.
They hit it to the hit 2 player, comes through, but he's tackled immediately. And I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of this play in this quarter. When it breaks open, that's going to be the crucial play, because you expect a lot of this inside stuff that Collingwood did really well late. Neither team want to give it up. It's almost like they want to win it, but they certainly don't want to lose it, if that makes sense. Don't want to take too many risks. And again, players takes possession, a tackle, and the tackle numbers will be pretty high tomorrow when I'm doing my deep dive into the final ever Division 1 report for Between the Posts this Tuesday.
Yep, the full season wrap, including, if you haven't seen Tommy Javore's Division 1 report all through the season, it's been magnificent, TJ.
Thanks, Phil.
I know you'll bring it home in grand style.
Bit of pressure now, but not as much as there is on these two teams. We've actually just got, to be honest, let's just be honest, it's a bit of a lull, but it's a 1 point ball game at the 5 minute mark of the final quarter of the deciding thing. As McNamara spins around, it's all, again, he does that well. That's that classic piece of Bo Schwartz craft. Just drops the knee, allows the tackle to attack him, lifts the arm, and he does it better than anyone. To be honest with you, he's a superstar, and he's probably been the second best player for Glenunga this year.
Injected himself into the game a bit, Tommy, as well, which is what they needed desperately from him.
Smith, he's also come into the game a bit. He's tackled. Umpire Marek says, I'll have it, thanks, on the wing.
A lot of pressure on the umpires, and 1 point game, Division 1 grand final. They won't pull out the weird 50-50 one. They'll ball it up a lot, so there will be a lot of stoppages in this quarter.
I'm told, I've got a big breaking story that's, I've got a story in a moment for you boys. It's been reported to me by 3 people.
Okay.
Okay, as the ball comes, Tommy Boyne, it's smothered though. Bennett gives it to Bilby. Bilby goes long to Wunke. He's in the best position, fighting for his Sumner. It's a 2-on-2. Wunke takes possession. It spills out though. There it is. No, there it isn't. It's against Wunke. Oh boy, wow, wee.
He's a nice guy, Michael Wunke. I don't think the umpires like him, Tommy.
I've held my wife for less than on date nights than that. And they're out now. They're out. They've got a spare man inside the 50. If he sees him, he takes his time getting to him. And coming through is Brazel. That's questionable. But boys, here's the thing that I was told by 3 different PAC staff. Glenunga had 19 on the field. Allah, my beloved Roosters.
No.
But it doesn't matter because the count wasn't called. But they definitely had 19 on the field.
In that case.
And in the first quarter, I said, well, what are you telling me now for?
We've reported it, and we'll leave it for the rest of the contest.
There was a fierce discussion between a couple of the officials, and now we know why.
Let that work itself out. If it wasn't called, doesn't matter. No. What does matter right now is this kick for Prince Alfred to get the lead back. A point will tie it. A goal will put him in front.
From Brazel distance, Phil.
It's all tied up. What time did you have to leave, TJ?
5:30. Ish.
Yeah, okay. You got time. Glenunga bring it back in the Bradley direction. Pushed off the ball by McNamara. Bradley recovers well, though. Got some help. Oscar Clark. He kicks back inside 50. Glenunga playing in front. That's very well done by Zach Smith.
He's been very good, Zach Smith, today, I reckon, boys. Very good player down back. Plays on tools and smalls. Athletic, good kick, good mark.
Davis there, he was held, but you can't play for a free kick now. You're not going to get it. You've just got to go to the ball and hope the umpire gives you one. Not going to give him any now. Pitt in front, flies. Ground level with Schwartz. Fumbles the ball. Clark comes out with a Bradley. Smothered kick. McNamara at the front of the contest. Now the umpire finds a hold. That one goes to, to McNamara. He's got a player, he's got two out on the open. Is that Wicks? And he'll look for, doesn't find Clark, goes with the one hand, but the umpire finds another free. Glenunga are going to tear this grandstand down. Nathan Grimer cannot believe what he sees. For everything we've seen, those two appeared fairly soft, I'll say it.
Not a lot in them when consider what happened to Michael Monkey down to the left. I think they've got to let them go, but not being critical of the umpires.
No, they've been good.
Great.
Okay. Every time we're critical of them, we say they've been good. 45 metres outside angle. Any score will get the lead. It's a high up and under, near side. Glenunga faithful love it. PAC don't. And boys, I'm going to say it, it's a handy point.
I was about to say, PAC would take the point, I reckon. It is a weird thing about our sport that the opposition cheers when someone scores a behind. Except, I think, in quarters like these, where every point may just decide it. Glenunga, bring it back out. They've come the grandstand side every time. It's off hands. It'll be a throw and a chance to reset, take a breather. We've already gone 8 minutes of the final quarter. Feels like it's gone quick. Not much has happened on the scoreboard. Glenunga have gold. Prince Alfred have got a couple. And right now, it's Prince Alfred by a point.
Davies, pardon me. Clark gets it. Should find Wicks, does. Wicks has got time and space to the other Clark. Clark number 2, as in he's wearing it. He tackles the man that doesn't have the ball, and you got to ask, where's that free kick? But anyway, it's play on. Quick kick forward. Sammy Parsons has been great today. Can he take possession? He does to get it on the outer side. Ball in, and it is a handy point lead. But I don't know, boys, I'm repeating myself a bit. The next goal's going to be fairly handy for either team.
Well, will there be a next goal?
Phil edgy.
I think the buddy bet, Adam. Well, the buddy bet is actually still there. It's 100 and 124 to 125.
It'll take 3 more goals.
I got dudded in the 24th minute of the final quarter last week.
I'm thinking each team's only kicking one more goal.
But to be honest, whilst the buddy bet is important, a premiership is a few levels up on that. So we'll keep that in the back pocket for now. Glenunga going forward, trying to go forward. I noticed PAC have had more space than Glenunga until then. Looking for Davis, off hands, across the face of goal.
Boys, Davis actually palmed that down to the
Wiseman.
crummer.
Yep.
Wow.
And Wiseman would have kicked that probably any other time, but grand final pressure does funny things. He threw it on his foot like an egg beater with 2 hands instead of just relaxing.
Just wanted to tie it up. That's what he wanted to do.
Well, you reckon he's got a sense of theatre about him? Yeah. Reckon he's all over the buddy bet, Phil. And don't go long down the line. It hasn't worked all day, but they do. We've got Wonky McMahon there. And it comes over the back. It's going to be Smith, and he's tackled immediately. Pressure's intense. And just looking down in the forward 50 for PAC, there's one player, that's Brazel and Wonky.
And I think that's the way PAC would like it. If they can get open, an open forward line suits them brilliantly.
They have done what Grimer asked him to do, though, and they haven't allowed the third man up to get the ball going forward PAC's way. I'll tell you what, boys. Oof. We got some sort of contest here. I hope you're enjoying it at home or wherever you are, or even if you're watching on the replay. Hope we're doing it justice. Scores are level in the Division 1 Grand Final.
All right, throw in. 55 out, Glenunga goal. They're going to left of screen. If you've just joined us, you've missed a crackerjack premiership decider. But the final chapter is yet to be written.
Adam Jeffries, you've been a coach for a long time. For me now, it's about someone having their moment.
Yeah, you're looking for a player that might do it. Like I said, I think Michael McMahon's one they need to get into space. He's playing in the phone box, as we said, Tommy, and they need to get him into space. He's the game breaker.
Neil just does enough. McNamara, how clever is that man? And quick, just keeps it going forward, but really well worked by Zach Smith. Up and under from Davies. They've got the numbers, PAC, but there's that man, McMahon. You just called for him. Beautiful gift by Wildman. They get out to the clear. It's Charlton. Charlton's going to take on Prosser. He bends it back. 3 bounces. Got an overlap handball here. It's Trengrove. He'll close to 50. He hits up Bradley. And Andrew Bradley has missed a lot of shots in the final series. None more important than this, Phil.
They've done very well working the ball around the outer edges of the Glenunga defence.
What a run
get
by
inside 50.
What a run by Charlton, though, was it?
Well,
with Prosser on his tail, but he didn't care. He was going to take it on.
That's what we called for, though, Adam.
Yeah.
Take it on, run it away from him. If they get you, they get you.
Yep, agree. That's how they got
Andrew
to play.
Bradley, I'll tell you what, he's been a horrible shot for goal in this final series, but he's a premiership captain.
You'd
He's
want it in your hands, though. He's
lining
an
up from
experienced
40
player.
or 45 metres out. Normally a very good kick from 40. Head over the ball. Umpire doesn't move. PAC a 1-goal lead in the Division 1 Grand Final. Game on. Here come the Red Men.
Phil's call was right. They've just gone on the outskirts. They haven't switched the ball to the fat side. They just haven't gone skinny. They've just gone around the outside. Great dashing run there. That's the way they're going to score. And cool as a cucumber there, Andrew Bradley. You're right. He's missed a lot of set shots in the last few weeks, but didn't look like it fazed him at all. Just went through his routine. Great to have an experienced player with the ball in his hands there.
That group of Prince Alfred supporters has tripled in size.
Yeah.
Since they started in the old scoreboard
Like
pocket.
gremlins, except
like
it's not,
they've moved around, they've picked up people.
it's not water. You just add beer and they multiply. Anyway, Neil and Wonky in battle. Neil jumps over him, left-handed palm. Kennett should be the first one to it. They need something here. Tackled high, maybe. Umpire says no, nothing doing. Interesting to see Mike Wonky's come from the ground.
Prince Alfred are almost tackling too quickly. They're taking so instantly that umpire can't say there was any prior opportunity.
Glenunga have got mobile up forward. The deepest forward being Tom Bilby. Look for him just to get it forward. Free kick to PAC. Trengrove just starting to go their way. And they're fanning out. They're fanning out. They go long and they'll look for Brazel. He's been good. Big fly at ground level. It's Bradley. He'll keep his feet because he's a professional. He does. And he just does enough. That's that experience, boys. A lot of lesser players would have gone to ground there. Keep your feet. Fundamentals of what it all comes back to.
Good call by you, Tommy. Mike's been on the bench, Mike Wonky, that's in for 7 or 8 minutes now. They've tried a different look. Hasn't worked with him today thus far.
It just hasn't been inside 50 enough in this quarter at least, which has gone 14 minutes. Another inside 50 for PAC. Not sure if you're keeping track of it.
I lost my paper, Phil.
You lost your paper and everything's gone.
The paper.
I won't ask. I won't pray under the bus any further. Glenunga have it. It's been that half of the field almost the entire quarter. The only time it went inside 50, maybe twice, 3 times. Glenunga did get 1 goal.
Macaulay, if they go along down the line, they've got Sam Wonky ready to eat this ball. They do. Wonky and Brazel will be one-on-one. Wonky will get a flyer, and well done. Good. Oh, Trengrove keeps it in dangerously. They're going to have a chance here, PAC. Ground level, pick up beautifully done. This way, that way. Spins back to Brazel. Brazel will centre it, will he? No, and you know what? It would have been a handy point, but it's an unhandy out in the full. 15-minute mark, Phil Hurden.
We have a premier at Richmond. Golden Grove has defeated Payneham Norwood Union.
Let's move on.
Pretty emphatically. Congratulations, Kookaburras. That's no mean feat.
Yeah.
Division 3 premiership last year on the bit. Division 2 premiership, let's be honest, on the bit this year. Look forward to seeing Golden Grove and Payneham Norwood Union in Division 1 next season.
Former Central's captain there to sign there next week is my mail, so they're probably only going to get stronger. Anyway, moving on. This game, Linky Bennett just sees it out of play, and they're calling for out in the full. Why is that out in the full?
Last disposal off the foot.
Nothing is going Glenunga's way at the moment.
If they're unsure, they'll throw it in.
Cam Wildman needs to be very careful pointing in umpire's face.
Does the descent concept work at this level?
I don't think there's
that was
any
starting
need
to
for
get
that.
there.
Well, yeah, when you point in umpire's face. Spot on, Phil.
And look, Carrick Miles, to his credit, was smiling and saying, this is what it is. It's all good.
Yeah,
I'm in
keep
control.
calm. Davis just gets rid of Wildman. Wildman takes a dive and...
This is the situational stuff pre-match, boys. At what stage do Glenunga now have to take a risk, Tommy? They're going to have to score twice, minimum. They might have to look to try and get Abe Davis out on the fat side in a one-on-one.
Throw in.
Mitchell.
They try the tap. Back to Jolly. Jolly's high kick. Brazel has to wait a long time under it.
Oh, McNamara, clever. I think it was clever or maybe fortuitous. Perks, he won't cough it up. He'll keep it locked in. Swarming and ball up right where PAC want it. Glenunga, you can feel the frustration growing. They need something now. Glenunga need a moment of brilliance. Who will it be? Here they go. They can break open here. Schwartz, that's who it might be. To Parsons. Parsons with the left foot. To panicky kick though. PAC tap backwards. Got a lot of faith in his teammates there. Wiseman with just a blind handball. Wildman jumps up and takes it. I'll tell you what, it's hot in the kitchen now. This is grand final. Coming up to the close of a grand final, Phil. It doesn't get any hotter than this.
It doesn't. This will be...
Trengo's going to Davis now. Experience on experience.
Yeah, that's been a matchup for parts of the day. Honours breaking even. You're probably saying favourite Davis. McNamara, so clever. This one sits. He runs to 50, takes a bounce, heads for the top of the screws. He kicked it too far again. Brazil can't get there, but his teammate can.
Clark.
And that, I reckon, might be it.
Oh, Phil, you've called it early. I reckon
in a quarter with low score.
The goal umpire hasn't got it.
It hasn't been called. I might have gone early.
Looked like a point to me, if I'm being honest.
So who was the player who picked it up?
Well, surely the goal umpire's in the best position. He's going to signal. Oh! How are my eyes, boys? How are my eyes?
What is he saying? That the ball went over the line before he gathered it?
Yeah.
Who had the ball and somehow
still a handy point, Phil.
Glenunga need to take a risk now, though, Tommy.
Straight down the guts. Here they go. Wonky to Wonky. We've seen that before. They compete, but PAC just seem to have a lot of numbers around the contest, and they are just working it out, working it forward. Glenunga, they need Davis to step back into it. Tully Kennett, left foot, round the corner. Smith and Mazzini. Mazzini will take the ball. Coming forward is Bilby, that mobile forward, and now they get a stoppage in their end. This is where they're very good here, Glenunga. They'll get Prosser down to a one-on-one against Sumner. Oh, it's getting tense in the kitchen.
Coaches need to be organised, have the right players in the right position. You saw Collingwood get stuck with DeGoey on the bench last night. Got to get him on now, Tommy.
Neil, a critical tap. McKenzie with a pickup. The long kick, suddenly it's an open Prince's forward 50. Lurking is Davies. Davis, he couldn't pick it up. Great work by Wonky to repel, but straight to Trengove. No mark, but play on. Here's the run of the red men. Singleton to an open player. Will it sit? Will it go out? So much
if the ball
reliance
sits there,
on the bounce of that ball.
Sorry, Phil, but if the ball sits there, open man in the goal square, that's the ball game.
Yep.
But it didn't. So there's that.
I think Slee is down.
I think we're going to have a stoppage here, guys. There's a player from each team down.
Just quickly, Phil, so I'm across this. I'm going down at the end of the game, and I'm awarding all 3 awards to the best on ground as voted by.
That was how we discussed it in the planning meeting.
Okie dokie. And what am I doing between the end of the game and the presentations? Am I interviewing people between the end of the game?
If you can find someone, we try and let...
I might stick with the winning team.
We respect the teams to let them have their moment, but if you find someone who wants to have a chat...
Yep. And he is coming from the field. We hope he's okay. He looks,
he's
both
not
players
in the well way.
Pretty ginger. It was Sam Wonky who met heavily with... I can't make out who the PAC player is. But I think that's the last...
Is it Slee? No.
Yeah. The decision we made was that and we've done this the last 2 seasons as well, is that the player who is judged to get the grand final medal gets our pack as well. Takes a bit of pressure off us. There's enough pressure as it is.
So, boys, with the stoppage there, this is where the coaches have been working. So you look what Grime has done. Look at his forward line. He's leaving Davis forward. They need to kick 2 goals potentially to win this game. Michael Wonky, 3-time Ken Farmer medalist, back on the field. McMahon forward. They need to try and get this ball through, and they've got their guns in the front half.
Now, it's gone 20, but we've had a 2-minute stoppage, so you'd expect this to be another 7 minutes. Yep. We've had just a goal each this quarter. I tell you what, that call from the umpire down there, you said it was over if it was a goal, Phil.
Yep.
It changes the game a little bit.
We're into time on.
I think they want to get Alex Harron back on. 3rd man up, Kennett. He's done a lot this quarter. Bilby, it's touched. It'll be play on, will it? Mazzini will scored it out. He does right on the true centre wing position.
At what point did Glenunga take a bit of a risk here, Tommy? A 3rd man up, corridor, get Davis out on the fat side on his own. They're going to have to try something here.
They need to score twice at a minimum. Yep. So it just has to happen. And don't leave it till later if you can do it now. Kennett's going 3rd man up every time, but they've picked it up and he's taken possession. Could have been holding the ball. Bilby just burrows through, tries to open a path up. And you can just see now, guys, not as many people at the stoppage. Just sitting back a little bit. I think Glenunga are trying to open up the numbers game so they can get that clearance. Will it be Schwartz again? Neil gets a good tap forward. Behind the ball, though, it's Zach Smith who takes possession.
Still hard to get the ball out, though, isn't it? Glenunga need to look at something a little bit different here for mine.
We have another premier, Div 3, Flinders Park, defeated Modbury by 11 points.
And he takes out the ruck, and he says no prior, as is the rule. As the PAC faithful go Cocoa Bananas at nothing, really, because he was tackled immediately. But anyway, down to Davis. Davis, oh, how does he get that handball out? Oh, he's dropped it. They're out, are they? Quick kick, fortuitous kick. This is the ball game right here. Will Davies over the ball, needs to be clean. Can he? PAC, they just push it forward, push it forward. Brazil now, overlap. Clark looks up, it's a 2-on-1. Oh, great play, Sam Wonke. Could have just saved the game, and they're out here, Glenunga, if they get it. They've got 3 men. Davies just needs to give the hands, get it on, get it to Harron.
No time.
Oh, they've pulled play on. Oh, takes it to the candy shop, gives him a lick of the lollipop. But what a mark. Bit of Leo Barry about that.
All right, Princes will load again. I don't know how many forward 50s Glenunga have had this quarter.
Neither does he.
But I reckon it's less than a hand. I reckon it's about 3, and I can't remember the last time it happened.
Well,
Prince Alfred have put a wall around this. It's suddenly a game of football played in half the field as we have a stoppage.
In trouble, boys, after that big spoil, Tommy.
Yeah. Sorry, he's going to be okay. Without sound like a broken record, this is why I tip PAC that 4th year in a row in a grand final, I think it is. You just get that experience and know how to deal with these big moments. And this is a big football moment. 5 minutes to play. Clark with the ball. Clark, line a goal down there. We'll keep it in the pocket so there's no easy exit. Davis first to it. And whoever's gone to Davis this quarter, you've got to say they've done a great job. And they do. Stands right next to him.
They need to take a risk, Tommy. They haven't played this way all year. Glenunga barely been down in a game. Need to take a risk now.
Trengrove taking the responsibility with Davis. Kennett's going 3rd man up every time. But they've read it well. Bradley, big kick. Ground level. Glenunga should be able to clear it. Can they? No. Yes, Zach Smith, he's hot. Oh, he shrugs.
Oh, wow.
And the umpire says play on, and it's going to be a PAC kick. And they'll put it right down near the race, right down there long. They'll take as much time as they possibly can.
Everything in favour of the Redmen. They've been in their 3rd straight grand final. They have the ball, they have momentum, they have a 7-point lead. The kick inside 50 has been clunked by Glenunga.
Got to switch,
now
Tommy.
Nathan Grimer is saying go that way.
Got to go.
Take a risk. Go to Bilby. Bilby kicks quickly around the body, but waiting there as if he pre-read it was Mazzini. He will take all the time in the world.
Wonke had to get to that, Bill.
Yeah,
he had to.
The switch kick had to hit the target as well, so he could turn and face and look.
And they know how much time left. I'm just going to check how much time left.
TJ using his influence to check with the timekeeper. 2:30 left in the contest.
Need a breakaway soon, though, don't they?
I mean, it takes one break, a goal, and it's a 1-point game, and who knows. But Princes have done such a great job bottling this up. They have owned this final quarter, no doubt about it. As brave as Glenunga have been in places with Davis, Sam Wonke, etc., they're hanging on.
Boys, I feel for the players out there. I'm starting to cramp up. So I don't know how they're doing it.
We have another premier. CBC Old Collegians have won the 9 News Division 4, defeating Lockleys by 39 points.
Got to get it forward now. Here's McNamara. He's dangerous. Is he out? Will he take possession? He's clean. He breaks for the premiership. Oh, and the clock stops at about 1:40. I've got 1:40.
TJ's become timekeeper.
Not a very good one. I keep getting a bit excited, Phil.
You excited? I never would have thought it.
They need 2 goals.
It's going to come down the guts.
And that's where just about all the players are. In the middle of Norwood Oval. Almost the mark. Beautiful work taken by Prince Edward. They got a chance to settle it.
That's the premiership.
Luke McCauley couldn't take the mark, but he had enough poise to keep possession of the ball. And most importantly, find Brazil on the lead. Look, even if he misses, the time he's going to take is almost going to end this football game. A goal, and it's done.
Your 2023 Division 1 premiers are, for the 3rd time in 7 years, the Prince Alfred Football Club.
Makes them the most successful Old Collegians club in the Adelaide Footy League. No pressure.
Oh, you know what, Phil? It actually doesn't matter now. It's well, the clock's running, so you can't kick 2 goals in under a minute.
Well, but this is time off, isn't it? When he comes back in?
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
30
if
seconds
he's
to get,
used
so,
it?
yeah.
Okay.
So we're inside a minute now. He kicks. It's straight. It's a premiership to the Reds. And you just have to say, they are that bloody good, Phil Herden. Look at Peter Carter carrying on in his little box. in the Cooper's box, going absolutely off. He'll be watching the telecast. Collingwood supporter as well.
As this game winds to a conclusion, and a very, very likely Prince Alfred win.
Oh, really, Phil?
The other premiers, Green Acres have won Division 6, Div 5. Jeps Cross are in front. They're a bit behind in terms of time-wise. CBC have won. Flinders Park have won. Golden Grove have won. Prince Alfred are on the verge of winning. 14-point margin.
As I keep stealing your drink, Phil, I'm sorry. It's all academic now. Tell you what, you're going to give Jordan Neal a big shout-out. He looked gone in that first quarter when he basically did his best version of that Pakistani cricketer cop one in the nuts. But he fought back in the second half. He has been absolutely huge, Adam Jeffries.
Yeah, agree. Great courage to see it out.
Yeah, I want what he had.
Yeah,
Back in the middle. Jolly. He's been big many times today. He's chasing after players.
Quick BOG tips, boys.
McNamara for mine, game breaker.
Yep.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that.
And he's won 50th life membership for the club, life membership of the league, and captain of a premiership team as they celebrate in front of us. The siren is about to go. Free kick to Pitt. It's all academic now.
He has the ball to Jolly. Well, Miss Jolly. Bradley's there waiting. Some big names. McNamara, we think the best on ground.
What a professional unit, Phil.
Yep.
Davis, the juice, he played his role as well, I think, today. And we're about to have the full-time siren. Your Division 1 2023 premiers are Prince Alfred. Phil Hurton, I'll leave it with you. I'm off to go celebrate with the boys, I guess.
Yep. Princes are the kings of the Adelaide Footy League. Let the coronation begin. As TJ mentioned, third premiership in the space of the last 7 years as the coaches embrace. If you're a Glenunga fan, haven't got much for you at the moment. It's gut-wrenching to be this close, this short, but still be short. But it's been a hell of a season, and they'll be back. For the moment, it's all about Prince Alfred. And never written off, Adam, but underdogs, which would be rare for them. But after quarter time of, and I always think back to that Brazil kick on the quarter time siren of the prelim when Teachwick Gully had given them a bit of a scare at the start. Since then, they've been virtually unstoppable.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that they lost the 2 games against Glenunga, so they were able to go to school on what they needed to do. Feel for Glenunga, they've been a great team this year. They've raised the bar in Division 1, in my opinion. But
can you just add up the scores for me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Good job. Well done, Phil.
The bet was 124, 125, it's 124.
But back to Prince Alfred.
Just to give the sponsor recognition we need to. Adam, sorry.
No, you're right. Back to Prince Alfred, who, so much talent for an underdog, Phil, so they're always going to be dangerous, aren't they? You can be an underdog and not have the talent to succeed, but they've got the talent to succeed. And we spoke pre-match, Phil, didn't we, about what they needed to do. I thought their outside runners got involved, and I thought they brought the high ball to ground today. And that's what they needed to do. They weren't able to do that in the last 2 encounters, so you go to school on it, you do better, and they've won the game. So well done to them. But commiserations to Glenunga. I believe they've raised the bar in terms of playing Division 1 this year. It's been an exciting season. They've been quite gracious in defeat. Tonight, you can see the players going across and trying to shake hands. Huge Prince Alfred presence on the ground. They lost the grand final last year. Albeit last year wasn't in gut-wrenching circumstances. They were kind of lucky to make it, and it was Port Districts all the way. Huge crowd here, great game. It only broke open late. 14 points sounds like a lot. It was tight all day.
That's been as big as, I think that's a game high margin.
Yeah, it would be.
I don't think it ever got to 3 goals. TJ's roaming on the field. We'll see what he comes up with.
Good luck finding him in the Prince Alfred huddle there.
Live stream. He's standing by himself at the moment, but we'll have a chat, no doubt. We'll certainly hear from him before the day is done. Of course, there will be an official presentations. We will bring you all of that. We may not bring you the club song because that takes forever for these teams to extricate themselves from their family, their friends and their fans and actually get down back to their change rooms. And we got a curfew and the AFL started anyway, so we probably want to see that.
Carlton with the first 2. Go you Blues.
Yeah, Carlton with the first 2. Of course, don't forget, tomorrow, Sandford Grand Final.
Go double Blues.
Support South Australian footy. TJ, if you've got someone, let's go.
So, I'm here with a man who he'd be very proud of his son. It's the father of Tom Sumner, mate. How do you feel?
Oh, excellent. That was a great win. After last year's being a bridesmaid, that was excellent to see her win. I'm wrapped.
You must be super proud of the son.
Oh, he was awesome. He's got a bit of height in him, and he loves it back. He loves being in the competition.
No worries, mate. Thanks for being a great support of our stream this year, and good luck. Enjoy the celebrations tonight.
I thank you for filming footy. It's excellent. It's been well. I've got a son overseas watching it, loving it. Cheers.
Thank you. That's why I got him on, boys, so he'd say that. I'll throw back to you. There's a lot to take place here.
Yeah.
I'll be doing the best on ground, obviously, after they announce it. Thanks, boys.
Understood. And I think TJ will be in the thick of it. He might even try and get a premiership medal. Knowing TJ. Maybe not. What's happened today? Let's take a breath. Here, the C1s, Prince Alfred, 2 premierships. Maybe a third, because we don't know what happened with their C8s playing today. New club rooms. It's been quite the year.
Don't want for much, do they, at Prince Alfred, Old Collegians? They're going to be, you'd think, I reckon they'll lose a couple of players from this year's squad, but the beauty of what they've built, their B grade, their facilities, the kids at school that leave and come and play at the Old Collegians, they're going to, hard to see them being relegated for a while, wasn't it, Phil? They're going to be around.
Second half, you take out those what I call extraordinary items, that minute of madness, 2 goals. It really was a dominant second half, play-by-play by Prince Alfred.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was more of a Prince Alfred looking game. You just, without looking at stats and numbers, you look at the game and how's it being played. And Prince Alfred were able to even up the inside 50 count. Glenunga had huge inside 50 numbers this year. I'd had games where I counted 60 plus entries inside 50. They wouldn't have even touched 40 today. So Prince Alfred went to school on what they needed to do. They stopped the Glenunga intercept markers, and they were able to keep the ball inside 50 for them, where they've got some dangerous players. I thought Brazel stood up. Sam Wonky's had his measure in the encounters we've seen, but I thought Brazel and Davis stood up and scored the goals that their team needed.
Just wanted to take a couple of moments of indulgence if I can. This is our last telecast for the season, and there's a lot of people to thank. We've got a couple of minutes, so let's thank them. For the Adelaide Footy League, General Manager John Kernahan, Dee Shepherd doing the sponsorship, Aaron Jones operations, umpire managers Colin Rouse, and indeed all the umpires who've always been very welcoming to us. Across the league, all the club presidents, officials, volunteers, coaches, captains and players who we've interviewed. Our broadcast sponsors, the Banner Crew, 9 News, Buddy Bet, Sportal, Roll the Dice Racing, Archie Sandals, Programs to Fit, Farmers Leap Winery, Dartfish, Sports Interactive and the Moseley Bar and Kitchen. Our filming footy organisers, General Manager John Douglas, Deb Beard, Tommy Hills, James Davies, Rohit Wardy and Tony Neal. Got a few more to go, but Tommy Javor has a special guest to have a chat to.
And here with the very grumpy James, but a very happy Andrew Bradley, mate. I've got for you the Moseley voucher, the Dartfish Penny and the Archie thongs. Take them, please. Congratulations, you are best on ground.
Thanks, mate. Sorry, I can't talk. I fucking lost my voice, but mate, that was unreal. Fucking great win. Finished off a great year. The boys were a huge all day. Grounded out. It wasn't going to be easy, but mate, hung in there. And, unreal feeling.
You were unreal, exactly like you said. Do you think finally your dad's going to tell you played a good game? I interviewed him today.
Not quite yet. I don't know. He's a hard man to crack. So I saw him before. Had a little smile, so I think he's happy.
What does it mean to the club, mate? Obviously, it's a Div 1 flag. It doesn't get any bigger than this. How special is it?
No, it's huge, yeah. You just see the Jim Parkinsons, the Hawleys around the club, and they're in tears at the moment. Like, it's unreal. It's they put so much time and effort into it, so many hours during the week. So just to repay them like this is, fantastic.
No worries, mate. Not your first flag. Obviously, you've captained the Bays to a flag at PAC. Can the Bays get the job done again tomorrow?
I think they can, yeah. It'll be a good day for the boys tomorrow, so hopefully they can get it done.
Bill, mate, you've been outstanding all year. You've been great support of us. Thank you very much and enjoy the premiership. Well done. Thanks, mate. Cheers. I'm going to throw back up.
Thanks, TJ. So just the thank yous we were doing, the filming footy organisers, John Douglas, our boss, Deb Beard, Tommy Hills, James Davies, Rohit Waridi, Tony Neal, all the camera crew. Liam, who's been here with us all through the season, plenty of others, our commentators and experts across the league, Jad Goshen, who was with Tony Neal for the C1s today, Tim Pillion, Vince Cosme, Indy Rogers, Beck Northcott, Peter Walsh, Morgan Knight, Nathan Woods, Jack Moore and Matt Gale. And finally our stream team crew, Hugo, who has been going since 7:30 this morning and has kept us very well in touch with everything. James Meady, who's been our mobile cameraman, adding the professionalism. Liam, who I don't think has missed one game all season. Well done to Liam, the man you will never see. Adam Jeffries and
Thank you.
TJ.
Loved it.
It's been wonderful. TJ's coming back up. We're going to finish together, which I think makes good sense. He's going to get a drink. Okay. And most of all, thanks to you, our viewers. We've had some great feedback. You've watched and supported us, and thank you for your support. As you can see, that is a lot of thank yous. It's a big league, and it's a big operation to bring you all these games. And right now, they're having a quick chat about how we're going to do the presentations. I think every year I do this, Adam, it's
Stop
longer and
celebrating
longer
and come over here.
to make happen. It's sort of like, oi, let's make it happen. But you want to enjoy this moment, and for Glenunga, well, they've had their moment to reflect. They probably can't wait to get off.
Yeah, you always feel for the losing team. I know when I was a player or a coach in this situation, I just wanted to get off. But you do have to show your respects.
Everyone, if we can make our way
Here
over,
we go. Let's go
please,
ground
we'll go
level.
to the pavilion over here, and we'll start the presentations. Thank you.
Presentations. Across the grounds, of course, big day, 6 men's grand finals at A level, 14 at other levels. Div 2 was Golden Grove, Div 3 Flinders Park, Div 4 CBC Old Collegians, the Dolphins, just trying to get up at the moment, the C5. D6 was Greenacres over Marion. Let's see if Div 5 has finished. Full time. And in a surprise, Kilburn have come late. 17-10, 112 have knocked off the Jeps Cross Rams 15-4-94. So Greenacres, CBC Old Collegians,
There's
Kilburn
a shootout,
and Prince
Phil.
Alfred.
Won't get scores like that in Division 1.
The prelim finals all got up. Let's go to TJ. Okay, we're not getting Tommy at the moment. Okay, because he's got the PA hooked up. He's got the... So, and we don't really want to disconnect the PA, given that we're going to have a presentation in a sec. So, yeah. We haven't quite worked out a way to have both Tommy Javor and the PA. Let's present
Everyone, if I
a
can have your
premiership.
attention, please. Massive thank you to everyone who attended today to the Div 1 Grand Final. A massive thank you to the huge crowds we had today here at Norwood Oval for the Div 1 Grand Final between PAC and Glenunga. I'd like to ask the coach of PAC to come up and present the best on ground. The best on ground for today from PAC, number 23, Andrew Bradley. I'd like to ask the coach from Glenunga, Nathan Grimer, to come say a few words.
Firstly, contrary to what a lot of people probably think about myself and the club, we've got nothing but absolute respect for your organisation, led by Jim. What you've been able to do over a long period of time, I was actually a bit naive. I just presumed you'd always been a Div 1 powerhouse, and only 6 or 7 years ago you're probably where we were. I just want to obviously make mention to Tom Humphries. I had a good chat to him before the game. Absolutely, it is heartbreaking as an opposition coach. Yep. you know, and those words might not mean a lot, mate, but it is true. You guys did it. You just did everything better than what we like to do today. We hung on by a thread, and the funny part was we had a shot to go up with 8 or 9 minutes to go, and you win them any way you can. But I can honestly say the best team on the day won. To Jordan Neal, obviously I heard you had a mishap a couple of weeks back. To grit your teeth and come back as a young ruckman, you cause us a lot of grief every time. It's a credit to you as a character. Well done. I'll just finish. I'll speak about my boys quickly because it's not about us, it's about you guys. And I know last year Pity had to do this and it's bloody tough, especially in front of your friends and your family. But if anyone gets enjoyment from seeing another team lose a grand final, just park it because it bloody hurts. And I know Pity could attest to this. Be happy for your boys, okay, because they absolutely deserved it. Great club. But don't, you know, and I know you won't, but it's not the time now to chip another team that loses because we're going to go in there and lick our wounds. But I'll definitely come in and have a beer and when you guys have had your time. Great, well led by your players, your coaches, your committee. Quickly to our guys, sorry I'm dragging on, but to Ben Stapleton, what you've done at this footy club with a lot of help from others, okay, to put us from Div 5 to Div 1. It will be your last year, and it's not about our boys and it's not about Ben, but you've just led the club so well. To think we're in a Div 1 grand final in Bs and As, it's token, but I actually am still super proud, okay? Yep, I'll put my hand up. We've lost a lot of finals under me, and I'll get better, but we're asking young guys to play on really, really good players. You know, we've got young guys playing on absolute top-notch players, and they did their best. Enjoy your next few days. I'm sure I'll cross paths with you guys. It's a great rivalry. To your C grade, enjoy the night, boys, and we've got nothing but respect. Have I covered everything? Just our sponsors, our sponsors and the league. Enjoy your time, boys. Well done.
And now for the coach of Prince Alfred All Collegians, Craig Pitt.
Thank you. Firstly, I'll start like Nathan, Glenunga, but you guys are an absolute powerhouse. And to think you were a few divisions down and where you've come to now, you've just been building over the last 4 or 5 years and you're almost emulating what we've done. So keep at it, guys. I'm sure if you continue on this pathway that you'll have days like this in front of you as well. So super hard game. I think every time we play you guys, it's an absolute battle and it goes to the last quarter. So like Nathan said, this could have gone either way. You guys could have been on the winning end. I think you should hold your heads really high and enjoy the night still and celebrate what's been a fantastic season. Obviously, A and B grade both playing in grand finals is a tremendous effort. So hats off to Nathan and the crew and your whole your president, whole club, because coming up through the divisions and being as strong as you have in the last 2 years in Division 1, it's a bloody hard thing to do, so well done and congratulations on that. On ours, guys, thanks to Jim and Tim. Fantastic job this year. Obviously, a lot of hard work goes in behind the scenes and you guys do it voluntarily, so fantastic. Thank you for allowing us to play as a team as we do, week in, week out, 5 teams at the club, which is amazing effort. All the people that organise things, Shane Roberts, team manager behind the scenes. Thanks to the league. It's a fantastic league to play in. It's very safe, and some of the top players around they could probably still be playing SANFL but can't do the time commitments of filling up this competition, which is great for the league and for our competition. So thank you for everything you guys have done. Thanks to our sponsors, always sticking tough with us. Thanks to all the supporters, and lastly, playing group, tremendous effort. We showed a lot of fight and a lot of grit today, and sometimes people don't think we've got that, but we have it in bucket load. So let's celebrate it, let's enjoy it, because it's very well deserved. Thank you.
My pleasure to present the medals. Jim, my co-chair, will hand them out. But first for PAC number 2, Oscar Clark. Number 4, our coach, Craig Pitt. Number 5, Chris Curran. Number 6, Macus Lee. Number 8, the Wombat, Mitch Wicks. Number 9, Jack Trengove. Number 11, Ollie Clark. Number 12, Luke McCauley. Number 13, Lucas Schultz. Number 15, Matt Mazzini. And number 17, Josh Perks. Number 19, Jaden Davis. Number 21, Lachlan Charlton. Number 22, Tyson Brazel. Number 23, Andrew Bradley. Number 27, Hayden Jolly. Number 30, Jordan Neal. Number 32, our Vice Captain, Tom Sumner. Number 35, Campbell Wildman. Number 36, Patrick Singleton. Number 44, Cam Pritchard. And today, our emergency, we missed out unfortunately, but thanks Kobe Tozer. Come on, mate. Now, our co-captains, we said before, Tom Humphreys missed out through injury, but our co-captain, Tom Humphreys. To our assistant coach, Adam Silvey. And our team manager, Shane Roberts. And to our captains today, but a great game, led from the front, Lockie McNamara. Thank you, gentlemen. do you want?
Cubbies, have the captain and coach please come to the front and accept the trophy. Your Div 1 Premiership winners for 2023, Prince Alfred Old Collegians. That concludes the presentations for today. Please get home safely, and thank you again. The Adelaide Footy League, strengthening communities through footy.
And bad mistakes. I've made a few. I've had my
Alrighty. Always interesting, the post-game presentations. They have a certain formula to it, but unforgettable moments for those involved.
Yeah, when you're the losing team, you just want to get off, don't you? It seems to take forever. But when
I'm
you're
not
winning
sure if
team,
Nathan wanted to.
you want to just stay out there forever. This is the best part of it
Yeah.
right now. It's an awesome feeling. And well spoken by both coaches, can I say that? Very gracious in defeat, Nathan Grimer. And Craig Pitt spoke very well as well.
So TJ's going to try and chat to a couple. So if we get TJ's mic back up, that would be, we'll get Queen in the background without killing copyright too much. It's amazing. They've been playing that at this point in sport all around the world. So TJ's set to go when TJ is set to go. Let's go.
Have you got me, boys? I think I'm on Liam's camera, am I? Lockie McNamara is just about to join me. The captain, was it your 150th today? Can you swear a bit less than Andrew Bradley, please, and tell us how you feel?
Yeah, just ecstatic. As I said last week, it's just a whole club effort. So many guys have made this team as great as it was today, but all the support staff, all the admin staff, they're super, but I guess just so today, it's just a quality opposition, but managed to get them to the end, so yeah, really proud.
Not that it matters. I had you as best on ground today. Were you robbed? Can you just get out of the way of the camera, please, mate? Thank you, sir. As a happy PAC player, were you robbed?
No, absolutely not. If I could learn how to kick, it might be handy. So, yeah, maybe next year. But nah, Andrew Bradley was sensational. Trini, Craig, all the boys down back. I mean, could go on. I think that's what makes a grand final winning team. Everybody sort of does their bit, and yeah, plenty of great players.
No worries, mate. Look, on C-grade got the chocolates as well this morning.
Yeah, they got a super team. I think they went undefeated. So, yeah, it could be a quiet one to have you tonight.
Yeah, under Harry Collison, mate. You've been so giving you your time. Thanks very much. We're going to try and find a couple more players, but enjoy the celebrations. Well done. I'll just throw back up to you, Phil, and I'll organise another interview. Thanks, guys.
All right. We trust that was one of TJ's best. He's roaming around to see if he can find some other people to talk to. When he's ready, we'll cross back down. We'll work it out. Adam, let's have a quick chat about the 2023 season. Have you enjoyed doing the commentary side as opposed to the coaching? It's a different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think my coaching career's over, Phil, and I've missed an involvement. So doing this has been awesome. It's been first class.
All right. I think TJ's got someone. Let's go.
With a man who, Nathan Grimer, said some incredible words about you. It must be really humbling to have the opposition coach speak so highly, Jordan Neal.
Oh, it definitely is, and he's led a great team to a great year this year, and we were lucky enough to get the chocolates on the day, and we played a great game, but it means a lot coming from a guy who, had a great year himself, so, yeah, very humbling indeed.
Seemed like a very strange day for you. Did you get one in the south of the equator, the old Jats Cracker factory?
Oh, not quite, mate. I got one right in the kidney area, right in the soft spot there, but that's part of rucking, and I was, mate, it's part of it, and I'm just happy as to be here now.
What happened at half-time? You came out like a new man. Or did they give you a little shit?
Oh, mate, just a couple of Panadols and Nurofen. I'm sure it'll wear off later on. They'll be feeling it, but the adrenaline will get me through, I think.
Your resilience and your ability to come back, not just today, but from the burn injury as well, mate. Congratulations. Enjoy the flag. I'll throw it back up to you guys. I'm going to try and find myself some juice.
Hey, I know where TJ's going. So your thoughts on the year?
Yeah, I think Glenunga raised the bar. Pre-season we all thought Prince Alfred would be the best team. Glenunga outplayed them, and we got the grand final that we wanted, didn't we?
Okay, I think TJ
Oh, no, you're still trying to find someone. Okay,
Big group of people down
bear
there.
with us, folks. When we get someone, I think it's worthwhile. And let's go back to Tommy Javor. He's got someone.
Oh, well, he's back. He's back. Can you please get out of the camera shot, please? Thank you. Jaden Juice Davis, a Div 1 Premiership player. How does it feel?
Oh, unreal, mate. Obviously, the scenes out here, we worked so hard all year, and we knew it was going to be hard from 4 quarters, and the boys were awesome. They just worked non-stop, just getting it forward, just getting it to the boys up forward, mate, and we got there in the end, right?
Couple of absolutely clutch goals today. You were brilliant in front of goals. What were you thinking as you lined up, mate? Some serious pressure out there.
Oh, obviously plenty of pressure, but I know my routine really well, and just back myself to just get rid of all the noise and just put it through the middle, mate.
Any chance you're coming to Virginia with me next year?
Oh, why not? Hey, let's go.
Boys, hey, congratulations. Enjoy the flag. You are a superstar, young man. All the best of the future.
All the best, mate.
Thank you. I'm going to throw back up to Phil and Joffrey. It's getting pretty crazy down here, boys. And that's it for me, I think. I might have one more, boys. One more with the coach, but I'll throw back up to you boys now. Thanks.
All right, thanks, TJ. We look forward to your grand finale. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to keep his media accreditation if he starts poaching players to another league, but that's another story.
He won't be shy, though, Tommy,
no,
will he?
No, he's never shy, and he's been a great part. You've been a great part. It's been a wonderful year, and I mentioned the names, but, you know, the camera shots that Liam and James give us, the work that Hugo does putting it all together is sensational. Like putting together a footy team. Let's go back to TJ.
So giving you their time, of course, one of the coaches, Adam Silvey, well, and the young fellas eating your medal. I love that. How does that feel?
Look, it feels really good. We put a lot of work in, and personally as well, my last game today, I've hung up the clipboard again for about the 3rd time. So a really good day for our footy club. We really needed that one after coming here last year and really not and just not providing a contest. And today I thought, yeah, we were really good. So
at the risk of sounding like Brian Taylor, who's this?
This is my number 4. This is Fred.
Number 4, you're Catholic, mate.
No, so I run my own business and I got 4 kids and coach footy as well. So something had to give, and they're reasonably there all the time. So unfortunately, footy's gone again.
Mate, I just want to thank you all year. You were so giving you your time, and well deserved. You've taken out the flag as the best team this year. Congratulations.
Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that's it for me down here. It's been pretty crazy. I think they're going to start tipping a few in, boys. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you this year. I'll head it back up to Adam and Phil.
Thanks for that, TJ. What a wonderful year you've given us. Thank you for that. If you don't get back up here, because you've been going up and down those steps, I think he's going to stay down there and just soak it in for a moment. Which means it's up to us, Adam, to wrap it up. Any final thoughts from yourself?
Well done to Prince Alfred for winning today and going to school on the things they weren't doing well. I think Adam Silvey said down there they had to make the contest under the high ball. That was the number 1 factor in the game. That's Glenunga's strength, and they did that today. Yeah, but they're around the mark every year, aren't they, Phil? They're going to win some grand finals because they keep buttering up with amazing squads, run by great people, great facilities, no reason why. They can't hang around for a few more years. It'll be interesting to see if Trengove and Bradley and everybody keep playing. They'll be tempted to hang up the boots at some stage. Guys in their early 30s go out on a high. So well done to them. Glenunga will be back next year, Phil. That's what I know. Early prediction will be that they'll be back in this next year, which we know is not easy to do, but they're a club on a mission, haven't quite reached the top of the mountain yet, and they'll keep going.
You would think that with the Bees making the grand final as well, it's tough to lose 2 grand finals in a day, but the depth is there to cover any transition that happens.
Yeah. The depth is there,
Hard
and you
not
just
to see them
need
being
to
back.
keep your squad together and just add bits and pieces and just keep getting back to this situation, and it will turn. Glenunga are a great team. They didn't play anywhere near their best today, and they lost really in the last kick or 2 of the game, and that's why they play the way they play. Even when they don't play well, they're still in the game. So
I can tell you at the 10-minute mark, I stopped calling for a minute, went and looked up John Kernahan's update, which had the rules about what happens if it's tied, just to make sure we're on top of that. Because it was looking that way. We're in the final quarter. We really didn't know who was going to come out on top.
So 14 points was almost an unfair margin.
It is an unfair margin on the context of the day. Adam, thank you.
Thank you. Enjoyed every minute.
We've said all our thanks, so it's a wrap on 2023. A year where Prince Alfred not only made their 3rd straight grand final, but by defeating the Glenunga Rams today, they won their 3rd Division 1 flag. That makes them the most successful Old Scholars club in the Adelaide Footy League. Park 9 will be going off tonight. I'm Phil Hurden saying thanks so much for joining us today and throughout the entirety of the season. Have an awesome summer. You've been watching the Adelaide Footy League. Thanks to Filming Footy.